All right, good morning. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is the February 27th, a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. We have an important docket before us. Let's start by recognizing our existence with a roll call.
Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Ray,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
and Commissioner White. Mr. Chair, you have 6 commissioners present.
Okay, good. Good morning, everybody. Good to see everyone. We do not have a consent agenda. We normally have commissioner comments. It's not on the agenda, but I did have a comment. I note for everyone's information that yesterday the Colorado Energy Office released its carbon management roadmap. I would like to ask someone, maybe it's you, Commissioner Ray, to see if we can organize a presentation to the ECMC Commission about the carbon management roadmap at such time in the future that works out. I think we'd love to hear about it. It does have some targets at us as well as others. If that's something that's doable, would love to see maybe that happen.
I would be happy to organize that, Chair Robbins. I think it's a great opportunity for this commission to learn more about that roadmap. There is important direction to a number of DNR divisions, including ECMC. I'll also note for the public that if you're interested and you can't wait for a presentation to this commission, the Energy Office will be presenting on that roadmap to the House Energy and Environment Committee this afternoon, starting around 1:30 p.m. So there's an opportunity for the public to hear that presentation, and I will certainly arrange a presentation for this commission. So thank you for suggesting that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the lead on that. I also note for the record that Commissioner White has joined us. Good morning. I'm not sure, this may be the first time you've been with us, but if it's, do you mind just introducing yourself for our stakeholders so that we all get a sense of your perspective?
Absolutely. My name is Tracy White. Good morning, everyone. I am the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division Director at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. So I oversee the Solid Waste and Materials Management Program, which also deals with produced water issues.
Excellent. Would love to have your expertise on our board this morning as we take up the produced water rulemaking.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, seeing none, we move to docket 2409-00229, the produced water rulemaking. To set the stage, we have some public comment, and then we have a introduction from, actually, we're going to start with an introduction from Commissioner Messner, and then an introduction from Director Murphy, then public comment, and then we'll move into our stakeholders. So with that, Commissioner Messner, would love to let you lay the framework for us here as the commissioner that has been involved with the Produced Water Consortium.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking forward to this rulemaking today. For a second here, I want to take my hat off as a commissioner and put my hat on as chair of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium and take a few minutes to talk about the work that has been accomplished by the Colorado Produced Water Consortium that led to the recommendations they provided as part of this rulemaking. The concept of the consortium began as a result of a presentation by Dr. James Rosenblum from the Colorado School of Mines, given to the ECMC commissioners in 2021, which in turn led to the creation of a stakeholder group to determine whether or not it made sense to develop a produced water consortium for the state of Colorado. At the time, there were 2 produced water consortiums in the country that had been established, one in New Mexico and one in Texas. Both were in the first year or 2 of existence. And after a few meetings with the stakeholder group to determine first whether it made sense to develop a consortium in Colorado, which the answer to was an overwhelming yes, and secondly, what should be the focus of the work of the consortium should it be developed. As the group was working on the second question, House Bill 23-1242 was introduced, which looked to decrease the amount of fresh water used in oil and gas activities across the state. there was a synergy between some of the goals that the bill sponsors were looking to accomplish and the concepts the consortium stakeholder group were contemplating. So the formal creation of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium was included in House Bill 23-1242 with a list of roles and deliverables to be accomplished, and the Colorado Produced Water Consortium became the third produced water consortium in the country. The primary goal of the consortium is to reduce the amount of fresh water and increase the amount of reused and recycled produced water in oil and gas operations throughout the state. The consortium membership includes representation from state and federal agencies, local government, industry, research institutions, and higher education, environmental conservation, disproportionately impacted communities, environmental justice, and produced water professionals, for a total of 31 members. Some members were appointed by the executive director of DNR, some by the state speaker of the House, and some by the state Senate president. I want to take a moment to acknowledge each of these members for the immense amount of work and effort that led up to the recommendations provided to this commission. The governing body consists of myself as chair, Tracy Kozloff, the Deputy State Engineer for the Colorado Division of Water Resources, Tessa Sorensen, who's the Energy Liaison for the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment. The representatives from state or federal agencies include John Heil from the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission, Tricia Pfeiffer from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, Carmia Woolley from the Bureau of Land Management, Brandy Honeycutt from the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment. Representatives from research institutions or institutions of higher education include Dr. James Rosenblum from the Colorado School of Mines, Dr. Thomas Borch from the Colorado State University, Dr. Joseph Ryan from the University of Colorado Boulder, and Dr. Zahi Kath from the Colorado School of Mines. Representatives from environmental non-governmental organizations include Dr. Cloel Danforth from the Health Effects Institute, Harmony Cummings from the Greenhouse Connection Center, Dr. Barbara Vasquez from the Western Colorado Alliance, and Michael Freeman from Earth Justice. Representatives from the oil and gas industry include Mark Hefta from Chevron, Jeffrey Kirtland from Terra Energy Partners, Michelina Pollock from the Energy Council, and John Lipka from Evergreen Natural Resources. Representatives from local government include Commissioner Emma Pinter, who's an Adams County Commissioner, and Commissioner Doug Overton, who's a Rio Blanco County Commissioner. Representatives with experience and expertise in produced water include Doug White from NGL Energy Partners, Rick McCurdy from Select Energy Services, Eric Anglin from Occidental Petroleum, and Clay Terry from Natural Resource Advisors. The legislatively appointed members include Kevin Chan, who's a member of a non-governmental organization in the state that works with and advocates for disproportionately impacted communities and communities of color who reside in disproportionately impacted communities. Irene Andrus, with a non-governmental organization in the state that works on or advocates for policies related to environmental justice and conservation. Nikki Wells, who also is a member of a non-governmental organization in the state that works with and advocates for disproportionately impacted communities and communities of color who resides in a disproportionately impacted community. Jolie Bronner, member of a non-governmental organization in the state that works on or advocates for policies related to environmental justice and conservation. Jacob Smith, who also works for a non-governmental organization that works on or advocates for policies related to environmental justice and conservation. And finally, Ember Michelle, a member of a non-governmental organization in the state that advocates for disproportionately impacted communities and communities of color or who resides in a disproportionately impacted community. The work of the consortium began in July of 2023 with the hiring of its first director, Hope Dalton. Developing an organization from the ground up is no small task, especially under the challenging timelines and significant number of deliverables that were required by HB 23-1242 that ultimately led up to this rulemaking. But Director Dalton and her team fearlessly led this effort in partnership with the consortium members to both provide high quality and data-driven studies, research, and recommendations, but also accomplished all of them within the statutorily required deadlines. All of this on top of standing up a new organization, strategic planning, education for consortium members, and outreach and interaction with communities. I want to acknowledge the staff that worked with HOPE in developing these deliverables, and they include the Consortium Assistant Director for Research, Dr. Aaron Sidlako, Consortium interns Emma Smith and Joel Cox, ECMC staff Greg Duranlo, Kat Campbell, Selena Deemy, Arthur Kepsel, Judy Scalfani, Melissa Catry, and David Gates, DNR Assistant Director for Energy Innovation, Aaron Ray, and Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport. The studies, data, and research provided by the consortium included 8 statutorily required reports developed in less than a year, which is an incredibly difficult time frame to accomplish and required a superhero-type effort by the aforementioned individuals. These reports are the Colorado Produced Water Strategic Plan, initial guidance documents and case studies to promote best practices for in-field recycling and reuse of produced water, initial produced water regulatory policy coordination report, current state of produced water infrastructure, storage, treatment facilities across the state with the emphasis on the Denver-Julesburg Basin report, initial availability of produced water for reuse and recycling analysis report, strategic priorities on topics related to produced water report, initial report on infrastructure, storage, and treatment facilities necessary to achieve different levels of recycling and reuse of produced water, identifying barriers to the safe recycling and reuse of produced water report, 2024 Produced Water Consortium Annual Update to the Legislature, Colorado Produced Water Consortium recommendations for the 2024 ECMC Produced Water Rulemaking, and produced water reuse and recycling goals and contemporary decreases in freshwater use report. Each of these reports and analysis built upon one another to guide and lead the consortium in a data-driven and scientifically based decision-making, culminating in the recommendations provided to ECMC for this rulemaking. These reports can all be found on the Colorado Produced Water Consortium website. The recommendations provided by the consortium to the commission were based on the best available data at the time the reports were developed, as was indicated in each of the reports. The data will continue to be improved and analyzed by the consortium as more up-to-date and location-specific information is gathered by the new reporting requirements that were developed as part of HB 23-1242. Due to some of these time and data restraints, some things were unable to be analyzed prior to providing the recommendations to this rulemaking by the consortium. These include evaluating basin-specific targets and addressing reuse and recycling barriers and community considerations associated with higher levels of reuse and recycling. To alleviate this, the consortium incorporated long time-based runways into its reuse and recycling targets recommended to allow for these elements to be worked on before reaching the higher reuse and recycling targets. There is still much work to be done. I'm incredibly proud of the work that has been accomplished to date by the consortium and the willingness for this diverse group of individuals to tackle challenging topics in a respectful and meaningful way. The guiding theme of the consortium was a Walt Whitman quote highlighted in the television series Ted Lasso: "Be curious, not judgmental." And each of the consortium members embraced this approach and the work they accomplished, utilizing consensus-based decision-making to ensure that all voices were captured in the products and recommendations that were delivered. The Colorado Produced Water Consortium was not the first consortium in the country, but we were the first consortium to be housed in a state agency, and to not only focus on research and academia, but also to focus on policy, community, and environmental justice. To ensure that to the best of our ability, all voices were heard and listened to in our decision-making process. Director Dalton and other consortium members have been invited to speak at different conferences throughout the United States as other states look to create their own produced water consortiums. And the Colorado Produced Water Consortium is being looked at as a model of how to both engage in science and database decision-making, but also how to include community and environmental justice into those decisions. But the work of the consortium is not near complete, and in fact, it is only beginning. In April, the consortium will engage in strategic planning to map out the future work of the consortium and how it can continue to be a resource and make recommendations to state and federal agencies and the legislature on ways to decrease the amount of fresh water used and increase the amount of reuse and recycling of produced water in oil and gas activities across the state of Colorado. So I want to thank the Colorado Produced Water Consortium for the work that they've done leading up to this, and putting my commissioner hat back on. I'm looking forward to the rulemaking that we're about to undertake. I appreciate all the work and information that has been provided by the different parties in this state in this rulemaking, and I'm excited to get started. So thanks, Mr. Chair, and those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Messner and Produced Water Consortium Hat Lead Messner, for the comments. This really teed it up well. We now will hear from Director Julie Murphy.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, stakeholders. My name is Julie Murphy. I'm the director of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. And I want to echo many of Commissioner Messner's remarks. I think that he has set the stage beautifully and maybe will allow me to truncate some of my comments. That said, I think when we're expressing gratitude for hard work, the more the merrier, right? So I just want also to kind of kick today off and note that the model for today's rulemaking is atypical to what ECMC usually presents to commissioners, which is usually staff leading off the presentation with a set of walking through a set of rules and then stakeholders responding to it. Today is a little bit different, but it's certainly a model we would like to see more of, given that we have adjusted our format in response to a consensus proposal from a group of stakeholders who have worked across perhaps different perspectives to come up with a solution to some of the problems that the Produced Water Consortium face and that Colorado continues to face. So to echo some of Commissioner Messner's comments, 23-1242 requires the Commission to adopt new rules to require rapid and substantial reduction of the use of fresh water and increase the use of increase the recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations. And the rulemaking today reflects collaborative work of two separate groups. First, the Produced Water Consortium, and secondly, the consensus stakeholders who work. And the work of these two entities, much like a braided stream, both differ and intersect on different topics. And all of this is integral to achieving the statutory goals. More importantly, in addition to this rulemaking, the people involved will need to continue to collaborate on solutions, because this rulemaking is a first but not a final step on the path to reducing freshwater use and increasing recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations. So in echoing Commissioner Messner, I want to acknowledge the work, professionalism, collaboration of the consortium. And I thank them for their thoughtful work that we and all Coloradans have benefited from to date. And I express gratitude for the work that is yet to come. I especially want to thank Director Hope Dalton for her efforts to launch the consortium and ensure the statutory directives are achieved. As Commissioner Messner noted, this is no small feat. The consortium is a diverse group of individuals with expertise in vastly different areas, but they came together for the shared goal of reducing the use of fresh water and increasing the recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations. We've heard all of the work product, the reports that came out. And I want to acknowledge that these reports served a critical role in developing, in an iterative way in nature, the schedule of dates and the goals and concepts that we now see reflected in the rules, and they have been an important resource for staff throughout this rulemaking process. The second set of work I want to acknowledge is the work of the stakeholders that came together to work on a consensus draft. They came together and managed to reach consensus on a set of rules that focuses on actual reductions in freshwater and increases in produced water. This achievement is a testament to the stakeholders' commitment to meeting 23-1242's goals, but this will require future action by the commission. And so again, this is a first step, not a final step. As a result of this work, I felt it was appropriate to have the stakeholders come forward and share their work directly with you commissioners. And staff remains grateful for the work and is supportive of the very intricate balance structured within the proposed rules. I would note that once a consensus group came to agreement on the rules and shared those, staff has worked with those stakeholders to discuss administration of the rules and has provided some red line changes to help with administrability. And we have submitted those rules and recommendations, which were incorporated into a draft that was filed just this Monday. An overarching theme that I ask you to think about when you're looking and considering these rules is that they are structured somewhat differently, which is appropriate given the goal of an overarching reduction in freshwater use and an increasing in recycling of produced water across Colorado. These goals are designed to function across an operator's entire activities in a basin and need to be measured accordingly. And additionally, this type of change in operations also requires infrastructure planning and other systemic changes. This all requires time and planning. Thus, the rules focus heavily on each operator holistically as compared to many other rule provisions at ECMC that focus on the operation of individual pieces of equipment, compliance at specific locations, and instead, these rules build year over year towards compliance with the overall reductions. The stakeholders involved and staff recognize that this change requires time and future reductions will require further innovation. And so given this unusual process and timeline, staff has not yet adjusted the statement of basis and purpose. And so we would ask that the commission give 2 weeks after we complete the presentation and get to a relatively final set of rule provisions to incorporate any of the changes that come out of this hearing to reflect the consensus draft rules, and would suggest that we reconvene March 12th, 13th, assuming that we get through it in the next day or two, to provide a revised statement of basis and purpose. Third, I also want to acknowledge and thank my team for their work on this. It has been a really interesting process. It's been unusual to have a consensus draft come forward and be in a position of responding, but I think that we see the intent of the rules, the function of the rules, and want to work with the hard work that the consensus parties put into developing them and support them in those efforts. So as I noted before, the work is not yet done. With these rules and with this statute, we'll be continuing to work to improve, iterate, and innovate. I am grateful for the work of the consortium in leading this work and to the stakeholders for coming together to find the first set of solutions. And with that, Chair, I turn it back to you for, I believe, public comment.
All right. Thank you, Director Murphy. We now will turn to docket 2409-00229 and public comment. We've got about 12 people signed up. Couple of elected officials were signed up first. Lance Waring, the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners, followed by Doug Overton, Rio Blanco County Board of Commissioners. Could get them elevated. Commissioner Waring, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Commission members. My name is Lance Waring, and I'm a San Miguel County Commissioner. I also serve as the President of the Board of the Directors of Colorado Communities for Climate Action, or CC4CA, which is a coalition of cities, counties, and towns working together toward adoption and implementation of effective climate policy. Thank you for your time and your hard work in addressing this issue. CC4CA supports the consensus proposal developed by multiple parties, including CC4CA members, such as the City of Longmont and Larimer and Adams counties. All efforts to recycle produced water are important. We especially support the goals established in the consensus proposal that sets a new statewide requirement to recycle 4% of produced water from 2026 until 2030, 10% from 2030 to 34, 20% from 34 to 38, and 35% after 2038. After setting goals, finding an appropriate balance between maximizing the amount of water reused while minimizing the amount of impactful infrastructure, especially new infrastructure, is a complicated task. We support the prohibition included in the consensus proposal that no new centralized produced water storage or treatment facilities shall be sited in disproportionately impacted communities. This recognizes that these communities have already been overburdened by industry and deserve special consideration. We'd also like to emphasize our specific support of the key part of the consensus proposal in the statement of basis and purpose, requiring a stakeholder process to recommend air quality reporting and protection rules within 9 months. It's hard to overstate the importance of water in Colorado and how important it is to conserve water for current and future generations. This year, the statewide snowpack is hovering around 90% of average. However, in the San Juan Mountains where I live, we are experiencing a very dry winter, and overall, our average snowpack levels are trending precipitously downward. In recent years, we all know the only reliable thing about Colorado snowpack is its unreliability. That might be why many Western Slope oil and gas producers already recycle 90% of their produced water. Adopting this consensus rule as a statewide norm would be good for conservation efforts and good for communities across the state to preserve this precious resource. In light of the current national political environment, we should celebrate whenever parties come together to create a consensus proposal such as this. Please respect that collaboration and adopt this rule. On behalf of CC4CA and my constituents, I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Waring. Appreciate you being with us this morning and providing that context. Commissioner Overton.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Doug Overton, a commissioner of Rio Blanco County. I'm here to express our appreciation for the efforts of the local oil and gas industry in our county and to address some concerns regarding the current regulations. First, we're very happy with how the industry is handling recycled produced water in our county. Our local oil and gas companies have been doing an outstanding job of keeping trucks off of the road and using high percentages of recycled produced water. Our community members care deeply about this, and local operators have heard this message loud and clear. However, we are concerned about the potential impacts of the current and proposed increase in truck traffic. We do not support regulations that will increase truck traffic, and we request that the Commission amend the DIC prohibition on the Western Slope to prevent this outcome. It's important to highlight the significant benefits that the oil and gas companies bring to our county and the state of Colorado. These companies provide numerous jobs and substantial tax revenues which fund essential community projects. For example, Rio Blanco County gets over 70% of its revenue from this industry, which helps support our hospitals, fire districts, schools, libraries, roads, all the districts. This ruling will also negatively impact the state's budget, which we all know is struggling. To the extent these rules prevent operators from investing in the Western Slope, we strongly urge the Commission to consider the effect this will have on our DIC that are classified this way due to economic reasons such as tax revenue and job opportunities. Moreover, the DIC determination made in this county was not satisfactory. A more thorough and considerate evaluation is necessary to accurately reflect our community's unique circumstances and needs. Due to the vast uninhabited lands in our county, the blanket DIC prohibition only hurts our local operators and locally, efficiently locating centralized E&P waste facilities. I've toured the QB Energy's current recycling operation. It's very well done, and it would benefit everyone involved if the industry were allowed to build more facilities like this one. We stand with Western Slope Koga and Garfield County in their request to modify the DIC prohibition on the Western Slope. By doing so, we can achieve three objectives: keep trucks off the road, maintain a high percentage of recycled produced water on the West Slope, retain economic investment in our counties from local operations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Overton. We appreciate you being with us this morning and providing your perspective. Now we'll hear from Cindy Copeland.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Cindy Copeland, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boulder County Commissioners as their Air and Climate Policy Advisor. The Commissioners would have liked to be here this morning, but scheduling got in the way. Boulder County supports the recycling credit trading approach in the most recent draft of the rules. Many wells along the Front Range, including in Boulder County, are surrounded by sensitive receptors, such as ecologically and agriculturally important lands and, of course, residences. Allowing for Front Range operators to avoid additional truck traffic associated with water recycling while encouraging significant recycling in those areas where impacts will be less painful will be a benefit to the people and lands local governments are responsible for. Moreover, Front Range air quality is of particular concern due to the area's continued violations of the federal air quality standards for ozone. The area often experiences unhealthy ozone levels during the summer months. The fact that air quality was not addressed in the produced water rulemaking is concerning, as there should be awareness around any activities that would increase pollution that causes ozone formation. The ozone problem on the Front Range could limit the amount of produced water possible in this area because we can't add extra emissions when we're already not achieving the federal ozone standards. Produced water would increase emissions from trucks, including nitrogen oxides or NOx and diesel particulates, which are a human carcinogen, as well as volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, emissions from off-gassing, and additional probably air toxic emissions too. We've been trying since 2014 to reduce the amount of VOCs and NOx from tanks, trucks, and other equipment associated with oil and gas, and this threatens a lot of progress that we've made in this area, and if this isn't truly taken into account. For all these reasons, Boulder County strongly supports the recommendations made by Larimer County and Longmont to add statement of basis and purpose language requiring a stakeholder process to recommend air quality reporting and protection rules within 9 months. We have many air quality experts in the ozone non-attainment area, including at local governments whose expertise could be tapped for this effort. And that's all of my comments, so thank you for listening today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Copeland. Appreciate you being with us and providing your comments. We now have Heidi Leithwood.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm sorry, I'm going to remain off camera today. I'm Heidi Leithwood, Climate Policy Analyst for 350 Colorado. Our organization and members have long been bringing up the issues of water use and fracking, and we were supporters of HB 23-1242. This bill, while not as strong as we would have liked, was a good start on transparency and reduction of freshwater use. I'm here today to urge you to ensure the intentions of that bill are fully carried out. A credit trading system may not fulfill the intentions of HB 23-1242, and this idea should be returned to the Produced Water Consortium for discussion. I'll note that the trading system created by the GEM 2 rule at the AQCC actually had a foundation and parameters in statute, but HB 23-1242 gives no such authority for a trading system. The intent of the bill is to reduce the use of fresh water, and the means that the statute requires is to use more recycled water instead of using fresh water. And I'll note the language: a statewide reduction in freshwater usage and a corresponding increase in usage of recycled or reused produced water at oil and gas locations. Some parties have suggested expanding the proposed intra-basin trading to interbasin, so in other words, in between different basins. This goes against the requirements of HB 1242, which specify requirements that must occur within each basin. interbasin trading could easily reduce conservation in the DJ Basin and thereby end up increasing the total amount of fresh water used. So I urge you to reject that very bad idea. Accurate, complete, and transparent reporting of freshwater use needs to be required. We also see a problem with consequences of noncompliance and how the Commission will assess compliance. It's not acceptable to give 4 years to demonstrate compliance and then just continue to allow operators simply to submit new plans if they've failed to comply. Failure to comply should result in denial or revocation. In our work on environmental justice, we see how important it is that the public has an adequate chance to participate meaningfully and that there are equitable protections for communities. The elevation of the new draft, called the consensus draft, to preferred status with such a short time period for the public to respond is counter to community engagement practices you have committed to. And also, as Wild Earth Guardians has pointed out in their written comment, it fails to satisfy public participation requirements under the Colorado Administrative Procedures Act, particularly as with regard to disproportionately impacted communities. 350 Colorado objects to calling this draft a consensus draft when it was formed with the input of only about 1/3 of the parties, and we strongly urge you not to call it this in your public communications. We feel it shows favoritism and lack of respect for the 15 parties not signing on to it. We urge you not to accept this draft as written and to consider again the positions taken by the other parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leithwood, for being with us and testifying. I believe we now have Ms. Garcia Nelson.
Sorry, I'm also experiencing a little cold. I'm getting over some, moving a little slower than usual. I appreciate y'all's patience. Okay, so my name is Patricia Garcia Nelson. I am here in, I'm going to start over if that's okay. My
Go
name
ahead.
is Patricia Garcia Nelson. I'm here with comments on behalf of Green Latinos. We strongly support the efforts to reduce freshwater use in oil and gas operations, and we strongly oppose the inclusion of a water credit trading system. The allowance of new centralized produced water storage or treatment facilities in DICs and the 35% recycling target is an insufficient long-term goal. The introduction of a water credit trading system creates a unique loophole that allows wealthier operators to avoid meaningful compliance rather than ensuring all companies actively participate in reducing freshwater dependency. A trading scheme enables entities to purchase credits instead of making actual investments in water recycling technology. This creates a market-driven equity where larger corporations can buy their way out of compliance. Moreover, there is no oversight mechanism to prevent fraud or ensure traded credits translate to actual reductions. It is especially concerning given that so many industry parties oppose the introduction of on-site inspections. We agree that with the parties that have asked for more discussion in opposition to the introduction of this credit trading scheme. The Commission should prioritize direct mandates over market-based systems. The proposed prohibition on new centralized produced water storage or treatment facilities in DICs is essential and should not be weakened. We urge the Commission to maintain a strict enforceable ban on any new centralized facilities in DICs with no loopholes or variances. Green Latinos members on the Western Slope have already expressed to us their concerns about the current state of produced water near their homes. The trajectory for increasing recycled produced water, accumulating at a mere 35% by 2038 is unacceptable, given our current water crisis. The state is experiencing prolonged drought, and the oil and gas industry's demand for fresh water exacerbates that. Many operators in other states and regions are already recycling at a higher rate. It's the Commission's responsibility not only to regulate the oil and gas industry, but also ensure that its regulations prioritize health, environmental justice, and resource conservation. Allowing a water water trading scheme weakens accountabilities. Citing new water facilities in DICs is simply unacceptable in 2025. We also support 350's comments around the consensus draft, and we urge the Commission to reject the water credit trading scheme, uphold the prohibition of new facilities in DICs. And we look forward to working with the Commission and the consortium as this program continues to develop.
Thank you very much for the commentary and being with us this morning. We now will hear from Irene Andres.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Murphy and ECMC for the opportunity to present my statement. My name is Irene Andrus, and I hold an environmental justice seat on the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. However, I'm not representing the consortium in this statement. Rather, I'm representing the Colorado Sierra Club. First, I'd like to thank Director Dalton and Commissioner Messner and the members of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium for their work, and state that the Sierra Club supports the recommendations to ECMC Produced Water rulemaking. I'm a retired IT business analyst, and my career spans many industries, including 7 years in the energy sector, largely supporting geoscientists and reservoir engineers. My career also included order fulfillment systems, inventory management, large-scale systems integrations for utilities and telecoms, and such. And serving on the consortium has provided a rare opportunity to interact with all stakeholders and hear their wants, their needs, and their priorities. And from my perspective, the best suggestion that I can offer for ECMC is to require that an infrastructure for recycling produced water be functional before completion operations begin for new development areas in the DJ Basin. The consortium notes that currently almost all produced water in the DJ goes to UIC wells due to the lack of infrastructure. The DJ Basin is very tight shale, and due to this characteristic, only approximately 20% of the water used in a completion operation returns as produced water at a significant decline curve. By having infrastructure in place at the start of the completion operations, we'd be able to capture that initial surge of produced water, keep it in the production cycle where it can add value as a resource instead of trucking it to a UIC well where it's disposed of as a waste product. We therefore have an ideal opportunity to employ a produced water infrastructure plan for the DJ Basin that will maximize efficiency while minimizing the impact on the environment and costs for energy companies. We have an opportunity and a talent here to do something truly innovative. Externalities occur when a requirement is not recognized during the design phase of a project. Part of environmental justice is to ensure that these requirements are recognized during system design by simply asking the question, does this design employ good stewardship of resources? Having a process for recycling produced water is good stewardship. To conclude, I'd like to say that this would reduce truck traffic and any associated accumulated impacts, reduce some of the need for storage ponds, reduce community inconvenience, reduce points of failure, decrease costs, and save time and resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us and presenting to us this morning, and thanks for being on the Produced Water Consortium. We now will hear from Jamie Geeson.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jamie Geeson, and I'm here to refer back to House Bill 23-1242. And I just want to make sure I'm concerned that this bill is being circumvented by the water trading system. And we can assure that it's not by just being transparent and vetting the process and referring this back to the water. Sorry, I have to refer to my notes, to the Water Consortium, the Produced Water Consortium, and to fully vet this. There were recycling targets set, and those targets were set for reasons, and they were thought through. And I want to make sure that those targets aren't circumvented by this trading system. Water is a precious resource that is weird pop-ups coming up on my screen. Water is this resource for all citizens, and once it's harder to clean up than it is to keep it clean. So sorry, I'm being distracted by some weird pop-ups that are coming up on my screen. I think you get where I'm going at. I'm just asking the commission to make this process transparent and to vet it and to return it to the water consortium and to make sure that the water trading system is not allowing the spirit of 1242 to be negated. I'll end there. You get what I'm trying to say, even though I'm missing what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
No, I think we understand the point you're making. Thank you very much for being with us and for presenting. We now will hear from Genevieve Walker.
Mr. Chair, we currently don't see Genevieve Walker in the audience
All right,
list.
then let's move on to Bobby Mooney, and we'll look for Ms. Walker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bobby Mooney. I work with 350 Colorado, but today I speak on my own behalf as a concerned Coloradan. Thank you for your service and for this opportunity. Each year, an additional 1% of Colorado's fresh water is converted to produced water, which is so severely contaminated that it is permanently destroyed. In response, HB 23-1242 requires operators to prove how they reduce freshwater use and increase use of recycled water without increasing emissions at each Colorado fracking location, and report how much freshwater is used, recycled, and disposed of. The proposed rules before you primarily focus on increasing recycled water while giving short shrift to the statute's goals to rapidly and substantially reduce freshwater use with no additional air pollution emissions. Some parties, but as noted, not all parties to the rulemaking, want to make it easier for operators to meet the recycling targets through a produced water credit trading system, allowing operators recycling above the targets to sell their extra recycled water credits to other operators unable to meet the targets. High recycling operators, for example, Western Slope operators, would allow Front Range operators to continue using the same amount of fresh water, making no actual change. The proposed rules fall into the same pattern we've seen too many times before, of affording the industry maximum flexibility while affording really no certainty to our communities that our scarce freshwater resources and air quality will be protected. This pattern leads to using the regulatory system to greenwash, creating a situation where there can be, on one hand, no meaningful reduction in freshwater consumption, and yet, on the other hand, through purchasing credits from the other side of the continental divide, oil and gas operators will be touting their achievements and leadership in water conservation. Coloradans deserve better. We deserve rules that offer regulatory certainty that our scarce freshwater resources and our precious air quality will be protected. Climate change is making both drought and air pollution worse in Colorado. So these rules are incredibly important. I urge the Commission to reject the proposed interbasin trading system and ensure the adopted rules actually achieve the mandate of the statute to reduce freshwater consumption without increasing air pollution emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney, for presenting to us and being with us this morning. We now will hear from Lynn Sullivan.
Hello, my name is Lynn Sullivan and I live in the Front Range of Colorado, and I thank you for your work and this opportunity to speak today. We probably all agree that the health of the Colorado River Basin and water resources is extremely challenged and has been for a long time. Knowing this, we must be careful, clear, and measured about the future of every drop of water. In this context, the three main objectives of HB 1242 are: number one, to rapidly and significantly reduce the use of fresh water used by oil and gas industries; number two, to increase the use of recycled water; and number three, to add no new emissions to the atmosphere from increased recycling of produced water. My understanding is that the draft rules before you today try to meet these goals through a trading system for produced water. And this raises three concerns. It seems clear that creating a commercial market to easily trade recycled produced water will not achieve the goal of reducing freshwater use. Logically, it would result in more production and therefore the use of more fresh water, particularly for those operators who don't meet recycling targets. A trading system that allows operators to trade credits across locations is not what the statute requires. Secondly, it's also very concerning that this draft removed air emissions reporting requirements that were in the original proposed draft rules. With some of the most polluted air in the nation, Colorado businesses and especially the government must protect our air quality. So requirements for increased reporting around emissions related to produced water recycling, including truck traffic, is actually an absolute necessity. And thirdly, as I understand it, today's consensus draft was developed by 9 of the 26 parties. Therefore, it's grossly misleading to call it a consensus draft. This latest draft contains significant changes from the September 2024 publicly released version, including changes made and released just 3 days before this hearing. All of these changes need to be comprehensively reviewed and vetted by the Produced Water Consortium, which has been tasked to do these types of studies. So, in conclusion, a produced water trading system is premature. I ask you not to support it. It should be returned to the entire Produced Water Consortium to be fully vetted before any rules are considered, let alone adopted. And finally, I ask you, please protect our fresh water and don't allow operators to circumvent the intent of the law, which is to reduce the use of fresh water used in oil and gas operations. When we take an honest, deep look at the stakes of getting this wrong, they are staggering. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, for being with us and presenting your thoughts to us this morning on this important topic. We now will hear from Karen Artel.
Hi, Karen Artel. I live in Larimer County. Thank you for the opportunity today. I appreciate the parties coming together to try and come to an agreement. That only 2 environmental groups are represented in the consensus agreement concerns me. The amount of water used in fracking is reported as 1% of water diversions annually. A Produced Water Consortium report notes that between 2011 and 2020, water used for fracking averaged around 26,000 acre-feet per year of Colorado's total water diversions. I would like to compare the annual amount of water used in Colorado for fracking to Northern Water's plan to build 2 new reservoirs to supply 15 northern Colorado cities, towns, and water districts with enough water to provide 13 billion gallons or 39,000 acre-feet of water annually, enough water for 80,000 families. My point is that fracking diversions are significant amounts of water and approach the amounts of water from new reservoirs to supply water for Colorado's increasing population. We shouldn't downplay the amount of water used for fracking and its almost total permanent loss to the water cycle. Approximately 87% of total estimated water used for wells approved in 2023 was on the Front Range. Front Range operators primarily use surface water for fracking wells and use less than 1% of recycled water. Estimated water use per well has shown to be underreported compared to actual water use. Because of the amount of fresh water used for fracking on the Front Range, reducing Front Range fresh water use should take priority. HB 23-1242 prohibited the placement of new centralized produced water storage or treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. Doing so would not comply with the Act. Placement in DI communities cannot be used as a bargaining chip. The rules should address emissions in this current rulemaking as the Act requires, and not by convening a stakeholder process and pushing this important issue to the future. The consensus agreement relies heavily on recycled produced water trading credit provisions, though the Act made no provisions for this. We need more study of the unintended consequences of these provisions. A credit creating system isn't necessary if operators have flexibility in meeting their targets by being allowed to use produced water alternatives. That is, water sources that are not returned to the water cycle. If trading credits are approved, trading should only be allowed in the same oil and gas basin that the credits originate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hartel. Appreciate the comments provided to us this morning on your behalf. We now will hear from Jan Rose.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this rulemaking that feels like forever ago that the bill was passed. I want to point out a couple of APA things to get started. It's extraordinary. I've probably been a party or a public commenter in more than a dozen rulemakings across multiple agencies. And I've never encountered a rulemaking in which I cannot find the apparently newest draft, referred to as the consensus draft, which is kind of a misnomer, either in the public docket or on the rulemaking page accessible from the ECMC homepage. So that kind of leaves me, scrambling because I can't read the supposed current draft. Also, it's extremely weird that the SBP is not going to be ready for another couple weeks because a lot of public comment is based around what is the basis and purpose of this bill. As one of the authors of the bill, I know what the basis and purpose is. And in my opinion, these draft rules are not satisfying the legislative intent or the actual statutory language of the bill. And just to put things in perspective, I want to make it clear that what we're trying to reduce is the use of an immense amount of diverted agricultural water from the Frico and the Rocky Mountain Ditch Company along the Front Range in the DJ Basin to be used for permanent loss from the water cycle for drilling and fracking. And we want that flowback water to be used to drill and frack the next well. So the legislation was written to encourage, if not mandate, on-site produced water recycling. And I point you to something that you already know, which is your September 1st report on produced water infrastructure that looked at a project in 2018 called the Niobrara Flowback Pilot. And you indicated that it was a successful pilot for on-site modular recycling. That was 7 years ago, and there are many, many more modular produced water recycling capabilities with companies headquartered here in Denver that we can use to do on-site produced water recycling, which not only reduces, if not eliminates emissions, assuming you used enclosed flowback, but also eliminates truck traffic, centralized E&P waste facilities, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to point that out as the intended goal of the legislation was on-site, not centralized. And finally, there's no credit trading system at all in the legislation. I don't know where this idea came from. I don't understand it when the goal of the legislation is to encourage and facilitate on-pad recycling. It was the commission who required. I see I'm out of time. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. Appreciate the comments and your being with us this morning. That concludes public comment, with the exception that we still had Genevieve Walker who had signed up, but we're not able to find Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, if you are around, raise your hand, and I believe that we'll try to get to you then. It is 10 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's check in to see if we can find Ms. Walker, and then we'll move to party presentations. At 10:10, we'll return. All right, welcome back. This is the produced water rulemaking before the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. Before we move on to next steps, which is hearing from stakeholders, I did want to address at least one concern I heard from public comment, and that is that folks have been speaking about a document that's been presented by some of the parties as the quote consensus draft. And there was concern raised that it's not consensus because there are other parties that do not agree with the draft. I just want to let everybody know that number one, I didn't name it. Two, we've not really had a situation in the rulemakings over the last 6.5 years that I've been involved with the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, in which this number of parties have actually gotten together and agreed to a consensus in terms of how to move forward. Three, while it may be named consensus draft, the commissioners all understand and can count. And so we know that there are parties that take issue with some or other parts of it, and we'll take that into account. So with that, I just want folks to understand we did need to name it something, and that's the name that's been given to it, and that's the name that the case management, all the different filings have used. So we'll keep that, but we do understand and note that there are parties that have legitimate differences of opinion with regard to how to move forward. And that's the whole reason we're having this rulemaking, is to let the commissioners make some determinations on produced water and rules around that as well. I would also note that it's important for us to take this matter up today and tomorrow, and to try to get to the right result for the state of Colorado. We were under a statutory mandate to get these rules adopted by the end of the year. We gave everyone a little more time to continue in the outreach among the stakeholders to get us to this place. But the next prudent step is for the commission to take up the matter and try to come to the right place for the state of Colorado. And so that's what we plan on doing. So it's not appropriate for us to sort of not take this up and then kick it back to the Produced Water Consortium for an indefinite period of time. We need to go ahead and act and then get some initial rules in place. And at least that's my opinion as one commissioner. So with that, we are going to move to party presentations. And the first presenting party is a presentation from Dave Neslin, counsel for Chevron, and Matt Sura, counsel for Larimer County, Longmont, and Conservation Colorado and Western Colorado Alliance. So, gentlemen, and we look forward to hearing from you next.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Let me begin with who we are and why we're here. I'm Dave Neslin, and I'm representing Chevron with my colleague Andrea Bronson, who will also be speaking. Matt Sura is here representing Conservation Colorado, Western Colorado Alliance, Larimer County, and the city of Longmont. We're jointly presenting the revised consensus draft rules to you on behalf of 12 parties who collectively developed the consensus rules and urge you to adopt them in this rulemaking. The consensus group uniformly supports the revised consensus rules, except that West Slope COGA disagrees with the prohibition on centralized E&P waste management facilities in disproportionately impacted communities, which they will later discuss with you separately. The other consensus parties won't be part of this presentation, but they're available to answer any questions that you have for them. And we understand that we will all have an opportunity to present additional information and rebuttal, if we wish, after the other parties have had their turn. And again, at the outset and on behalf of the consensus group, we'd like to thank Director Murphy and the staff for all of their work on this matter, which we have built upon. Now, let's discuss how the consensus rules were developed. Next slide. This rulemaking arises out of House Bill 23-1242, as you've heard, which directs you to adopt rules to establish, quote, an iterative and consistent schedule of dates that will significantly increase the usage of recycled or reused produced water and decrease the amount of fresh water utilized in oil and gas operations, close quote, and to base these rules on recommendations from the Produced Water Consortium. Next slide. Last fall, The ECMC staff began this rulemaking by issuing initial draft rules. The subsequent proceedings indicated that most parties disagreed with important elements of the staff draft, including the application of the recycled produced water targets to each individual OGDP. The 12 consensus parties then began working to develop a package of draft rules that would fulfill the purpose of the statute and be supported by all of the consensus group. This resulted in the consensus draft rules that were filed on February 6th. ECMC staff then reviewed the consensus draft and discussed it with the consensus parties. This led the staff and the consensus parties to agree upon revised consensus draft rules, which incorporate non-substantive editorial revisions involving wording changes and clarifications. The revised consensus draft rules were filed on February 24, and they're the subject of our presentation. I just want to say that virtually every sentence of the revised consensus draft was vigorously discussed, debated, and tested by the consensus group, who represent a variety of different perspectives. Matt, Andrea, and I represent only the tip of the spear of the more than 20 individuals who worked on and helped develop the revised consensus draft. The consensus parties include 2 ENGOs, Conservation Colorado and Western Colorado Alliance, 4 local governments, Adams County, Larimer County, the City of Longmont and Weld County, and 6 energy companies and associations, Chevron, Oxy, Civitas, API, Koga, and West Slope Koga. The ECMC staff participants included Director Murphy, Location Assessment Supervisor Noto, John Heil of the Environmental Group, Kevin Fletcher of the Location Assessment Group, and Assistant Attorney General Tessa Ward. And the participants included several members of the Produced Water Consortium, such as John Heil of the ECMC staff, witnesses for or advisors to a number of the consensus parties, and Kyle Davenport, who served as counsel to the consortium in the staff discussions. Next slide, please. The revised consensus draft rules are straightforward and reflect input from a broad range of interests. They build on the ECMC staff's draft rules, including some of their definitions and most of their reporting requirements regarding Forms 7, 5, 5A, and 47, vehicle mileage reporting, and waste management plans. Where the consensus draft rules diverge from the staff's draft rules is in how the recycled produced water targets are applied. The staff would have applied the targets to each OGDP individually, which could lead to Band-Aid solutions at the OGDP level, by which I mean compliance actions at well pads that are inefficient and impactful. This would be a particular risk where an OGDP involves remote areas that would require additional trucking and storage of produced water, or locations near urban areas where gathering and recycling produced water would be problematic. And I think you heard concerns regarding that kind of result from Boulder County this morning. In contrast, the revised consensus draft applies the recycled produced water targets to all of an operator's operations within a geologic basin during the 4-year period, which encourages the recycling of produced water where it is most effective and efficient. The 4-year period tracks the consortium's 4-year target periods, as well as the realities of large-scale drilling and completion programs. It also allows for seasonal limitations, such as wildlife restrictions and winter weather impediments, and for unplanned contingencies, such as supply chain and procurement constraints. This, in turn, has led to other differences between the staff draft and the revised consensus draft in how compliance is tracked and what happens if an operator underperforms or overperforms. Now, at this point, I'd just like to ask Matt Sura if you would like to share a few introductory comments as well.
Well, thanks, Dale. The legislation requiring this rulemaking created the Produced Water Consortium that consists of 31 people with diverse expertise, all tackling the common goal of increasing the amount of recycled produced water used by oil and gas operations. The consortium was tasked with an incredible amount of work and they achieved it all very well, given the time constraints and the holes in available data. The legislation required consortium reports to be, quote, inclusive of opinions of all members of the consortium, end quote. This effort was intended from the very beginning to be a collaborative effort. We are under no illusions that this consensus draft got everything right. But the consensus achieved did get us started in a collaborative fashion as the legislation intended. We are anticipating that this will be an iterative process, and we are supporting at least 2 additional rulemakings. As Director Murphy said, we hope that this type of collaboration will continue into future rulemakings. Next slide for Dave.
Now, Andrea and Matt will summarize and explain the consensus draft rules by answering 6 questions for you. What water counts toward the recycled produced water targets? What are those targets? How will compliance be determined and tracked? What happens if an operator is below the target during or at the end of a compliance period? And what happens if an operator exceeds the target during or at the end of a compliance period? We think the consensus draft answers all of those questions, and Andrea and Matt will now explain how and why that is the case. Andrea, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dave. So the first question that the rules answer is what water counts towards the targets? And there are 3 new definitions that apply to this question in the rules. First, recycled produced water, of course, will count toward the targets. This definition is taken directly from the staff draft. No changes have been made throughout the process. The next is recycled produced water alternative. And these are specific types of water that are listed in the definition. And they are brine resulting from reverse osmosis or other treatment that has a concentrated waste stream, waters from geologic formations that have been designated as exempt under Rule 802, waters from geologic formations that have a total dissolved solid concentration greater than 10,000 milligrams per liter, spent water from tank cleaning and hydro-test operations, and waters that would otherwise be disposed of in Class 1 or Class 2 UIC wells. And what all of these types of waters have in common is that they are of such low quality that they would have no other beneficial use and would either be injected into a UIC well or landfilled, or in the case of the deep high TDS groundwater, would never be used at all. And then finally, recycled produced water credits can also count towards the targets, which are tradable compliance instruments that represent 1 barrel of recycled produced water or recycled produced water alternative. Sorry about that. My mouse is apparently very sensitive. And Matt Sura will get into the issue of credits later in the presentation. Next question is what are the targets? So Rule 906C6A sets 4% and 10% targets in 4-year compliance periods that begin in 2026 and 2030. The 4% target beginning in 2026 requires that an operator's wells and OGDPs that are permitted after January 1st, 2026, within the same geologic basin must use a 4% minimum average of recycled produced water and recycled produced water alternative for well simulations that commence before January 1st, 2030. And for the 10%, all of an operator's combined oil and gas developments in a basin must use a 10% of recycled produced water and recycled produced water alternative for well simulations that begin before January 1st, after January 1st, 2030 and before January 1st, 2034. And these percentages also match those that were in the staff draft. So for targets after 2034, the rules contemplate that the consortium will continue to study the availability of produced water that is available for recycling, as well as the amount of storage that will be necessary to meet higher targets and any other topics, and to make recommendations to the Commission for targets in 2034 and 2038. The Commission would then convene a rulemaking in 2028 to consider the consortium's recommendations and adopt additional minimum averages for 2034 and 2038. This will allow time before the 2034 for planning for any additional targets. And if no rulemaking occurs, then the 20% and 35% targets that were set out in the consortium's recommendations would go into effect. The next question is, how is compliance determined and tracked? Compliance is measured using the aggregate percentage of all of an operator's applicable wells within a basin over a 4-year compliance period, those 4-year compliance period that we just discussed on the last slide. And the percentage is calculated using an equation that is included in the rules, and that is the total volume of recycled produced water used plus the total volume of recycled produced water alternative used, plus recycled produced water credits that are applied, minus recycled produced water credits created within the basin. And that all of those numbers would then be divided by, the sum of those would be divided by all water used for well simulations at all applicable wells within the basin during the compliance period. And this is tracked in 2 ways.
Hey, Ms. Bronson?
Yes?
Just holding just real quickly. It looks like we may have lost Commissioner Messner.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want him to miss out on the presentation. So give me just a second. Let me see if I can find him, and then we'll get back to going again. Apologies for that. All right. Hey, Commissioner Messner, are you with us? All right, give him a second. He's trying to get back in. His internet went down.
I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Great. We've got Commissioner Messner back with us. Ms. Bronson, if you want to back up to sort of wherever you think is appropriate to get going again, that would be great.
Sure. And I can't see everybody actually, so I'm not sure when you fell off, Commissioner Messner. Did you hear this slide, the compliance equation?
Why don't you restart at this
Okay.
slide? I think we lost him right at the beginning of it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. So compliance is measured using the aggregate percentage of recycled produced water used at all applicable wells within a basin over the 4-year compliance period, and this calculated using an equation that's set out in Rule 431 E2G, which is the total volume of recycled produced water used plus the total volume of recycled produced water alternative used plus recycled produced water credits applied minus recycled produced water credits created. And that is all divided by the total volume of all water used for well stimulations at all applicable wells within a basin during the relevant 4-year compliance period. And as I mentioned, Matt will cover the credits later in the presentation, so that will all become clear how those are added into this equation. And the calculation is tracked using two mechanisms. First is the Form 47, and that is operators have been using the Form 47 since the beginning of 2024, and it already includes reporting of total water use, volume of produced water that is disposed of, and the volume of produced water that is recycled and reused. And it's backward looking and looks at the previous quarter of an operator's water use in the prior quarter. So that, excuse me, the information that is in the Form 47 will be used to calculate this rolling aggregate target percentage and will be updated quarterly. The second tracking mechanism is an annual certification. And Rule 905C6D will require operators to submit an annual certification by April 1st of each year, beginning in 2027, that will provide whether the operator has met its recycled produced water percentage targets in the preceding year or years of a compliance period. And that the annual certification will take the information that has already been submitted in the Form 47s and put it into, but on an annual basis. And it is a belt and suspenders approach, and it is meant to organize water information such that the staff and others do not need to look through all Form 47s to get an annual snapshot of whether an operator is meeting the applicable compliance targets. And in year one of each compliance period, the operator must demonstrate that it has met 50% of the water usage percentage over all applicable wells for the compliance period. That is to give operators time to ramp up recycling at the beginning of each new target. And then in years 2 through 4, the operator must demonstrate it has met 100% of the water usage percentage over all applicable wells in that compliance period. So I will now turn it over to Matt, who will address compliance and the credit system.
Thank you, Andrea. So what happens if an operator is below the compliance target during the compliance period? These rules are not intended to be punitive. The goal is compliance. But the rules make it difficult for operators to not comply through increasing pressure. If at the end of a year, the operator is not able to certify it has met water reuse targets in the annual certification, that operator is then required to submit an annual compliance plan. This compliance plan must set out specific benchmarks the operator must meet to come back into compliance. The operators under a compliance plan will have to file quarterly compliance reports along with their quarterly Form 47s. These quarterly reports will need to continue until the operator comes back into compliance, meaning that they are meeting 100% of the water reuse target in the compliance period's rolling 4-year average. If an operator is under a compliance plan, the director at any time can take action necessary to ensure compliance with the produced water reuse target. That could include conditioning new OGDPs or caps, taking action on new drilling permits, Form 2s, for new completions or recompletions. Next slide. If at the end of a 4-year compliance period, the operator has failed to meet the targets, the operator is subject to additional requirements. At that point, they are no longer able to average their water use over an entire basin. Every OGDP and cap must now meet or exceed the new higher requirement for the next compliance period. Those conditions will be placed on all new OGDPs and caps. If an OGDP will not meet the minimum requirements, or the operator has not acquired necessary credits to meet those requirements, they will not be able to receive approval for the location or cap. Next slide. In addition, there is carryover from the last compliance period. The operator still has the obligation of reusing a volume sufficient to meet the requirements of the last compliance period on top of the new requirements. For example, if an operator needed to use 100,000 barrels of recycled produced water to meet the first compliance period of 4%, it will still have to reuse that 100,000 barrels before new recycling can be attributed to the new compliance period's higher targets. Next slide. What happens if an operator exceeds the target? That operator will probably choose to keep their compliance high in the event that they have a year within the 4-year compliance period that is lower. Remember, we are keeping a rolling average for their water reuse within the 4-year compliance period. If they do not see any concern with their own compliance, they may choose to create recycled produced water credits that can either hold on to or sell to other operators. So the idea of credit trading initially came from the consortium, but my clients, both local governments and conservation organizations, put forward the concept in our pre-hearing statement to protect communities. There are frankly some locations near residential areas that simply cannot or should not have additional tanks and trucking that would be necessary to recycle produced water. Our experience over the last 40 years for Western Colorado Alliance has shown that truck traffic and air pollution are some of the largest concerns of nearby residents. There are more rural locations where multiple locations and pipeline infrastructure can eliminate the need for trucks and large storage tanks. Overcompliance in those locations and the creation of credits will allow for less compliance in areas where recycling is impossible or would create conflicts with nearby residents. A credit represents 1 barrel of recycled produced water. The credits may be created at any time an operator exceeds 100% of compliance in a quarterly report Form 47. The operator uses those Form 47s to both create and transfer credits. Next slide. Credits can only be traded within the basin they were created. There seemed to be some confusion on this point from some of the public commenters, so I'll repeat. Credits can only be traded within the basin they were created. The credits can be transferred to any operators within the basin during the compliance period. We anticipate that those companies who have several different affiliate operators may want to trade between those affiliates. But they may trade with any operator within the basin or use the credits themselves anytime within the compliance period they were created and for 2 years into the next compliance period. Next slide. The ECMC staff will regulate the use of credits. The ECMC is tasked with maintaining a ledger to track the creation and trading of credits. And if an operator is found to have misused or misrepresented recycled produced water credits through an order finding violation or an administrative settlement, then they are no longer able to use the credit system at all. They cannot acquire, use, create, or trade credits. We hope to incentivize compliance and even overcompliance with the rules by creating this credit system. We expect that there will need to be adjustments to the system by the 2028 rulemaking. We may find that it is not working as well as we had hoped and changes are needed to the credit trading system, or we may find that it is working so well that we can raise the targets for upcoming compliance periods. Next slide. The last slide we have dedicated to concepts we hope will make it into the statement of basis and purpose. The first is a 9-month stakeholder process and a 2026 rulemaking to address air quality components that were intentionally left out of the consensus draft. Senate Bill 23-1242 requires, quote, for each oil and gas production basin, an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled or reused produced water without increasing emissions associated with oil and gas operations, end quote. The reporting requirements associated with ensuring we are increasing the use of recycled produced water without increasing emissions face hurdles that will require the assistance of the Air Pollution Control Division, ECMC staff, local government, industry, and nonprofit expertise. The staff's draft contained some good language on emission reporting, but the problem is that we do not have standardized methodology to accurately estimate these emissions. Questions need to be addressed, such as if an operator is receiving recycled produced water from a third-party recycling vendor, how are those emissions allocated? What is an operator's responsibility to verify third-party emissions? And how are emissions from dual-purpose equipment allocated? Other issues that should be considered are limits that might arise on the Front Range ozone non-attainment area. As Boulder County air quality expert Cindy Copeland stated, many of the parties to this rulemaking have been working since at least 2014 to limit the emissions of volatile organic compounds and NOx produced from oil and gas industry that contribute to our ozone problem. The Front Range RAC, as well as the Air Quality Control Commission, are having to look at smaller and smaller sources of emissions to try to combat our stubborn ozone problem on the Front Range. The legislation states that recycling should only occur without additional emissions, but being out of compliance with federal ozone standards may also limit what technologies may be employed on the Front Range. We are also proposing a rulemaking by 2028 that considers the 2034 and 2038 targets and other issues such as reporting, compliance, produced water alternatives, and credits. Of course, this proposed rulemaking does not preclude earlier action by the Commission on annual recommendations made by the consortium. I'll pass it back to Dave for closing remarks. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Let me wrap up by just making a couple of points about the consensus rules. First, they're transparent with extensive data and reporting regarding the generation, use, and transportation of produced water, recycled produced water, and recycled produced water alternatives, as well as quarterly and annual reporting on the operator's compliance with the recycled produced water targets. And where an operator is non-compliant with that target, then that operator's plans for and progress in achieving compliance, which must be reported again annually and quarterly. Second, the rules give the director and the staff a variety of tools for enforcing the recycled produced water targets, as Matt has highlighted. The director and staff can condition individual OGDPs and caps on compliance with the targets, and in fact is required to do so. The director can also require operators to take other actions necessary to achieve compliance by the end of the compliance period through a rule that mimics existing Rule 316D1, which gives the director similar authority regarding non-compliance with the NOx integrity targets and was adopted last year in the cumulative impacts rulemaking. Third, the 2026 and 2028 rulemakings will allow us to resolve issues that are difficult issues and to use and collect additional information, receive additional recommendations from the AIR stakeholder group and the consortium, and provide broader and more concerted consideration of these issues before rules are adopted. As Matt has explained, the 2026 rulemaking will allow you to address air emission reporting associated with recycled produced water. The 2028 rulemaking will allow the consortium to collect and evaluate additional data regarding the availability of produced water, the need for and consequences of adding additional recycled produced water alternatives, and other emerging issues such as storage, transportation, and air quality concerns. It will also allow you to fine-tune the rules to address any problems, constraints, or unintended consequences that have become apparent during the first 2 years. And it will still allow operators 6 years to plan for and develop any infrastructure needed to meet the 2034 targets. That concludes our presentation. Directors, we're happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. If you want to drop the screen share, we'll be able to see everybody a little bit better. And with that, commissioners, this panel is available for questions. One quick question that I could probably just throw out, it's pretty simple. This stakeholder group on air quality, is that meant to be a stakeholder group? Is that meant to be the Produced Water Consortium? Is that meant to be a little of both? Or do you have thoughts about that?
Chair Robbins, I'm happy to answer that. We believe it should be a new stakeholder group that would include participation by your staff, participation by CDPHE, and participation by local governments, ENGOs, and energy companies. We view the air issues as somewhat different than the water issues that have been the consortium's focus to this point in time. And we think that 9 months would be sufficient time for that stakeholder process to convene, to review the air issues in question, and provide you with recommendations by year end for a rulemaking next year.
Mr. Sir, are you in agreement with that answer?
Yeah, Dave hit it correctly. The Water Consortium was obviously, concerned with produced water reuse and recycling. And as you would imagine, a lot of the folks within that Produced Water Consortium have backgrounds in water, but not necessarily air quality. And certainly NGOs, local governments, and certainly the industry would have sent different people to deal with air quality issues. And this separate effort will allow them to do that.
Okay. Thank you for that. On another sort of real targeted issue, we heard from public comment, and it's obvious that the consensus draft is endorsed by 12 parties. Can you speak a little bit to the outreach that you may have done with regard to other parties? I mean, were they excluded? Were there invitations for inclusion, et cetera?
I can try to answer that. Certainly, everybody was included in the consensus draft, and we did not exclude anyone intentionally. And in the consensus draft, we did end up reaching out to a number of parties that we knew had some concerns with the consensus draft. We were not able to eliminate all of those concerns, and so the consensus parties remained at 12.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all for the work that you've done on this, the thought that you put on this. Anytime you come up with new ideas, it's hard. And it's hard to get different parties to come together and, think about things and try to come to some cooperative solutions. And so I appreciate the efforts that you made on this topic. Mr. Sir, I have a couple questions for you because I think these are important. I wonder if you could reiterate your thoughts on why you think the credit system is an important concept for the commission to consider as part of the produced water rulemaking.
Thank you for the question. I was not part of the Produced Water Consortium, but understand that this came up as an idea in the Produced Water Consortium, and the consortium just didn't have enough time to really vet it fully in that venue. But I think that it makes a lot of sense for the reasons that I mentioned, particularly because my experience and the experience of Western Colorado Alliance really shows that the biggest concerns for residents in areas that are being impacted by oil and gas development are truck traffic and air quality. And recycling produced water could contribute to both of those. And so in areas that are heavily residential, would like to see probably less recycling and allow for more recycling in those areas that are more rural and can accommodate additional truck traffic if necessary or larger tanks. The other issue is that ultimately my clients, Western Colorado Alliance and Conservation Colorado, believe that we're going to get to higher levels on the Western Slope and particularly the Piceance Basin. And right now, those operators are doing an incredible job at recycling up to 90% of water that is produced in those basins, which is fantastic. And we would want to have a requirement that is going to be pushing that amount of recycling. However, to do that would preclude having new operators come to that basin because they don't have the infrastructure necessary to be able to recycle at that level. Putting a requirement at, say, 80% would allow for some production of recycled produced water credits that could then be transferred to new operators to keep them, give them an ability to participate in oil and gas development in the Piceance Basin.
Thanks for that. We heard from some initial public commenters here, or certainly there's some comments in pre-filed testimony from some of the parties that there's concern that a credit system may not actually decrease the amount of fresh water that's being utilized in oil and gas activities. What are your thoughts on whether or not the credit system would in fact decrease the amount of fresh water that's being utilized in oil and gas activities?
If we find that it's not, because there's already, some operators that are knocking it out of the park, and that's not the case on the Front Range from what we know. We're not producing 4% or recycling 4% currently on the Front Range. But if we find that there are some operators that are suddenly able to recycle 10% over the first few years, then the recycling targets can be raised. And we're anticipating that they will need to be, because we are hopeful that some of the larger operators in some of the more remote areas that have a number of oil and gas locations that can share water are going to be able to recycle more than the required 4% or even the 10% quite quickly. And again, that should be able to raise those targets. And for the basin, we're going to be achieving even more recycling than we would without the targets, without the credits.
Mr. Neslin?
Yeah, Commissioner, if I could just add to what Matt has just explained, which I agree with. I think the credit system is going to reduce the use of fresh water by encouraging overcompliance by operators. Encourage operators to go beyond the applicable target, because they can use that overcompliance, they can convert it into a credit, which, for example, my client Chevron, let's say that Noble is above the target and PDC is below the target. Those are two Chevron affiliates. Noble can trade credits to PDC so that both subsidiaries are above the target, and PDC doesn't have to go through the annual and quarterly compliance planning and compliance reporting process. I think also that some of the concern I heard in the public comments reflected some misunderstanding that I hope we've cleared up here, that credits cannot be traded between basins. Credits can only be created and used within a basin. So we're not going to face a situation in which Front Range operators attempt to meet the targets by acquiring credits from the West Slope. That's prohibited.
Thanks for that. And part of it too has to do with the expiration. So I wonder if you could reiterate the expiration on these credits, because I have heard some concern that there may be operators that are generating so many credits that they're cornering the market for credits. But I'm hearing you say that there's a clear expiration that's associated with these so that these credits are used within a pretty short amount of time, which ultimately still decreases the amount of fresh water that's being used overall in oil and gas operations in the state. But I just want to be clear on the expiration piece.
Certainly, Commissioner, and I think Mr. Sura addressed this as part of his presentation, but I can appreciate your desire to be crystal clear on this point. A credit can be, when a credit is created, it has to be used within that same 4-year compliance period or during the first 2 years of the next compliance period. The idea being, in the first year or two of the compliance period, the target is going to increase significantly, and the operator may need a year or two to figure out how it wants to apply that credit, use that credit. But a credit does not continue indefinitely, which we think makes it much less possible for someone to try to corner the market with credits or achieve a monopoly situation.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. I don't have any further questions. I do think, Mr. Sura, as you indicated, this was a concept that was contemplated by the consortium, and due to time constraints, didn't think that we would be able to come up with a resolution in the time that we had before providing recommendations to the commission for this rulemaking. Certainly the reports that were developed by the commission contemplated that as we increase the amount of produced water reused and recycled at different locations around the state, the potential for impacts certainly increases. And I appreciate your creativity in looking ways to ensure that we are still meeting reuse and recycling targets and decreasing the amount of fresh water that's being utilized while still looking at addressing those potential impacts associated with that increased amount of reuse and recycling. So certainly interested in hearing other folks' thoughts, but appreciate your work on this.
Other commissioners with questions for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Chair Robbins, and thank you for this presentation. I want to build on the questions that Commissioner Messner had a little bit with respect to the credit trading. And this is something I know I asked you about before, but I'm curious why the credit trading, if you can go into a little bit more detail about that, why the credit trading when we don't use a credit trading process for meeting greenhouse gas intensity. We don't use a credit trading for meeting the NOx intensity, et cetera. And so if you could go into a little bit of detail about why you chose the credit trading in this situation.
Well, I certainly can't give you an explanation as to why we haven't used credit trading in, say, greenhouse gases and those types of issues. It wasn't something that came up as I recall in those rulemakings, but credit trading for greenhouse gases and cap and trade systems are widely thought to be one of the best ways for us all to reduce greenhouse gases globally, not just in the United States, but globally. It's not something that has taken off, but most large NGOs that are concerned with conservation and the reduction of greenhouse gases feel that is an important path forward. It works in this instance because it is, something that is tangible. We know how many gallons are being used. We can count those quite easily, and we can create those credits based on the actual volume that is being used over what is required to be used. The calculation in this case is much easier than it would be in some of the air quality concerns that you were mentioning. So that would be one reason I think that in this case it makes more sense, or maybe it's a bit easier than it would be in trading credits for emissions.
If I could add to what Mr. Sura has said, Commissioner, I would simply note that in addition to the consortium, Matt and his clients raised the idea of a credit trading system in their briefing for the rulemaking. I think Adams County did as well. So several parties raised this. And as just speaking for myself and from Chevron's standpoint, as we looked into this, we thought that a credit trading system as set forth in the consensus rules could be achieved without undue burden for the staff or operators or others that, through the process that Matt has explained and is set forth in the rules, we could try this credit trading process and do so without unduly burdening the staff or creating lots of additional administrative obligations and reporting obligations. So those would be a couple of reasons. And again, assuming that you will undertake a kind of a follow-up rulemaking in 2028, if not sooner, then that would be a chance for you to assess how the credit trading system is working in practice after it's been in effect for a couple of years, and identify whether there are wrinkles that need to be ironed out or problems that weren't foreseen or consequences that aren't intended that need to be addressed. So, in my mind, it's almost like you're beta testing the credit system over the next couple of years.
And just to follow up on what Dave just said, if it turns out that the credit system is flawed and isn't working at all, then, certainly encourage you to drop the credit system. But we think that it can work and it will work, and it will increase compliance and more recycling of produced water.
Thank you. I think that's my only question for now.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Messner?
Sorry, a couple other questions. From a compliance standpoint, and I just want to make sure that I understand the compliance piece of this and that other stakeholders do as well. I understand the process that's being contemplated moving forward, and I think we've heard from some stakeholders about concerns of regarding the inability to deny or to deny future applications, or having a condition of approval, including the potential to deny future applications based on noncompliance for produced water reuse and recycling targets. I wonder if you could just talk about that and whether you feel that compliance contemplates the potential at some stage for an option as far as denying future applications based on noncompliance and or issuance of NOAVs for noncompliance at some point through the process.
Certainly, I'll take a stab at that. And I mentioned this a little bit in my presentation, but I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. There is required compliance. If they are out of compliance, even within the first year, they start getting into a compliance plan. And the director has all sorts of tools at her disposal to be able to require compliance. If at the end of the 4-year period, they still aren't meeting those targets, then they're kind of in double jeopardy. They get into a place where they're looking at each individual application and requiring that application to demonstrate how they're going to achieve compliance. So not only achieve compliance with a higher standard in the new compliance period, but also to make up for what they missed in the past compliance period. That is going to be a higher standard. And there may be applications that don't meet that standard that will have to be denied. And I don't anticipate that it'll happen. I'm hoping that they'll be able to find credits and to come back into compliance, or to find ways of recycling more in these new locations. But I can certainly see a scenario where they will not be able to do that, and those applications will have to be denied. And in terms of violations, these targets are going to be required, and these certainly an OGDP is going to have conditions of approval. If those conditions of approval for meeting these higher recycling and reuse targets are not met, violations will follow, and that will follow with penalties.
Thanks for that. Final question, and I swear it's my final question this time. There are some folks that may or may not think that this proposal meets the statutory obligations of HB 23-1242. And so just want to hear from your perspective why you think it meets those statutory directives.
Dave, do you want to take it?
Yeah, let me begin, and then Matt and Andrea can add to what I have to say if they wish. I think, Commissioner, the two most relevant provisions of the statute are Section 134(5)(e), Roman 1, capital A, which, as you know, requires an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled produced water for each oil and gas production basin. And Section 134(5)(e), Roman 1, capital B, which requires an iterative and consistent schedule to be developed by the consortium of dates that will significantly increase the usage of recycled and reused produced water and decrease the amount of fresh water utilized in operations in the state. So the statute, the relevant portion of the statute, talks about decreasing the use of fresh water, increasing the use of recycled water at the basin level and on a statewide basis. It does not impose any restriction requiring that this occur on each and every OGDP. So I think the statute is consistent with the approach taken in the consensus rules that would apply the targets basin-wide. I think there has been some well-intended confusion on that point, but I think the statute is clear, and I think the consensus draft is consistent with the statute in applying the targets basin-wide and in encouraging reductions of fresh water and increases in recycled produced water through mechanisms such as the credit trading process.
I agree with everything that Dave said. I want to quote the entire phrase that he mentioned. For each oil and gas production basin, an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled or reused produced water without increasing emissions associated with oil and gas operations. I think there are two areas where the draft falls short, but we are intending to have subsequent rulemaking to make up for those shortcomings. The first is that we're looking at each oil and gas production basin. I believe that the regulations put forward are the best that we have now based on the information we have, but ultimately we're going to be receiving better information this year that can and should lead to a basin by basin analysis and basin by basin targets. The next is the interest of allowing for an increase in produced water reuse without increasing emissions associated with oil and gas operations. This emissions issue, we've already mentioned quite a bit. We haven't addressed it as it needs to be, and that's why we're looking at a very short time frame of 9 months to be able to get a stakeholder group in place and a rulemaking at the beginning of 2026 to address that very issue.
Thank you for your responses. I appreciate your perspectives.
Other questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, we'll let the panel move away. And why don't we take 5 and return for the next panel? We've got several others this morning and this afternoon. Let's return at 11:15. If we can go ahead and empanel the next group, that would be great. All right, we will continue with the parties' cases in chief. We now have a presentation from Greenhouse Connection Center.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you, and we also see your PowerPoint.
Perfect. Thank you. Next slide. My name is Harmony, and I've dedicated the last 3 years to water conservation in oil and gas. I was the bill champion for HB 23-1242. I'm a member of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, representing an environmental seat, though the views expressed in this presentation are independent and not reflective of the consortium. I have 8 years of experience in oil and gas as an accountant and data analyst, and I currently work in spaces advocating for DICs and environmental policy. I've done years of stakeholder engagement and had conversations regarding water and produced water with environmental orgs, labor, impacted communities, industry, faith groups, local governments, state agencies, youth, agriculture, elected officials. Everyone cares about and needs water. What we've learned through this process: when we set out to create water conservation legislation, we used the best available information to calculate what's possible regarding recycling of produced water. We used the ECMC dashboard to determine the amount of produced water volumes, and we divided this by the water needed per well for the DJ Basin from the cumulative impacts report. And we estimated that roughly 1,200 wells could be completed. We did a similar calculation for 2023 with around 1,300 wells. And we acknowledge the limitations that this was statewide data, some fresh water is needed for completions, and other logistical barriers. Though we needed a starting point, and this was the best available at the time. This immediately brought to light the need to have water usage and produced water volumes by basin. Over the years, the volumes have not been adding up for me, and I have been wondering, where is the produced water in the DJ Basin? 2 things have come to light. When we were provided produced water by basins, I totaled these amounts and compared it to the original dashboard volumes. After months of emails and questions, it was discovered that the produced water volumes available to the public have been overstated in the dashboard by close to double of what is actually available. This is due to the dashboard including produced water volumes and injected disposal volumes, which essentially double counts the DJ Basin. Almost every barrel is disposed of. This error has been happening for years. It is substantial and would have not been discovered without external stakeholders questioning the data. There is significantly less produced water than we thought available for recycle. Our updated calculations show that when we take the new available information, that now there's only about roughly enough in the DJ Basin for 260 wells to be completed per year. And again, this greatly reduces what we thought was originally possible. There's a need to focus on the DJ Basin. And the second realization that is very unique to this area is that for every barrel, 1 barrel of water that goes downhole, only 0.25 to 0.5 barrel return to the surface. No one can tell me where this water goes and what the impacts are. This means that there is significantly less produced water available in the DJ for recycle. It's imperative for these rules to address the DJ Basin because 90% of the fresh water in the sector is used here. Operations require significantly more water per well, and it represents a large current share of current and future permits. In addition, they are recycling less than 1% of the water simply because it is cheaper and easier to pull fresh water each time. And there are already significantly high recycling rates happening in the Piceance Basin. Additional data issues and concerns. The documentary Watering the West focuses on farmers in Weld County who lease water, mineral, and land to municipalities in oil and gas, and the whole system seems a bit murky. Many stakeholders question if all the water is being reported and accounted for properly, especially when water rights and use change hands. It has been noted that the new Forms 7 and 47 will improve data accuracy over time. However, the sample size is still small. We question how many operators are complying with these new reporting requirements. We know forms have been received, but how many operators is this reflected of? Shouldn't all operators who are in production be complying and reporting, even if the report is showing 0 for water? If not, who is tracking this and what is the ramifications for not reporting? Further, the ECMC IT teams have not built reports from the Form 7W or the 47 data yet, but we need this data to make these decisions. Other significant data discrepancies that have been happening over the years are the dashboard example for produced water I just gave. Many OGP water estimates are half of what actuals, even though it's a limited set that is compared, having this comparison. Requests for 2022 freshwater usage revealed a reporting error understating usage by 30% when between reported and calculated volumes. Air emissions have been off by up to 90%, and I understand that's not in the ECMC, but it adds to the overall public not having faith in the data. Adding to the mistrust is the recent discovery of the falsification of records by third parties submitted by operators. Another key important data point is cumulative totals of fresh water usage and produced water by basin. This is a key metric that is needed data point and is annual cumulative water usage. Cumulative totals is something we advocated for in the legislation, but didn't make it into the final bill. This is important for making informed decisions about recycling capacity, a key metric for evaluating fresh water use, the key to determining if the sector is conserving water, and important for transparency to the public to measure and monitor the progress of these rules. The true path, excuse me, 'tis the season, the true path to reducing freshwater usage. Water sharing agreements. Many operators across the country regard this as a key factor to increase industry cooperation and recycling. Chevron notes that this is helping them to achieve 98% reuse in the Appalachian region, though I acknowledge that this region uses significantly less fresh water. However, the same collaborative methodology can be applied in other areas, including the DJ Basin. The sharing of water infrastructure and treatment facilities, new advances in treatment technology, and the need for a definition and standards for treated produced water with fit for use for storage and transportation logistics that do not see an increase in emissions are safe to the public and environment and wildlife. Essentially, treating the produced water to remove emissions and hazardous materials. The creation of fit-for-use standards for safe storage and transport will greatly increase logistical capabilities and greater recycling. In regards to the census draft, it is important to note that not all perspectives are reflected, including ours, and I proactively reached out to the industry's legal counsel to talk about the need for treated produced water standards. I must have missed the invitation to participate in these conversations. That said, we do agree with some things coming from the consensus draft. We agree with a credit system for a single operator over a period of time to meet the recycling targets. The additional produced water alternatives, though noting not to expand the definition in the future to include additional water sources that have other beneficial use. And we also want to highlight Chevron's success in water highlights the points above and how we look to them as water recycling leaders globally, and that they are one of our biggest operators here in the state, and they can look to themselves to how to do this better. Important to note that Chevron and the other top operators are making hundreds of millions of dollars in profits, and our water and environment are paying the price. Additional concerns and unintended consequences. Not all water treatment is equal. We need fully vetted water treatment and reuse standards that are not currently in place. We need to establish safe treated water standards for in-field reuse. I also fear for the creation of a super operator, especially in the DJ Basin, where one operator will control all the produced water credits and self-determines if and who they sell them to anyone else. Also, leading to the pathway to a commodities market for produced water. Many environmental groups and impacted communities pulled their support for HB 23-1242 in fears of creating a commodity market for produced water and seeing the slippery slope that this creates. It's important to also consider, if we're going to talk about a commodities market, to consider an injection fee on disposal of produced water. This drives operator behavior towards recycling and can create needed funding for improved data systems and staff for reporting verification, additional field inspectors to verify on recycling and monitor spills and emissions, provided funding for the Colorado Produced Water Consortium for needed in-field research and pilots. We recognize this rulemaking cannot enact an injection fee, though wanted to highlight the need if we're going to talk about a credit trading system. Further, data information. We reiterate the need for greatly improved data quality systems and when it comes to water and all facets of data needed to make informed permitting decisions in order to truly be protective of public health and environment. This information needs to be complete, verified, accurate, transparent, and easy to be utilized by stakeholders, including the public. Are the current data systems and review processes in place to accurately and competently account for a credit system? Many stakeholders do not have confidence in the data that is currently available today for straightforward volumes. If you had a major health issue, would you want this level of accuracy, information sharing, and synchronizing for your care? Quantities off by 90+%, incomplete information, hard to use, not communicating with each other. I understand the complexities and hear that improvements are on the way. Until those are in place, it might not be as best to add additional complexities to this system. For the consensus draft, one thing that we would like to definitely have redlined is in item 6, where it says an operator found by the commission to have intentionally misrepresented, produced their information. We would like to see that word intentionally removed, especially given light of what's just happened with falsification of records. Operators need to be accountable for their reporting compliance and quality regardless of their intent. Further, the public needs operators and state agencies to be accountable for their data quality. Many stakeholders believe it is unfair for water use to be used to the point of extinction, and we question if these consensus draft rules will result in the much needed freshwater reduction. Additional concerns. No matter how we move forward, it's imperative that recycle targets are off of actual water use, not OGDP estimates. The consensus draft is written this way, but this requires additional analysis from ECMC staff that is currently limited in this space. We ask for additional reporting, audits of water treatment agreements, contracts, and invoices related to produced water treatment, and a third-party audit of the credit ledger, if that one is to be created. And field inspections of water recycling infrastructure and processes, including spills, emissions monitoring, and other potential safety and environmental hazards. These additional steps will ensure that recycling is happening and happening safely. All water data and the credit system need to be available to the public. And then we just ask and we really question, will a credit system reduce fresh water? Many are questioning the effectiveness to cap and trade systems to achieve their intended goals. Further, from my time in the industry, there's a lot of non-reporting or reporting in the gray area because we will know we will probably not get caught. Concerns that this system is a chain of paper transactions that is hard to track and verify and will not result in the needed reduction of fresh water. We advocate for the following considerations. Improve data accuracy, transparency, and usability, including all water data by basin, including annual totals and any credit system ledger. Bring in a third party to audit, harmonize the data, and streamline reporting, synchronizing CIDR, COGIS, ONGAIR, the dashboard, and water data. Refer to the Colorado Produced Water Consortium and other pertinent state agencies for further guidance on the produced water credit system for third-party operators, produced water standards for fit for use, reuse, storage, and transport, produced water-related air emission baselines and needed modeling and monitoring. Continue evaluation of water conservation results and revising targets when new data, infrastructure, advances, and technology become available. Water is life. I want the water back, but our Mother Earth needs the water back. Every living ecosystem needs water, and we are not separate from our environments. We ask you to do everything in your power to protect Colorado's water supply from the forever implications of oil and gas on our limited water resources. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cummings, for the informed presentation to the commission with your group's perspectives. The witness is available for questions. Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. Thanks for the information, Ms. Cummings. So at the end there, you had talked about a couple of recommendations that you'd like to see come out of this rulemaking, and one of them was to have the Produced Water Consortium work on fit for use concepts. And no, I think that's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. And so I wonder if you could just talk a little bit more about what you would like to see the consortium do around that topic.
Definitely. In the research for the legislation, visiting different recycling facilities and ongoing conversations, we see this as one of the first and most important points to actually physically increasing recycling. And that is to remove any hazardous things out of the water for different criteria. And that might be different standards, whether we're reusing that downhole already, because I know there's some things that we might not recondition water, but especially as we add in these alternative water supplies that maybe have, or things that come from operators that have already existing constituents and chemicals in them, I think it's really important that there is some sort of metric standard before we additionally put those downhole continually. In addition, once we have a standard to allow for storage to happen in larger pits, where there's not having the negative impact from emissions or any other negative environmental impacts, that would greatly increase the ability for the industry to store greater amounts of water, daisy chain ponds together, also pool water together amongst different operators like they do in different states, and really open up the door to in the field physical reuse that is different than a paper transaction credit system. Does that make sense? And there could be different levels for downhole, storage, and transportation for what these standards, accounting for salt, accounting for iron, accounting for hydrocarbons, air emissions. There were standards already reflected from Pennsylvania where they did a de-wasting permit that could be a baseline. There's some EPA standards. And I can't remember exactly what the rule is, 437, that has certain criteria as well. But what I have found from my research is that all of these standards don't seem fully complete or that I'm confident in. And I think that the consortium would be a great place that has such a diverse group of stakeholders to make sure that we are accounting for many potential unknowns or things that we didn't think to look of before.
Okay, thanks for that. Second question, and I think this was one of your recommendations as well, was to have the consortium work on air emissions associated with produced water reuse and recycling. And other folks are contemplating a separate stakeholder group with maybe more expertise around air emissions associated with it, but perhaps including participation from the consortium. And so I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I sit over in an APCD space for Community Environmental Justice Advisory, where on a monthly basis, we're giving presentations on different air quality issues, what's being done, and things like that. I think that there's already a group that we could tap into for the community perspective. We already do have the Produced Water Consortium folks, and so I'm not fully sure that completing a whole new stakeholder engagement group, but maybe a subgroup of the Produced Water Consortium or something like that. But that is something new. Again, I was not involved in the consensus draft conversations. So that is a new to me of what we are learning about today. And I do want to reiterate what the public commenters said today about not knowing about that draft, hard for it to be found. And again, we could have called it a collaborative group of some people instead of a consensus group if we needed a better title. But I would want to think about that. I think air emissions is incredibly important to the stakeholders involved when we were doing the outreach for this legislation, absolutely one of the top concerns. And I know that Earthworks submitted some written public comments about some of their findings using their OGI camera of what they're finding in site. And I do think that there does need to be an additional rule around emissions modeling, monitoring, and then figuring out how to pay for those things. And outside of just operators reporting, but there also needs to be a verification from the state level of what's currently happening and what's going to happen in the future, because we don't have those baselines in place.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Oath?
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Cummings. Just one follow-up on the topic of wanting to have the consortium work on kind of what I think I am understanding you saying kind of treatment criteria for produced water. So it brings to mind to me requirements and regulations adopted by the Water Quality Control Commission in their Regulation 84, where they've, worked on different categories of water, what in each category, what some of the treatment standards are, and then what type of uses each of those categories of water is appropriate for. So I'm just trying to understand what you're envisioning that the consortium work on and how it fits with or is similar to, different than kind of what exists there, to the extent that you know.
That would feel like similar to what is known, but for many, the concerns around produced water are the unknowns. Materials that have been trapped deep underground for millions of years have gone through tremendous amounts of, like, 3 miles, 5 miles down. We just don't know what's been down there, as that is mixed with fracking chemicals, the hydrocarbons brought back to the surface and then reused multiple times. I think that's very different than any water quality that's been to date, because it's such a different material that's ever been looked at before. And so I do think it needs additional considerations, especially with salts and other things that maybe are not at the water quality for surface water or other waters that would have been studied and evaluated.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Further questions for the witness?
There are two things that came up that I do want to just interject real quick. And on the cap and trade system, I participated in the GEM 2 rulemaking at the Air Quality Control Division, and they did implement their proposal of that. And what they're projecting there is actually an increase in pollution in impacted communities in the short term instead of a decrease in, which is counterproductive to what the rules and the legislation was intended to do. I think there's a number of places and spaces that have concerns about the validity and effectiveness of these systems, and I do think it's significantly premature at this time. In addition to what we heard about trucks traffics too, I'm a mom who runs a community space, doing the best to have a lot of conversations about a topic that I care a lot about. But one of the things that I'm hearing right now is that there's already a lot of truck traffic because the limitations around injection wells in other counties outside of Weld County. And so that is something that I think is important to understand what and that is why we added that in the legislation, is because we don't fully understand the trucks that are happening in place being reported on that we can express today as a baseline to determine if something is increasing trucks or decreasing trucks, but really stating that that's something important to so many communities and something we need to give more time and attention to.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, we'll let you move off the screen and listen in to the rest of the presentations.
Thank you.
With that, next up is Citizens for a Healthy Community. If we can get them up quickly, we'll just keep rolling. Otherwise, we can take a quick break. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you want to screen share or what is your pleasure?
Yes, let me just bring that up, Chairman Robbins, one moment. Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mirko Cruz with NEC Cruz LLP. I represent Citizens for a Healthy Community. With me today is Natasha Leger, Executive Director at CHC, and she will be available to answer any questions at the end of the presentation, and she might chime in as well. I wouldn't be surprised. We appreciate this opportunity, the efforts of all the parties and staff that's engaged in this rulemaking, and of course your attention in this important rulemaking. CHC is a nonprofit citizens group of about 500 community members and organizations based in Paonia, and representing in part Delta County on the West Slope. CHC is dedicated to protecting the North Fork Valley and the broader Delta County's region's air, water, and its food sheds from the impacts of oil and gas development. I'm sorry, I'm going to move this over. As it relates to this rulemaking, CHC is particularly concerned about the use of scarce fresh water on the West Slope for oil and gas operations and the potential for adverse impacts due to produced water and recycled produced water. CHC members want to see the rules achieve the three core objectives of the statute, and that's to rapidly and substantially reduce water use, that is freshwater use in oil and gas operations, to increase the use of recycled produced water, and no new emissions. The North Fork Valley and the West Slope are warming disproportionately compared to the rest of the state, and that's represented here in this graphic. And the Colorado River Basin, as we all know, is facing severe declines from drought and aridification. So the issues in this rulemaking are particularly important to CHC. In order to achieve these statutory goals, though, what CHC is really seeking from these rules is some certainty. And that certainty that fresh water use in oil and gas operations will be accurately reported and verified, certainty that the recycled produced water standards will lead to a meaningful reduction in fresh water use, certainty that if the standards are not met, there will be a meaningful enforcement and accountability for operators, and finally, certainty that recycled produced water will not lead to adverse impacts. Right now, the revised consensus draft provides a lot of flexibility and a lot of leniency at the expense of that certainty that the mandates and goals of HB 1242 will be upheld. And I'll get into each of these 4 points in depth more through this presentation. But quickly, I just want to mention that CHC does not oppose flexibility per se for operators to meet these regulations. You know, we can appreciate the challenges that operators face with these new produced water regulations. And if the same outcome can be achieved with flexibility for operators, that's great, and CHC is all for it. But what cannot happen is a change in outcome in the name of flexibility. What cannot happen is providing so much flexibility that the recycled produced water targets become meaningless and the promises of HB 1242 are not met. So I'd like to get to that bill now. HB 1242, and this going to our first primary point here, certainty with fresh water reporting and verification. HB 1242 touched on this point. It noted that the collection of oil and gas operations' water use data will help determine the best solutions for reducing the use of fresh water. And in order to satisfy these requirements, the proposed rules should require the operator to, in addition to what's already provided in the consensus draft, they should require the operator to provide applicable water court decrees, well permits, and administrative approvals for each water source that operators intend to use. I don't think this is asking too much. Local governments require proof of ownership in land use applications and demonstrate an applicant's ability to comply with those local land use regulations. ECMC requires proof of federal leases and surface use agreements when the operator doesn't own the surface estate. And similarly, proof of water rights are instrumental to ECMC's ability to rapidly and substantially reduce freshwater use in oil and gas operations. So we simply request that as part of operators, what they submit with those water disclosures in their report is their water court decrees, permits, and administrative approvals. The rules should also clarify that diversions under free river conditions must be made pursuant to approvals from a local water commissioner or the division engineer. And free river conditions essentially mean there's enough supply in the stream to satisfy demand, to satisfy all the water rights that want to actually divert from the river. And so free river conditions are really highly circumstantial. They're dependent on the stretch of the river, the time of the year, and the local call regime. And so therefore, we feel like it must be clarified in the rules that the local water commissioner should be involved in determining free river conditions, and that the operator should get that approval before diverting pursuant to those conditions. And on this first point, certainty with freshwater reporting and verification, up on the slide is a couple red lines that CHC proposes that go to the points that I just mentioned. We have a full red line draft of the revised consensus draft. It was much too unwieldy to include in a PowerPoint. But we will be submitting that red line draft with our presentation as it's required to be filed in the docket. So we'll get that filed if the commissioners want to take a closer look. But I wanted to put some of the more important red lines up on the screen that for the commissioners to view, and we can revisit these in depth if the commissioners would like to. But moving on, second overarching point, communities need certainty that these rules will provide for a meaningful reduction in freshwater use. And HB 1242 requires the commission to adopt new rules that require, quote, rapid and substantial reduction of the use of fresh water and the increases in the recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations. And this is, of course, a lofty goal, and the statute uses ambitious language, but that's what's required. And CHC is concerned that the recycled produced water rules will not provide the certainty that fresh water use for oil and gas operations in Delta County will be rapidly and substantially reduced. Going back to the September notice draft, those rules required operators to meet their recycled produced water targets on a site-specific basis, on an OGDP basis. And now the revised consensus draft replaces this compliance standard with recycled produced water targets that can be met through, one, a basin-wide average as an average over a 4-year compliance period, so both a spatial and a temporal averaging, and by using recycled produced water alternative in lieu of recycled produced water. So that's already a lot of flexibility, but in addition, the revised consensus draft also provides for a credit system that has been the subject of a lot of discussion already. Provides that credit system for recycled produced water if those targets still cannot be met. And ultimately, the question is whether all this flexibility will actually lead to a rapid and substantial decrease in fresh water use and increase in recycled produced water. Or will this just become a regulation that operators can navigate on paper, become a paper exercise, without any real on-the-ground impact to reduce fresh water? More than just being inconsistent with the overarching mandate of HB 1242, implementing the recycled produced water targets across operations and through traded credits appears inconsistent with HB 1242's requirement for site-specific targets. And in many places, HB 1242 describes those recycled produced water use and reporting on a site-specific basis, not as a basin-wide or flexible requirement. And up on the slide are some specific examples of that language that the bill used to describe the requirements of the bill using site-specific language. And all of this flexibility is also inconsistent with Senate Bill 19181, which, of course, as you all know, that bill effectuated a sea change for ECMC, ensuring that fostering oil and gas development is no longer permitted under the ECMC's mission. The Commission's mandate is now to regulate oil and gas operators to protect and minimize against adverse impacts. And allowing flexible recycled produced water targets fosters that oil and gas development by giving industry the lenience needed to allow all oil and gas operations to meet their targets to the detriment of public health, safety, and the environment. At a minimum, though, a credit trading system needs to be further evaluated from a legal and technical perspective before adoption. And for the reasons I mentioned previously, the credit system should be evaluated by the AG's office to determine whether it can be administered consistent with HB 1242 and its contemplation of site-specific targets. Additionally, from a technical perspective, the credit trading system should be further evaluated by the PwC. A credit trading system could be difficult to manage even with accurate data, and the recycled produced water credit system would make verification and enforcement more complex and burdensome. And such issues, we believe, at a minimum, should be further studied and evaluated before adopting such a drastic departure from site-specific targets. And on this second point, certainty in reducing fresh water use, again shown here are some of CHC's requested red lines for the produced water targets. The first shows a change back to site-specific standards that we had in the notice September draft, and the second rids of the credit system. Again, we have a full draft with our red lines that we'll file into the docket. Third, the rules should provide certainty that if targets are not met, there will be enforcement and accountability from operators. In the revised consensus draft, operators are provided flexibility if the targets are not met. Operators are allowed 50% leniency in the first year of a compliance period if the targets are not met. Only an annual compliance plan to get into compliance is required if targets are not met after the compliance period ends, and if an operator still cannot come into compliance, even with the annual compliance plan in place, the main repercussion for operators is that their future OGDPs will be conditioned on those OGDPs meeting heightened targets to to make up the difference. That is to say, as drafted, noncompliance would not trigger the director or the commission's discretion to deny OGDP applications for noncompliance with the targets. The compliance standard should include this denial criteria, whereby future OGDPs for an operator are denied as a result of that operator's failure to meet the targets. Also, the data requirements found in the rules rely solely on operator submitted data and information. And CHC is concerned that with the adoption and implementation of these rules, the regulator is essentially relying solely on the data and information provided by the regulated community to verify its rules are being met. And in addition, the ECMC has been struggling with these data issues for years. CHC understands that ECMC data provided to the PWC can have as much as a 50% or more margin of error. And CHC acknowledges and appreciates the work conducted by Greenhouse Connection Center and Ms. Cummins that we just heard from to better understand these data discrepancies. And therefore, the rules should explicitly require regular and ongoing verification by the commission of the information and data supplied by the operator. Again, shown here are CHC's requested red lines to address additional enforcement and verification. Essentially, shown here, we request that future OGDPs of an operator are not approved if that operator has not been meeting its targets. HB 1242 made the use of freshwater in oil and gas operations an adverse impact on communities and the environment. That impact, therefore, must be avoided, minimized, or at least mitigated. This standard should be specifically applied to the adverse impacts that may be experienced as a result of the disposition of produced water and use of recycled produced water. Although the primary purpose of HB 1242 required the Commission to adopt rules to require rapid and substantial reduction of the use of fresh water, it did not abandon the Commission's core mandate to ensure that adverse impacts from oil and gas operations are avoided, minimized, and mitigated. And air emissions are one adverse impact that House Bill 23-1242 specifically addressed, requiring that recycled produced water must be increased without increasing emissions associated with oil and gas operations. So as applicable to this requirement, the Commission should adopt specific denial criteria as to when an operator's waste management plan, location assessment, comprehensive area plan, or OGDP must be denied for increasing those emissions due to its use of recycled or reused produced water. And again, on this fourth point, certainty that there won't be adverse impacts from recycled produced water are some requested red lines from CHC. To wrap it up here, House Bill 1242 was an ambitious piece of legislation. It sought to tackle really severe problems we have statewide with drought, and it did that by requiring the rapid and substantial reduction of fresh water use in oil and gas operations through increased recycled produced water. And we hope that these rules that are promulgated by the Commission will provide that certainty to Delta County communities. And when they seek that certainty that the goals and the vision of the statute will be upheld. So with that, I thank you for your attention and consideration. Ms. Leger is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for participating with us and providing the perspective from your group. The parties or the witnesses are open for questions from commissioners. All right, I'm not seeing questions. If you could make sure that that either the PowerPoint or the red lines are filed so that we've got ready access to it, that would be very helpful, Mr. Cruz.
We'll do both. Thank you,
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, commissioners, I think we're about halfway through. It's noonish, 12:01. Why don't we take, say, 45-minute break for lunch, and then we will return for the afternoon session. So let's return at, let's say, 12:45. All right, welcome back. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. For the record, it's February 27th. It is 12:45. And we are taking up docket number 240900229, the produced water rulemaking. And with that, I believe we're going to take up TEP Rocky Mountain LLC first this afternoon. Hearings Manager Thomas, did I get that right?
That is correct. We have Mr. Jewell elevated.
There we are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jewell. Do you have witnesses with you or just
Good
yourself?
afternoon, indeed, and I do have Mr. Sean Brennan with me. I think he's elevated as well.
Yep, I see him. He's sitting right next to you.
Rocker. He is indeed. Love it. All right. With that, shall I begin?
Yeah, begin. And just for the record, I had to do a lot of work over lunch, so I haven't eaten. So I'm going to unvisualize, but I will be listening in intently, okay?
Yes, sir. I trust that. No problem at all. Appreciate the efficiencies there on that note.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. You've got your time is allocated.
All right. Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Jewell with Jewell Jimerson Natural Resources Law on behalf of TEP Rocky Mountain LLC. Proud to be, again, the largest and most innovative operator in the Piceance Basin of Colorado's beautiful West Slope. TEP submitted not only the first water recycling facility approved by this iteration of the Commission, but also it was the first non-drilling OGDP approved by the Commission. The recycling of produced water is a gold standard practice for TEP and its predecessors. It's been utilizing for several decades now. In addition to drastically curtailing water usage that would otherwise be taken from other sources, TEP's custom water recycling infrastructure design decreases secondary environmental impacts like water traffic. You'll hear a lot more of that from Mr. Wynn later on. TEP's operational insight provided critical involvement during the Produced Water Consortium, but reserving any conflicts from that consortium in this rulemaking here today. So it's kind of a strange feeling. TEP certainly has a vested interest in water recycling, innovation, and regulatory leadership, and a hallmark of West Slope culture. While TEP attains near 100% recycled water, not almost 90%, like Mr. Sura said, in its operations, TEP understands the concerns for reaching statutory and aspirational goals by broader industry for water conservation statewide. TEP's unique position in this rulemaking means that we intend to let success speak for itself on the one hand and allow rational process to move forward on the other. Stark differences between the West Slope and Front Range, they don't distinguish fatally, but they do color distinctly so that a sufficient turn toward equity is necessary to achieve the dual goals intended by the Colorado legislature to protect the environment by promoting innovation and to protect the people identified as more vulnerable who live, work, and play within those environments. The core matter for TEP is disproportionately impacted communities. We also would be remiss not to talk about the swirling issue of water credits, with many more talking about us than TEP ourselves, it seems. Mr. Brennan will shed more details on those matters when he takes the floor, but I'll set the table here broadly. Excuse me. So as the DIC, As a participant in the Commission's recent cumulative impacts rulemaking, TEP would like to reiterate its support for extra protections provided to DICs. TEP understands the importance of mitigating adverse impacts to public health, welfare, and the environment to persons affected within these defined communities. However, TEP wants to ensure the intent of these protections is legally upheld throughout the various basins without usurping the other benefits oil and gas operations provide on the West Slope. Large areas of the West Slope are designated as DIC, which in turn means that significant portions of TEP's operations are and will continue to be located within a DIC. TP again raises the numerous distinctions between the realities of rural mountainous Colorado and the Front Range. I know, you've heard it before. The Front Range is composed of more urbanized densities where more familiar drilling operations occur, while the West Slope is comprised of large swaths of rural land. TP additionally notes that the nature of DICs in the Piceance Basin are primarily due to those who fall under housing burden costs or other matters relating to ranching or rural living. DIC designations on the West Slope are often applied in areas where people and communities are situated several miles from oil and gas development. As you frequently hear me say in OGDP presentations, our locations are just about where one would like to see development if you had to choose. Not only are West Slope oil and gas operations often located far from residents, but these residents are generally welcome of the idea of allowing oil and gas on their lands due to the corresponding economic benefits. While DIC definitions technically apply to large areas of the Piceance, much of the basin simply does not meet the spirit of the definition of DIC, in our opinion, which TEP believes was intended to protect people. The Produced Water Consortium acknowledged that the Piceance Basin, quote, contains limited to no locations for additional centralized treatment and storage needed for higher percentages of reuse and recycling, especially after the Commission adopts a prohibition against placement of a new centralized produced water storage or treatment facility in a DIC, unquote. Due to the majority of the Piceance being designated as a DIC, TEP will be hindered from expanding its successful produced water recycling infrastructure. Even when TEP's water recycling facilities may be miles away from civilization and not going to cause negative impacts to anyone, the tension is stark. Even though TEP is providing nearly 100% water recycling in its operations, we may not be able to expand operation outside of the reaches of existing infrastructure if the expansion is within DIC. On the one hand, the Commission and ENGOs are complementing TEP's recycling efforts, but on the other hand, expansion of that success is under threat by the draft rules. So why would the Commission adopt draft rules that prohibit the furtherance of these efforts? TEP is again full support of protecting DICs and truly wants to protect persons who have difficulty protecting their locales, but TEP facilities are simply not a threat to this. Mr. Brennan's testimony will tell a brief story where the essential element is tension. DIC and the environment through the promotion of recycled water. Why be forced to choose one or the other when both can easily coexist? We offered a solution in our pre-hearing statement in response and would refer you back to our pre-hearing statement to look at that in the same way. So on to water credit and sharing. We're neutral as to the industry and the consensus. This is merely because of our unique positioning here as a water recycling leader. TEP supports a regulatory scheme that would benefit every basin and would encourage the solution that benefits operators for the entirety of the oil and gas industry to meet water reuse percentage requirements adopted by the legislature now proposed in this rulemaking. However, TEP also recognizes the complexity found in the differences in land challenges and those nuances in a credit trading system. Therefore, TEP encourages the Commission to take this approach into consideration right here in this rulemaking. We simply note that water sharing under the current rules has worked swimmingly for TEP in the Piceance Basin, and the swirling discontent outside the water credit contributors gives us some pause. But let's put away the commercial for a bit, because before I formally introduce Mr. Brennan to you today, a core matter should be addressed. And being before you today feels like the latest iteration of a really long conversation. While it's not always been easy, it has been a very grateful conversation of operational decision-making consciously chosen to be within and not begrudged by this regulatory framework. We've chosen to be a part of it. Those frameworks can show that environmental protection and large-scale operations, excuse me, can not only coexist, but also thrive and encourage innovation, like our EFRAC system, venting upgrades, and yes, water recycling, which all started back in mission change, where you yielded collaborative language changes that we requested that led now, almost 4 or 5 years later, wherever we are, 4 OGDPs by last count, one being a major facility, and I think 3 supporting OGDPs that collaborate with water recycling. And that contributes to our successes that are here, again, trumpeted by others. Yet, in mission change, financial assurance, and even cumulative impacts, TEP appeared before you and each time lobbied for and received welcome reception to language changes that we proposed. Maybe not 100% what we asked for, but who did, right? Show of hands. No one got what we wanted. And Mr. Chair, you've done a wonderful job shepherding, being respectful to all parties and getting consensus. So we appreciate that. The key was conversation and transparency as we approach our OGDPs and our plans of development in our against the grain type style. And with that, I'm sure you noticed something with those collaborative rulemakings, though. TEP never requested from you a PIOT-specific rule. But I submit to you that we had many opportunities for basin bifurcation throughout the years. Yeah, there's issues of topography, resource differentiation, culture, population density, general economic varieties wherein one can at least cast an argument that a basin rule could be proposed as opposed to the state-specific rule. But we resisted time and time again. Yet here we are faced with a strange role reversal and an oddity, a proposal wherein you're asked to penalize excellence, standardize neighborhood operators in the PIOTS basin because 1 or 2 larger operators, TEP and another, invested early and we invested in the same way that may not be afforded to them if there is a basin rule that's higher in the PIOTS and not in others. You're being asked to presume that after 2 decades of leadership, 6 years of rulemaking independence, and I don't know, 15 OGDPs and the transparency we offer with our plans of development, that somehow TEP will flounder, will stop recycling its precious, expensive, and scarce water. This doesn't add up. Something tells me you know deep down that the competing influence from which the story originates simply does not hold water. I welcome your questions and inquiry further afterwards, but I feel it's necessary to stick a pin in this fact and defend TEP's massive and successful efforts here. TEP is not in the business of selling or trading credits. Though, hold on, we support the broader efforts of industry to be compliant. If the credit system works on the Front Range or statewide, that's super. The issue here is somehow bifurcating into different basins and different standards. That's a disjointed idea, and why now? When we have keenly avoided asking you multiple times when actually it would have made sense then in different scenarios to ask for different rules. This wasn't our idea. We weren't at that table to have this idea, so we're not sure why this makes sense right now. So please continue to look at a statewide treatment only. This would follow that straight line rulemaking treatment that we've been following since mission change to the present. Otherwise, after you hear from Mr. Brennan, you will hear more from WRLG, Garfield County, and West Slope, Koga. And we thank them for their comments and insights. The TEP also broadly supports the positions of the industry group, particularly West Slope, Koga, again, while leaving the larger discussion in their upcoming presentations. So with that, I will yield, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Brennan.
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to testify today. My name is Sean Brennan. I'm the environmental manager with Terra Energy Partners. I manage our team of environmental professionals and ensure our compliance with federal, state, and local regulations from an air quality perspective and water quality, reclamation, stormwater, a full suite of environmental regulations that we are held to. I've been in the PIOTS Basin for nearly 18 years. In the midstream world was my first 8 or 9 years or so, and I've been with Terra for 7.5 years. So a pretty good feel for how how different we are from the Front Range and some of those kind of West Slope specific issues. I'd like to add on to Mr. Jewell's comments about kind of where we our experience to date and some of the things that we just kind of like to make you aware of as you're thinking through these rules. And one thing I'd like to kind of caution some of the misinterpretation of the data in the Piceance Basin in terms of how much is being recycled. As Mr. Jewell mentioned, Terra Energy that recycles nearly 100% of our water used for hydraulic fracturing is recycled water. But I think we're not necessarily representative of the entire basin. A lot of the data that has been looked at through the Produced Water Consortium is our data and maybe one other of the larger producers in the area. So again, like Mr. Jewell said, separating the Piceance and requiring higher percentages would be disadvantageous to some of the smaller operators who don't have the same resources that TEP has to be able to recycle that large amount of water. And kind of building on that, this didn't happen overnight. It's been nearly 2 decades of planning and execution and thoughtfulness to put together a vast network of produced water infrastructure to allow TEP to reuse effectively the water that we produce for hydraulic fracturing. And based on that as an extension of that as well, I'd like you to think about how we have already been able to share that the excess produced water with other operators who don't have that infrastructure. And we've had several dozen water beneficial reuse sharing plans over the years with our fellow operators here in the Piceance. And one advantage of that over a credit trading system is you're actually using the produced water. It's not a matter of trading credits. It's allowing someone to make use of excess water that we would otherwise dispose of. So and that's already accounted for in the current rules under Section 905A3 allows for these agreements between operating companies to share that resource. So take that into consideration as something where we can, without changing existing rules, still further enhance the use of produced water and reduce the use of fresh water in the Piceance. And I'd like a couple comments on DIC. I know we have, out of several of our large facilities that are critical to that infrastructure I just referred to in terms of being able to reuse this water, are currently located in areas that are under the current criteria designated as disproportionately impacted communities. Had there been a prohibition years ago, we may not be talking about recycling 100% of our water today. So like Mr. Jewell mentioned, the DIC designations in Rio Blanco, Garfield County are a lot different than some of the concerns around disproportionately impacted communities in the Front Range. So I'd like to take that into consideration as well. We proposed a kind of a multi-threshold concept in terms of not just being in a DIC, but being in proximity to communities and people who may be affected by our operations. So you can consider that as well in terms of ensuring that we're still able to continue to recycle as much as we do. And I know just several commenters this morning were have valid concerns about air emissions, and the legislation is very explicit about air emission issues around these facilities as well. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that we've worked collaboratively with the Air Control Division over the last several years to ensure that we have extra protections to ensure good air quality around our big facilities in the Piceance Basin, where we've shown we can successfully drastically reduce air emissions with these facilities and still store the water and treat the water in the way we need to in order to effectively recycle. So this isn't something new. we know how to do things right, while also meeting these statutory requirements to reuse more produced water. And I think that's the majority of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. And thank you, commissioners, as always, for your steady attention and considerations. Mr. Chair, I would like to reserve the remainder of any time we have for rebuttal and closing, and look forward to the balance of opening statements and the unfolding of this rulemaking.
Very good. And you look forward to potential questions from commissioners. Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the information, and for Mr. Kirtland's participation in the Produced Water Consortium. I acknowledge the challenges that you've identified and appreciate the efforts that have been done over the years for reuse and recycling of produced water by your operations. And I did have a couple of questions, because I guess I understand the water share agreements and the benefits of the water share agreements and how they're being utilized at this point. I think I'm understanding you saying that the credit system may conflict with water share agreement opportunities, and I'm trying to better understand how that conflicts, or could they work concurrently?
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I will lead that more to Mr. Brennan. And I know the water sharing has worked really nicely for us, but I think the credit system is working out as planned nicely for the Front Range, but it seems like others have been speaking for us, I think, as far as how that would work in the Piant. So I think that's where some of the conflict is coming, but I'll leave that to Sean.
Yeah, I'm not so like Mr. Jules mentioned, we're not opposed to a credit system, and I would also mention, I don't think there's necessarily a conflict there. They could coexist. But I guess the point is, I'm not sure. It almost overcomplicates the issue, where we have a method in place to assist an operator who doesn't currently have the infrastructure necessary to meet a target, by allowing them to use water that would literally otherwise be disposed of in a disposal well, where it makes sense, and without having to have any complicated tracking system. And we've been using these agreements again for decades successfully. And it's reviewed by the ECMC environmental staff to ensure that both parties are doing all the right things and meeting all the requirements of the regulations. So I think it's set up there already. We don't need to do anything new in order to make happen the increased reuse of water.
Okay, well, and I appreciate that. I want to dive just a little bit deeper into this, because I want to fully understand the perspective. So let's suppose that a credit trading system gets put into place. There's no obligation by TEP to engage in the water credit or the credit trading system, but rather could continue its efforts around water share agreements, which does require actually utilizing and transporting the water from one location to another location in order to be able to utilize that, which I think you've successfully done in the areas that you've been working in for a number of years now. I think one of the things that has been brought up as an advantage of the credit system is that in other parts of the state, that transport of that water between one location to another location to use the actual produced water molecules could potentially be more impactful than utilizing it in another area and then being able to develop credits to still accomplish the overall freshwater reduction and reuse and recycling targets without the potential impacts of that transportation and storage in areas where it may not be appropriate. And so again, I'm just trying to think whether if a credit system was being contemplated, whether it would conflict with what your standard practice is with water share agreements, or whether you're recommending that water share agreements should be the sole tool for being able to meet reuse and recycling targets between operators.
Maybe it's a both and. I appreciate that your perspective, that you brought up some good points. And I certainly think in the interest of time, of course, in terms of getting a rule in place, you could still have kind of push aside the credit trading system, for instance, to think about more, knowing that you have a share program in place. It's an option. And I like your comment about the other impacts is extremely important too. I think in everything we do, we're always looking at the 10,000-foot level of what is the best thing to do. There are going to be impacts no matter what we do, and it's balancing those, understanding what's the best for a given area, and like what you mentioned, the lack of infrastructure in the Front Range poses different issues than we have in the Piceance. And again, it takes a long time to get there. So I don't think that they necessarily conflict, but it does need to be a thoughtful process to make sure that the flexibility is there to recognizing the need for infrastructure while also meeting the statutory requirements.
Commissioner Messner, may I add to that?
Sure.
And if Sean, if you could back me up if I miss a critical fact as well. And what goes along with that as well is some of the pre-filed written testimonies seem to suggest that a higher threshold is necessary in the Piceance almost to make sure Terra specifically wouldn't go backwards. And I think you, not to speak for you, sir, but I think you would probably think that's ludicrous because, well, it is. Why would we spend 20 years getting to this point and make this massive investment post mission change to get to this level only to stop? That seems silly to me. And I don't represent QB, but I think probably QB would suggest the same. Why would they go backwards in time? But suffice to say, at the Piceance Basin, you're looking at two outliers, two very large operators, but the Piceance is an exciting place to be. This is a natural gas play. Whether or not there's differing opinions, and there are, about natural gas being a bridge fuel, there probably will be more development that is better for the environment. Let's just stipulate that, at least for now. The issue is, though, if we have a Piceance rule that is much higher in that standard, if Terra, let's leave it just Terra and leave QB out, but if Terra has to then kind of shoulder the burden of, say, an 80% standard instead of 4 ramping up to 35 in the Front Range, it's going to hit a critical mass pretty fast that even if we were motivated to get another MOTS or another pitcher's mound, if you will, but we have the DIC problem, then that's an issue. I think you can solve it, by the way. I'm optimistic that there's a solution, but that's exactly what we're trying to get through with this statement and Mr. Brennan's statements here, is that there is a real environmental win. There's a real social justice win here. But I think having this bifurcated rule now is, I don't have a better word than silly, sir, but I think it can be done. And I think with those two presuppositions in play, we can make sense of this. So Sean, if I missed anything.
I think that's right. And as you guys are familiar with, with TEP's operations and our OGDP presentations, and we, contrary to the concept of backing off on reusing water, it's the total opposite, where we are building out our asset base based on where our ability to reuse water is. So yeah, there's no incentive for us to back off on our current plan. So yeah, it's just not a consideration for TEP.
Sure. And those conversations have all been had within the consortium, and so that information is readily available. And I think the barriers have identified were also developed, or were also identified in reports that were developed by the consortium as to the challenges of looking at higher requirements for reuse and recycling in different parts of the state based on certain barriers, whether that's, regulatory barriers, legislative barriers, infrastructure barriers, volume of water barriers. And so, I think that's all well documented. So I appreciate you answering my questions. And I did have one other question. Sorry. So obviously the prohibition of centralized produced water treatment facilities is not something that magically came from a draft of rules. It's identified in the HB 23-1242 as a statutory requirement. I understand the arguments associated with modifying the definition or applying the definition of DIC in different ways. And the potential, or some would say not potential, of modifying that definition in order to be able to still be protective, but flexible enough to allow certain operations to happen that could be beneficial. Mr. Jewell, you argued that you've provided some solutions associated with that, and that one of the considerations is that typically these reuse and recycle centralized produced water treatment facilities are miles from residential building units. But the proposal that I've read, at least from you, is indicated that 2,000 feet from an RVU is what your proposal incorporates. And so I guess help me understand if there's not additional options available out there that would, I guess, more incorporate this miles and miles away from RVUs that you'd indicated in testimony.
Yes, sir, and thank you. I was referring in my testimony, of course, some of our, like our disposal wells, for instance, in our last OGDP were miles away, but of course our latest facility was, I don't think that one was miles away, but suffice to say, though, some of our operations, many of our operations are indeed where you want operations to be, as opposed to, say, close to large scale residential developments that you see in other parts of the state. So the option that we presented was one where I didn't propose that you would change definitions of DIC, which admittedly is more difficult, but was basically two triggers of 2,000 feet, and also staying closer to something that was more than the spirit of the DIC that we believed was trying to be protected by statute.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Mr. Jewell, segueing off of that question, in your pre-hearing statement, you indicated that if that proposal is not acceptable at this time, then TEP alternatively supports utilizing Produced Water Commission consortium in hopes of receiving a recommendation, basically a work group to sort of study this and try to figure out how to resolve that. Noting your preferred solution, and ask, are you in a secondary position still supportive of that concept, not knowing where we're going to go?
100%, sir. I mean, you probably noted a style over the years. We tend not to bulldog these things, and I think that continues to be true. We wanted to present this idea, knowing it's probably a little more novel, but if not getting that, we want to be collaborative as possible toward that end, and that's no different here.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Further questions for the panel? All right, seeing none, we will let you go back to the attendee list and listen in to the rest, and we will move to the next group. Let's take 5 to get them up and running, and that's Garfield County and Western and Rural Local Government Coalition. Let's return at, let's take 3 and return at 1:21. All right, we are back live in docket 2409-00229, the produced water rulemaking. We now recognize the Garfield County and Western and Rural Local Government Coalition. Mr. Nguyen, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all's time and attention today, and all the other parties. Kirby Wynn, I'm oil and gas liaison for Garfield County and representative for our 15 county Western and rural local government coalition. I'll get right to it. Our WLG coalition, who we are, we're 15 counties, as you can see there, hopefully on the slide there, mostly in far western and eastern Colorado, and so exclusive of really not part of the TJ. So we have a unique, more rural perspective we hope to share with you from local governments. We definitely support DICs and the people and the communities within. As you all know, I just sort of put it out there as sort of the framework of how I'll be talking about some of the issues today, but they're defined by communities in census blocks that are one or more of the following criteria. Low income, which is especially important and most relevant in Western Colorado, DICs that we see. And then also people of color, housing burden, linguistically isolated, federal climate and economic justice screening tools, criteria, tribal lands, and a virus screen score also come into play. And most of those other ones, other than the low income, are really more prevalent in some of the urban areas that are different from our areas. Our position on the proposed rules start with acknowledgement and definite appreciation, recognizing the commission's and the fellow stakeholders' efforts in drafting a good set of rules and revising them. And then also, we definitely appreciate the consensus building that has occurred successfully on many issues. And we ask for and we appreciate this commission's careful consideration of what we consider critically important non-consensus issues that you've heard already raised by TEP and you'll hear from West Koga, and then also from this party, WLG. We happen to have alignment on a couple of those. So I'll just get right into the meat of it. Our concerns with the Rule 907B5, in our understanding and our looking at it, we believe it requires further refinement to better protect Western and rural Colorado residents and promote continued water recycling success. We also, and in that vein, we support the rule amendment that you've heard about by TEP, and you'll be hearing again from West Koga. And we definitely, as local governments with a lot of experience with oil and gas and produce water recycling and trucking of same, et cetera, we urge you to tailor the definition and how you apply it for DICs to do allow centralized water storage and treatment facilities in uninhabited or sparsely populated West Slope areas, wet rural areas especially, and also West Slope, of course. And so from here on, you'll see CWF as the term that I'll use, just to avoid sort of the mouthful of saying the full definition has shown up in your definitions. CWF is what you'll hear from me for produced water facilities or centralized facilities. So again, we support the West Slope Koga and Terra proposed amendments where they would suggest you put in a rule something like this as a 907B5H. There might be some opportunity. In some cases, it just makes the most sense. It's most protective to the health and welfare of our rural residents. They might be able to have these facilities without a variance, and in particular, with some sort of a distance, 4,000 feet has been proposed, with a distance that makes sense to you all to make sure that it's manageable and that you're not allowing too many facilities to go in, and certainly not to go into places that they're not, in fact, appropriate and beneficial. So again, we also have a position, I guess, on the water credits trading. And that's not a big issue for us, but I guess I would just say that we don't oppose the program as this that the Front Range operators have put out there. And also, I would say this based on what we've seen as very successful water sharing arrangements in Western Colorado. We do, I guess, align with TEP's stated preference to make sure that you fully protect water sharing schemas and don't create some sort of a dynamic where in future rulemakings, water sharing could be the thing that's the target on the back. We don't want to see that go away because it's been super helpful in this area. So we believe it's more beneficial. It's going to be administratively more efficient than to have a water credit program as the only opportunity. So we just bring that up. Get to our punchline right here early in the presentation, and then we'll revisit it. I'll go into some detail about why we think these are the truths and preventable mistakes. So 3 truths and 1 preventable mistake. truth number one, ECMC has the statutory authority under the Environmental Justice Act to prioritize or target certain criteria within the statutory definition of DICs to allow centralized water facilities within such communities. Truth number two, heavy water truck traffic had been in our area one of the most disruptive and difficult nuisance issues for our area residents of Western Colorado. That's a simple fact. And we have the hard data. As I'm the complaints department for Garfield County, I have been for 13 years. I know this absolutely. I have the data to back it up that when the water trucks are coming in, we start having issues with concerned residents. So truth number three, centralized water facilities and pipelines for the same have nearly eliminated this nuisance issue, greatly improving community welfare and quality of life for our residents in our rural area. Absolutely fact. And then the preventable mistake, and a little bit tongue in cheek, but again, I just want to really emphasize the importance to us. But the bottom line is if the proposed rule does not allow centralized water facilities within DICs under some certain reasonable circumstances, we believe ECMC will be reversing this progress we've had by forcing a return of heavy water truck traffic into our area that would unwind a major nuisance reduction success that we've seen. It's like we solve a problem, we don't want to see it unsolved. So a little bit of background, and I've hit main points so you know where we're going. We do support responsible resource development. We think it's important for you to understand just how important the resource development is to us. There's economic and community benefits. The resource development funds that we see they fund essential services, schools, libraries, childcare, emergency response, cultural centers, and more. And in a lot of these special districts, it's 80 to 95% of the actual annual funding. It also supports nearly half of the Garfield County government budget for our human services and a lot of the services we provide. And it supports thousands of jobs, including 2,000 plus in Garfield and Mesa County alone, generating about $60 million annually in wages. So this is important. And in 2022 alone, I would mention, oil and gas property taxes have contributed nearly $140 million to Garfield, Rio Blanco, and Mesa County alone, and much of it directly funding our schools. So we believe, and we know this to be the case, that it would be counterproductive. We don't want to see counterproductive rule provisions stand to cause economic harm and nuisance issues for our residents. So that's kind of where we stand and why it's important to us. Some geographical and policy considerations. Resource development in Western and rural Colorado often occurs in remote areas far from human activity. That's especially true where we've seen our centralized water facilities generally located. And so we believe prohibiting CWFs within certain rural DICs under certain circumstances is something we would consider as burdensome and counterproductive to the actual goals of this rulemaking and the statute. Urban DICs, such as in the DJ Basin, we believe are the intended focus of House Bill 23-1242. Proposed rules and need different protections than many rural DICs do. They're just different areas, different dynamic, and the needs for protection are different. Rural areas often have wide buffers between CWFs and people, and differing DIC qualifying criteria, as we've been talking about, indicate differing protection needs. And we believe rule flexibility allowing CWFs within rural DICs under specific circumstances is more protective of our community and our residents, and it will reduce heavy water truck traffic over the long term. So DICs, this is just the map. I'm sure you all have been studying these and preparatory to this rulemaking, but on the left here, we have the statewide Colorado Environmental Scheme map. And what we see are DICs across the state of Colorado. And we would point out that the Garfield County census blocks that you can see in part of those are in purple, that more rectangular piece on the far western edge of the state. That's all of Western Garfield County. That's nearly all of our oil and gas terrain. Pretty much every square inch of our oil and gas terrain, save some small areas, are considered DICs. So when you're talking about this rule and what DICs do or don't do in terms of allowing centralized facilities, you're talking about banning them from entire western half of Garfield County. So, and again, I want to really point out, when we look at this stuff, that the DICs in our area are based solely on low income and not the other super sensitive and important social or environmental factors as seen in many urban DICs. I just zoomed in on the sort of the Denver area there on the virus screen map. That's what you see on the right side. Again, those DICs across the Denver area, they're much smaller. They're dense urban areas based on a much broader criteria such as income, social, and environmental factors. So the environmental scores in the middle of this map, again, it's sort of the same thing a little bit, but if you see in the middle there, it shows the estimated values. Darker purple is more burdened communities and lighter purple are the least burdened. And the point is, a lot of that in those urban areas, you have more burdened areas than you do in Western Garfield County. We're considered very low scores on that virus screen score for burdening. So we think that's an important consideration as well, to give you reason and room and reach to consider how you might tailor how you apply DICs. So DICs and WRLG areas versus the Front Range urban ones. WRLG areas are vast and rural, and they're based on income housing burden. These large land areas have a very low population density, an average 11 people per square mile across our 15 counties. And oil and gas production occurs generally, oftentimes far from human activity. As compared to the Front Range DICs, they're much smaller, much smaller, and they're much more dense with people and based on multiple environmental or virus screen factors. So smaller land areas and their high population density averages 625 people per square mile instead of 11 people per square mile. And the production often occurs much closer to communities. So the key takeaway, WRLG and Front Range DICs and counties are fundamentally different. The virus screen scores are relatively lower in Northwest Colorado than DJ Basin. We believe the centralized water facility rules must be tailored to reflect regional differences if you're going to truly be as protective as you can be and do the best you can for the impacted communities in some of these rural areas. I'm not going to go into this one. This is just some of the data that went into the previous slide. But anyway, there's plenty of population as well as oil and natural gas production data that are available. So I just display that, and that's also in our written testimony. So again, we have support for the TEP and the West Slope Koga Rule 907 B5H proposal. We ask you to allow centralized water facilities within DICs under very specific conditions to better protect our residents of our area. And lessons from Garfield County, 20 plus years of experience. For me, I've been at the table for 13 of those years. And the lessons we've learned are there's negative nuisance impacts to residents from excessive water trucking traffic. And there's improved welfare has been directly observed. It was a monumental shift as these operators figured out how to and shift to centralized water facilities and pipeline systems associated with them that absolutely just vastly remove the heavy water truck traffic from our area. And our residents, we know it day in and day out that their life is better because of it. So again, that key takeaway, we believe you have this opportunity to avoid unintended negative impacts, and refining DIC rules for permissible CWFs prevents unintended community harm while enhancing community welfare, and also will improve the water recycling that you see in the future as some of our operators move out into new areas where they're going to have a real need to have centralized facilities that would otherwise be banned because of the way the rules are currently drafted. So we do support a nuanced application of the DIC definition to better align with intended water recycling goals. We believe you'll be better for it and the state will be better for it if we have a little bit of leeway here. So again, the flaws in the current DIC definition application as we see it, it's based on census block data, not actual human activity where the people are. It's also, we believe that household income alone in many cases is not an appropriate DIC designation factor and a reason to prohibit CWFs. So unintended consequences, again, prohibiting CWFs in remote areas misapplies the rule in our view, and prohibiting CWFs will absolutely, in our view and understanding and based on experience, vastly increase heavy water truck traffic, which would unwind one of our most substantial nuisance reduction successes that we've had in western and rural Colorado. So again, this is a rule. You'll see this with West Slope Koga. You've seen it in our filing. You've seen it in West Slope Koga's filing, and perhaps in Terra's. Again, this just is the rule as they drafted an option to avoid having a variance and to specifically call out that if it's low income is the only reason that that an area is considered a DIC, that's something worth noting and considering. And also, if someone wants to put a CWF more than 4,000 feet from any kind of residential building, high occupancy building, et cetera, we think that's an appropriate buffer, and you're doing the community a favor rather than a disservice to potentially allow centralized facilities in these sort of settings. And also the third piece, and this is central because Garfield County regulates centralized water facilities. If the operator has consulted with the relevant local government regarding the siting of a new centralized facility and the relevant local government does not object to the siting, we think that's a strong indicator of why you, when the permit comes to y'all, might strongly consider going along with the local government if you see your needs met in terms of being protective of the surrounding communities. So again, we're getting nearer to the end here. So it's worth repeating. 3 truths and 1 preventable mistake. Truth number 1, you have the statutory authority under the Environmental Justice Act to prioritize or target certain criteria in the definition of the DICs. Truth number 2, heavy water truck traffic had, I say that in the past tense, been one of the most disruptive nuisances to area residents in our area. And truth number 3, centralized water facilities and pipelines solve that problem, greatly improving community welfare and increasing recycling, and actually setting the standard for what recycling could look like. So again, the preventable mistake. We just absolutely believe that if the proposed rule does not allow some level of centralized facilities within DICs, the ECMC would be reversing this progress by forcing a return of heavy water truck traffic that unwinds a major nuisance reduction success. And me, as the complaints department for the Garfield County area, that means my phone will start ringing off the hook again at midnight and later, as I used to get calls at all hours of the day, and I took them to try to address these issues. And we want to take care of our residents, and we see a path to do that with the way you could handle this rulemaking decision. So with that, open to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Nguyen. Mr. Nguyen is open for questions. Commissioner Oath.
Just one question, Mr. Nguyen. Is this your dog?
It's not, but I have a dog that looks just like it. I couldn't get him to sit he's a Jack Russell. I couldn't get him to sit for the head turn and pick. Lily was trying that yesterday. So I had to pull something off the internet, but this is a younger version of my dog, let's call
it. All right, thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Nguyen? Mr. Nguyen, I asked Mr. Jewell this question. I'll just ask you as well. I realize what your preference is, and I have no idea where the commission's going on this DIC conundrum. But if we decide to go the route of, having a group sort of look into this to try to figure it out, since it's not been completely litigated in this rulemaking, would you be willing to be a part of that?
Absolutely. I think that we'd have a lot to add that sort of a process, thinking it through in advance and helping you work with it. We'll roll up our sleeves. I mean, I think Mr. Jewell said it well. I mean, there's an opportunity to be thoughtful about this. I think that this is, to us, is kind of a no-brainer. I think that you have a place here to do something now and set the right record now. You could also adjust it later if it somehow didn't work out, but addressing this at a later time, we would almost insist probably, I'm sure, to be a party of that and to help you come to the right place.
Right. Thank you very much. Anything further for Mr. Nguyen? All right. Let's take 5 and return at 1:48, and we will hear from West Slope Koga next.
Thank you all very much.
We are back. This is docket 2409-00229. All commissioners are present again. We now will hear from West Slope Koga. I see Ms. Fulcher is available. Look forward to hearing from you and or your witnesses.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you and to the commissioners. Laura, you want to go ahead and share our screen, and we'll get started here.
Can everybody see it? It says I am sharing my screen.
We were seeing it, Laura, and then now we just see you, which is great. Looking great, but yeah, we were seeing it.
Okay.
I don't know if you just shifted to a different screen.
So I see the screen.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, maybe then then it's just me. So I'm making myself look great so far. I will get us moving here and I'll figure out what it is on my end, but I think I can get us started and I will figure out my issue as our presentation goes on. Okay, good afternoon again, commissioners. Great to be with you today. I'm Jill Fulcher with Beatty and Wozniak, and with my colleague, Laura Aronson, we represent West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association in this matter. West Slope Koga is the leading trade association of the Piceance Basin of Western Colorado, representing more than 80 member companies in an effort to promote the development of Western Colorado natural gas and petroleum resources. Joining me today are Tyson Johnston, Vice President of Land and Regulatory at Gunnison Energy, and Doug Dennison, Senior Regulatory Manager at QB Energy. We'll go to the next slide. West Slope Koga greatly appreciates the time and effort of the parties and staff in developing what has come to be known as the consensus draft of the proposed rules. And we did join in support of this draft with the other parties to the motion in early February. In particular, West Slope Koga supports averaging recycled produced water volumes across geologic basins for a 4-year period, rather than being required to meet those targets on an OGDP by OGDP basis. We support the recycled produced water volume targets for all operators that is contained in the consensus draft, as opposed to higher requirements for all West Slope operators. And we support deferring emissions reporting requirements to another rulemaking. Notably, West Slope Koga members are very supportive of the overall aim of House Bill 1242 in this rulemaking to increase recycled produced water volumes in well stimulations across the state. West Slope operators have led the way in utilizing resources, infrastructure, and technology to achieve amazing results in the use of recycled produced water and are eager to continue this track record for years to come. Let's go to the next slide. We are neutral on the credit trading system, so we're not going to be speaking to that as part of our comments. And there is one key but very important issue that remains for West Slope operators, and you've heard a lot about it already. And that relates to the in the consensus draft, the current flat prohibition on centralized E&P waste management facilities in DICs. That is going to be the primary subject of our case today. You've heard a lot from TEP and Kirby on that issue, but we do have some additional information we want to add for you, for the public, and for the record on this important topic. I do want to point out here, we also strongly oppose moving away from the statewide recycled produced water volume targets contained in 905C6 of the consensus draft as part of this rulemaking. We understand that some groups may argue for basin-specific targets in future rulemakings, and we agree that applying statewide recycled produced water volume targets in this rulemaking as opposed to basin targets is the best approach right now to ensure compliance by all operators based on the data we have to date. Let's go to the next slide. Before handing the presentation to Tyson, I want to set the table again for why the prohibition on produced water treatment facilities in DICs is specious on the West Slope. This slide contains 2 maps for your consideration. The first map is a map of DICs in Colorado, and as you see, large areas of the West Slope are designated as disproportionately impacted communities, again, primarily based solely on lower income or housing cost burden criteria. The second map shows federal, state, and tribal lands. And as you see, significant portions of the West Slope are federally owned and primarily uninhabited. The result, large geographic areas of land that are designated as DICs, despite the fact that many of these same lands do not have a human population to protect. Said differently, the current blanket prohibition on future produced water treatment facilities prohibits West Slope operators from citing needed future infrastructure in uninhabited sagebrush country. Some of those ideal places you'd want to put these facilities, as you heard from Mr. Jewell, to the economic and environmental detriment of the exact communities the EJ Act aims to protect. We, along with TEP and the Western rural local governments, have diagnosed the problem, and following the statements of Tyson and Doug, will offer a solution. With that, I'll turn to Tyson.
Thank you, Jill, and good afternoon, commissioners. We appreciate your time today. My name is Tyson Johnston, and I'm the Vice President of Land and Regulatory for Gunnison Energy. We're a small operator of federal units in the southern Piceance Basin in Garfield and Delta counties. I will also testify from my experience today as the co-chair of the Environmental Action Task Force, who provided the legislature recommendations to further protect and engage with disproportionately impacted communities in line with House Bill 21-1266. Today, I'll spare you the details of Gunnison's operations, which can be more fully seen and understood in our written testimony submittal, and provide you with a small operator's perspective on the application of consensus draft rules, the DIC restrictions contained in the proposed draft rules, and the background on EJ task force intentions as related to DIC protections. Next slide, please. Gunnison's unique operations are located in areas of high elevation with numerous timing restrictions, limiting its annual activity to the development of 1 OGDP per year. Because of these timing restrictions and other operational constraints, there are several elements of the consensus draft rules that are essential to Gunnison's and other West Slope operators' ability to meet the requirements contemplated in this rulemaking. First, Gunnison must have the ability to use operational averaging over a 4-year period as proposed in the consensus draft rules. Small operators cannot rely solely on a credit system that is not yet proven effective nor readily supported by someone who could provide those credits. Even with water sharing from capable operators in the northern Piceance, that would require more than 100 miles of trucking each way for more than 200 trucks per well completion in the southern part of the basin. Second, in relation to recycled water availability, Gunnison's unique geologic position contains high temperatures and dry gas production. Therefore, Gunnison will only recover 20 to 30% of its completion waters over a 30-year period of the well life. At Gunnison's current pace, the requirements for 2034 and beyond may not be feasible without assistance. Further handicapping the ability to use more recycled water, Gunnison just plugged and abandoned several water-producing CBM wells in 2024 due to the financial assurance rule classification of being low to no producing wells. This unintended consequence of plugging those beneficial wells, combined with our geologic differences mentioned above, will not allow Gunnison to ever achieve the extreme 80+% recycled water use that has been suggested by some parties throughout this process. Claims of high water use capabilities for the Piceance operators were based on data mostly reflective of the high legacy Mesa Verde well count contributing to existing large-scale infrastructure, applicable only to certain operators. This does not represent all operators' capabilities, even in those same basins, as you can see with Gunnison's position shown on the map in relation to existing Mesa Verde production. For that reason, Gunnison will not be able to achieve minimum produced water recycling thresholds unless first those targets are averaged over a 4-year compliance period, and second, set at a level of the consensus draft proposal. Third, 100% of Gunnison's operation are within federal units, meaning any additional E&P waste facilities need not only county ECMC and potentially CDPHE permits, but also federal permits that may require EAs that contain NEPA analysis and approval from U.S. Forest Service and or BLM. For context, Gunnison's last environmental assessment took almost 6 years to gain full approval. With that, it is imperative that ECMC finalize not only the rules, but those targets during this rulemaking. Knowing the targets now will ensure the feasibility of implementing these rules on federal lands in a timely manner. Lastly, I want to address the prohibition of the E&P waste facilities in DICs. As co-chair of the EJ task force, DICs were defined on the basis of census blocks, which was the smallest true data set available to classify several DIC identifiers. A shortfall of using census blocks was also identified in rural areas, as you will see in Mr. Dennison's presentation, due to their large size in sparsely populated areas. Additionally, West Slope DIC communities are often defined solely due to low income criteria. West Slope COGA's proposal fixes the definition issues by implementing an E&P waste facility requirement within a DIC to be greater than 4,000 feet, or more than 3/4 of a mile from the nearest residential building unit, creating a setback that's twice the distance of the safety setback of the ECMC. The increased setback, the siting limitation of DICs defined by low income criteria only, and coupled with the existing community engagement and notice provisions already provided for DICs in the ECMC 300 series rules, upholds the EJ task force intent to further protect and communicate with those DICs while fixing the definition gaps that are unique to Colorado's Western Slope. In summary, I would emphasize, much like DIC definitions, there is not a blanket solution for all basins, formations, or operations alike. Thus, I urge you to keep these differences in mind as you vote on the final rules. I further stress the importance of finalizing this rulemaking to address all of these concerns raised today by Gunnison and West Slope COGA. Having a clear path forward is essential to certain West Slope operators' ability to adequately plan for the future and maximize recycled water use. Thank you kindly for your time, and I look forward to answering questions you may have. I'll turn it over now to Doug Dennison with QB.
Hold on, Mr. Dennison. You are garbled, to put it lightly.
How's this?
About 1,000 times better.
Okay, sorry about that. I seem to have that problem every day. Again, I'll start over. Good afternoon. My name is Doug Dennison, Senior Regulatory Manager for QB Energy. Appreciate your time. I will be spending a few minutes this afternoon describing QB's water management system. Just to poke a little fun at Mr. Jewell and maybe stoke a little friendly interbasin rivalry. I think you'll see a lot of similarities between what QB does and what you heard from TEP. I'll also take a deeper dive into the DIC situation that you've heard about repeatedly this afternoon and hope to provide you some additional context and some examples to illustrate why this wholesale application of the prohibition on new facilities in the DICs just doesn't make sense in the Piceance and will ultimately be counterproductive. Just to set the stage, the map on this slide shows where QB's operations are located, and the cross-hatching on the map indicates areas currently designated as DICs. As you can see from the map, the bulk of our operations are located within designated DICs, so our operations will be materially impacted by this DIC prohibition. Just as a reminder, QB Energy acquired the Colorado assets of Caris Oil and Gas back in August of last year. This acquisition represented a $1.8 billion initial investment in the Piceance Basin, and QB is planning to invest many times that amount of capital over the next decade plus. But this kind of capital deployment can only happen if we have some level of regulatory certainty. This deployment of this kind of capital also takes many years of pre-planning, as you heard from Tyson. We also have a lot of federal acreage, so we have to work through that process. We are in the midst of that planning right now, so it's imperative that the prohibition on water treatment and storage facilities in the DICs be resolved during this rulemaking to allow us to continue with that wide-scale and long-term planning. Next slide, please. QB operates an extensive water delivery and recycling system throughout our operations. This system is anchored by 3 permitted centralized E&P waste management facilities that treat and store produced water. I don't know if you can see it very well on the map, but the stars on this map are those 3 facilities, and 2 of those 3 facilities are located within DICs. So if the prohibition on new facilities were in place, when these facilities were permitted, they would not have been allowed. Every new well pad that we build has water pipelines installed so that the water used for well completions, flow back, and water produced during the life of the wells can be piped to and from the locations rather than trucked, which results in the elimination of many hundreds of thousands of truck trips over the life of the wells and the impacts associated with that traffic. In addition, these facilities allow us to reduce or eliminate tanks for storing water on individual well pads and centralized production facilities, which results in less surface disturbance and visual impact, as well as reducing the potential for emissions. To date, on average, 80 to 90% of the water we use for new well completions is treated, recycled, produced water. Our ability to recycle this water and move water around the field to where it is needed has allowed us to drastically reduce the amount of fresh water needed to support our well completions. QB holds a large amount of senior water rights, and our recycling program has allowed us to release billions of gallons of fresh water into the Colorado River system for conservation purposes, such as maintaining downstream flows for sensitive fish populations. Most of this existing infrastructure is located near the middle and southern portions of our acreage, whereas the majority of our planned development will be moving north into Rio Blanco County. Therefore, it is really imperative that this commission understands how a delay in resolving the DIC issue will have significant impacts on our future development. As we move north, the ability to permit, construct, and operate new water treatment and storage facilities is critical. Without this ability, it's likely that this development would not happen due to the combined effects of increased costs of managing water and the potential that permits for the development would not be approvable by this commission and the BLM due to the increased truck traffic, emissions, and other impacts. Next slide, please. You've heard from several speakers this afternoon about the differences between the DICs in the Western Slope versus those in the more populated areas of the state. I wanted to continue that discussion by focusing on two large DICs that cover major portions of Garfield and Rio Blanco counties. As noted on my first slide, these DICs cover the bulk of QB's operation, but they also cover the operations of several other operators. The key difference in these DICs versus those in the DJ or other more populated areas is the lack of people. There's a multitude of factors why these are sparsely populated, but the principal factor is the lack of available land where people could build a home. The map on the left on this slide shows in green the vast amounts of land within each of these DICs that is owned by the federal government, principally the BLM, and by nature, this ownership prevents the presence of RBUs. The other unique situation within these DICs is much of the remaining surface is owned by QB and other oil and gas companies, and it is not inhabited. The map on the right shows in gold the surface owned by oil and gas companies, and if you were to overlay these two maps on each other, the combined result is that nearly 80% of the surface lands within these DICs are in ownership that largely prohibits the presence of homes. In addition, a rough analysis of census data for Rio Blanco and Garfield counties shows that about 85% of the population of these two counties resides within the municipalities in each counties. The ultimate result is that the vast majority of these DICs are uninhabited, and those uninhabited areas are where the bulk of oil and gas development is occurring. Next slide, please. Just to drill down a bit further, this map shows QB's existing Divide Road Water Treatment Facility, which is one of those three permitted centralized E&P waste management facilities that I discussed previously. I think this discussion and this example may be the most important part of my presentation because the presence of this facility within a DIC and then the characteristics of the land surrounding it really illustrates the fundamental flaws in applying the wholesale prohibition of such facilities within DICs. Earlier today, you heard from Ms. Rose, one of the sponsors of House Bill 23-1242 that prompted this rulemaking, and she clearly stated that this legislation was targeting water use in the DJ Basin. So I think it's important for this commission to recognize that there's a certain lack of understanding at the legislative level of how recycling is handled in the Piceance, and that resulted in the inclusion of that blanket prohibition on new facilities and DICs. In addition, Ms. Rose stated that the legislators' focus was on on-site treatment and not centralized treatment. Again, I believe there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the scale of facilities that are required to treat, store, and recycle this water, and that centralized treatment, such as employed by QB and other PEONS operators, is the most efficient, at least impactful approach in terms of reduced surface disturbance, elimination of truck traffic, and reduced emissions. As shown by this map, our Divide Creek water treatment facility is located in a DIC. However, the nearest RBU to this facility is a seasonally occupied cabin that is over 4 miles to the north, and the nearest permanently occupied RBU is over 12 miles to the north. And just as context, this facility went into operation in late 2019. Since then, it has supported the drilling and completion of over 213 wells, resulted in saving an estimated 1.9 billion gallons of fresh water, and eliminated an estimated 600,000 truck trips. Before I pass it back over to Jill, just want to summarize QB's position. We fully support the West Slope COGA proposal that you've already heard about, and Jill's going to expand on next. Just wanted to reiterate that from QB's perspective, we cannot wait for this commission or the legislator to fix this DIC prohibition issue, and our planning for future development will be significantly impacted by any delay. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I'll pass the presentation back to Jill.
Thank you, Doug. Let's go to the next slide. All right, this slide drives home the result of the current draft's complete prohibition on siting produced water facilities in DICs. So this is a screenshot of Laramie Energy's West Slope operations, which was included in the pre-filed testimony of Chris Clark. Laramie's operations are noted by the red dots on the map. Some operations areas are closer to population centers like Quebec, but the majority of operations are outside of population centers miles to the north and east, but within a disproportionately impacted community. The DIC designations are noted by the orange crosshatch on the map. Soon, Laramie Energy will need to construct additional produced water treatment facilities and storage to continue utilizing high volumes of recycled produced water in its operations. So the question will be where to site the facility. Clearly, the preferred location would be near to the operations to the north, away from population centers like Quebec or Battlement Mesa. These lands are generally uninhabited and consist mostly of federal lands. However, the consensus draft will prohibit future sites in the lands crosshatched in orange, instead pushing operators to consider locations near population centers like Quebec and Battlement Mesa. I don't think that that is what this commission or even the legislature intended with this language. Let's move to the next slide. Having discussed what the issue is with the consensus draft here in 907B5, it's time to offer a solution. HB 1242 included a general prohibition against placement of a new centralized produced water treatment and storage facility in a DIC. And Rule 907B5H of the consensus draft basically just mirrors this blanket prohibition. However, Section 244109 of the Environmental Justice Act, which is the act that sets forth the definition of disproportionately impacted communities, also gives all statewide agencies, including this commission, the authority to prioritize or target certain criteria within the definition of DIC, or even certain subsets of communities that meet the definition of DIC. If the agency makes a determination through rulemaking that prioritization or targeting the definition of DIC is warranted and reasonably tailored to the category of statewide action involved. Here, we have established that prioritizing and targeting certain DIC criteria is warranted to ensure that recycled produced water use can increase on the western slope in a manner that does not also yield greater cumulative impacts to the public, environment, and wildlife. Let's go to the next slide. So here's our solution. This slide is our written solution to 907B5H of the consensus draft. Our solution is to prohibit operators, so does contain a prohibition on operators citing new centralized produced water storage or treatment facilities within DICs except where the facility is within a DIC solely because of criteria related to low-income communities or housing cost burden communities. To ensure that additional protections are afforded to the citizens in this DIC designation, West Slope COGA further proposes that facilities that fall within this minor exception be located greater than 4,000 feet from all RBUs, high occupancy building units, school facilities, or childcare centers, and that the relevant local government does not object to the siting of the facility. Importantly, this proposal will not guarantee approval of the facility. The facility will still have to go through all normal permitting processes, including your Form 28 process and any OGDP approvals that would be required. Finally, this language would still prohibit and contain a flat blanket prohibition on all new centralized facilities in cumulative impacted communities or those DICs that are described in Section 109 2B, Romanet 2F of the Environmental Justice Act. This precise language was proposed in West Slope COGA's responsive pleading that was filed with the ECMC on November 22nd, 2024. And to date, West Slope COGA is not aware of any opposition to this language by any party to the proceeding. Next slide. Again, without modification to the current blanket DIC siting prohibition, future facilities like QB's Divide Road Water Treatment Facility, again, you heard from Doug, greater than 12 miles from the nearest RBU, and that has saved more than 1.9 million gallons of fresh water, would be prohibited. Future facilities near population centers like DeBeck and Battlement Mesa would not potentially be prohibited, but new facilities miles away in uninhabited and remote areas are barred, and the end result is a combination of greater adverse impacts to West Slope communities, the environment, and wildlife, or flatlining or reducing the amounts of recycled produced water used on the West Slope. Again, don't think that that's what this commission intends, and that's what we're seeking to avoid. Final slide, please. Commissioners, tailoring the definition of the criteria of DICs under this rule is warranted, and West Slope COGA's proposal is reasonably tailored to protect public health, safety, welfare, and the environment and wildlife, and avoid impacts to West Slope population centers. We ask that you use your authority here today and adopt West Slope COGA's edits following deliberations. The problem has been identified, and nothing prohibits the Commission from taking action now to provide regulatory certainty to West Slope operators so they can plan and execute these long-term projects that will take years to complete. I did hear Mr. Sura speak about Western Colorado Alliance's observance that operators in the West Slope have been champions of produced water cycling, including locating infrastructure in rural areas and utilizing pipeline infrastructure to eliminate truck traffic pertaining to water transport. We really appreciate those comments on that point and simply ask that West Slope operators be given the chance to continue siting future produced water treatment and storage facilities in the most protective way possible. With that, any remaining time we have, we will reserve for rebuttal and any final closing, and we're here for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panel for the presentation. Commissioners, questions for the panel? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation and arguments and explanation of the operations that are occurring across the Western Slope. I do appreciate the perspective. As indicated before, I think that the barriers associated with reuse and recycling centralized produced water treatment facilities has been documented, and certainly I understand the challenges associated with that. In the presentations, you shared some centralized produced water treatment facilities that are in operation right now. And like with TEP, those examples all were miles away from RBUs. And the proposal, and I appreciate looking at solutions, but the proposal is contemplating within a disproportionately impacted community that has housing burdens or low income criteria associated with it, and then a sub criteria of 4,000 feet from RBUs. But these examples that I'm seeing are all miles, right? And so help me understand where this 4,000 foot came from and if there's any contemplation for something other than 4,000 feet. I mean, I think Chair Robbins, continues to ask the question about, you know, the concept of working through some of these challenges through the consortium or some other mechanism. And I acknowledge that, but I'm also looking at like where we're coming up with these numbers, these distance from RVUs, as I think has been indicated, there's not 50 of these centralized produced water treatment facilities that are being contemplated on the western slope, but a handful of them. And so it seems like there's an opportunity to be a little more surgical and targeted as far as where these may be and what the distances away from people might be. And so maybe just talk to me about that a little bit.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Messner. I'll start, and then I imagine maybe Doug or Tyson will have some things to add too. When we came up with the 4,000 foot number, and I will say, we started with 2,000 feet in our pre-hearing statement. So the language that we showed you is nearly verbatim exactly what we provided in our pre-hearing statement filed even earlier, I think in the month of November, maybe it was October. At any rate, 2,000 feet after a little bit of feedback from folks just didn't seem enough. So we looked at the mapping and I think ultimately doubled what is now the safety setback to 4,000 feet. The reason why I think that our working group felt that we couldn't go much further for now is that while this is we're talking about very rural lands and largely uninhabited, there are ranches, individual ranches and single unit dwellings on, large acreages of land, and it's possible that we'll need to account for those. So having a sweeping mile, 2 mile, starting to get into those figures, we'd be concerned that we'd still be picking up one maybe ranch who's already given us consent for the location, but still is out there nonetheless, even in these really remote areas. I think you're right. We're not talking about 50 locations. We're talking about probably just a few, but we also don't know in perpetuity where those might need to be. And because we don't get to open the rule book all the time, I think we want to make sure that we are not being so surgical on what we know we might need that we are forgetting what future operations might need in 10 years. So I think that that's the needle we're trying to thread, is making sure that we are leaving open the door, the possibility that we have a single ranch, again, probably with their consent, to put the facility out there, or just what it looks like to develop one of these produced water facilities in 10 or 15 years. When hopefully all of us are all retired. But somebody's going to have to deal with that potentially. So with that, I think Doug and Tyson probably have some other ideas on, I think what you're asking for specifically is the footage here in this exception.
Thanks, Jill. I appreciate that. And Commissioner Messner, I also think the 4,000 feet was something that we felt was consistent with some of the distances that were established during the cumulative impacts rulemaking, and just trying to stay consistent so that we don't have a multitude of different distances. From QB's perspective, as I stated, we're moving north into Rio Blanco County and largely into areas that have not been developed yet for oil and gas, and almost exclusively on federal land. So one of the big unknowns that we have is, as we start to work through the NEPA processes on the federal lands, do cultural surveys, the T&E surveys, all the various surveys that we have to do for the siting on federal lands, we don't know where these facilities would be. We know our preferred places, but until we do those surveys and know exactly where we'll be able to construct them, we don't know. Honestly, I can sit here and tell you, I think from QB's perspective, I don't think we would ever propose one within 4,000 feet, but I can't guarantee that until we work further into the process. Hopefully that helps answer it.
Yeah, I'm just looking for your perspective, so thanks. Yeah.
You bet.
To the operators, maybe Mr. Dennison and Mr. Johnston, can you talk to me a little bit about, so you guys have done a good job. You've got central water facilities, the blanket prohibition that, hey, it's not me, it's the statute that I'm trying to deal with. We're all struggling with that. But do you have plans for more centralized water facilities? Like how far out does that go? How much planning needs to happen now? I'm trying to get a sense of like the impact of if we were to, you know, stay with the statute now, what's that impact over the course of the next period of time?
Tyson, if you don't mind, I'll jump in first and then let you follow. Definitely, we do. As I just mentioned, we are moving into areas where we don't have a lot of current development. And so we will need a few more of these facilities to support our operations. One of the other things that we're doing right now and why it's so critical that we have some sort of certainty on where this is headed is if you recall from what you've seen as far as OGDPs from CARIS previously, and I don't think we've submitted anything yet as QB, they were pretty much one-off OGDPs or maybe a couple of location OGDPs. We're moving into the CAP and in BLM terms, master development plan world, where we want to do much more comprehensive planning. Those things take a lot of time. And with this undeveloped acreage, we do have a lot of surveying and planning that we have to do to determine appropriate locations for facilities. And we're doing that right now. So anything that would delay our ability to continue that planning is going to have a severe impact on our ability to get permits and then deploy the capital that we need to construct these things. Plus, these facilities themselves take a few years lead time just to design and get all the materials and everything that we need to build them.
Well, and I'll comment, you know, I mean, being a federal operator, obviously the timing involved in federal operations and QB kind of has a double because they are in federal operations and they are in these disproportionately impacted communities. My comments are more from the standpoint of being on the EJ task force. I'm sure Tricia thought that she would never have the nightmare of me bringing this up again, but we spent a lot of time during that task force discussing the differences on the West Slope. And unfortunately, when you're on a task force that's tasked with giving recommendations, the legislature is going to take those recommendations and write it the way they want to. So I completely sympathize, Director Robbins, with the need to try to follow the legislation, but the intent and what we discussed over and over again, you know, in those task force meetings was this is not going to fit blanket. We need to not only from the side of this where we've got these sparse, you know, large census block areas, but also on the other side of things where there are areas with sensitive receptors around that may not be identified by the tools that are provided. So, you know, creating this opportunity to really utilize the ECMC's rules to protect that with the, you know, the additional community engagement and disproportionately impacted communities, making sure that we're going through the OGDP process. Part of the reason why I was good with the 4,000 foot was because that was already part of the additional notifications and larger reach for community engagement as part of the rules. And I thought that well, if we're going to engage the community, why don't we just even push things out at least that far or farther, so that they you know, we're utilizing a number that has already been thought of as you know, distance to a receptor that may be affected. So you know, I do sympathize with that, but I think there's a good opportunity here for the ECMC to demonstrate that its rules can cover this in totality and really make up for where the definition was lacking.
Great. Thank you both for those comments. Appreciate it. Further questions for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this presentation. I want to focus on kind of a couple specific questions, and one is going back to the CRS 24-4109. And one of the things that you really focused on was in that exception that you're saying provides us the authority to do it. We're focusing on prioritizing or targeting certain criteria. And so I guess one of the things I want to make sure I understand in the interpretation you're putting forward is when you say targeting or prioritizing, do you mean choosing which of the criteria makes a DIC? And part of the reason I want to ask about this is you're talking about under your proposal, it's still being a DIC, but with additional protections. And so I just want to make sure I understand kind of the boundaries of what you're trying to do with the interpretation here. Are you changing with respect to produced water, this is what a DIC is, and so it wouldn't be? Those criteria wouldn't match, or are you saying it is a DIC, but we're focusing on protections for certain criteria?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Cross. I think it's the latter. So we are not asking this commission, and perhaps maybe that gets confusing, I recognize within some of maybe my comments and also maybe just slide language. We're not asking you to redefine, but to prioritize certain criteria and focus in or elevate some of those criteria for the purposes of this particular agency action, not to redefine what is DIC. So when you look at our language and our the application of our language that we're proposing, it would still contain a blanket prohibition on citing these types of facilities in cumulative impacted communities. It would also contain a blanket prohibition, and we're suggesting a blanket prohibition on any other community, like a linguistically isolated community, unless there was a variance. And then we're saying, if you are in a DIC, again, we're not excluding any criteria, we're saying solely because of low income criteria, then there we will allow a facility, but only if certain other environmental distance protections can be met. And we are offering that at 4,000 feet. So I think in this way, what we're asking you to do is the legislature gave you a general a directive that you needed to establish a rule with a prohibition on these facilities within DIC. We are saying that now you have the pin. This is what the prohibition should look like. And within the framework of the EJ Act, these criteria are going to be identified and prioritized, and these criteria are going to be addressed with some additional protective measures. That's what we're asking you to do, but not to redefine DIC or to somehow ignore one of the DIC designations.
The third protection of the county as well is very important, I think, to include to that. That is a huge piece of this.
Okay, that's helpful to understand again kind of the boundaries of your interpretive argument here. The other question I wanted to talk about in your written testimony, I do not see her up on the panel currently, but you had written testimony from Ms. Mai Spansky, and I was hoping to ask. She had specific concerns about the proposed definition of centralized EMP waste management facility. And I was hoping to get a little bit more detail about those concerns and kind of potential solutions for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I'm going to ping Christine. And if Hearing Officer Thomas can maybe elevate her to a panelist, I'm sure she can answer your questions. And if not, perhaps we can circle back to your questions on any rebuttal we might have.
I believe we've just elevated her.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. All right, Commissioner Cross, I see Christine on my screen, so she's ready to go.
Perfect. And were you able to hear my inquiry?
Can you please restate it? I just want to make sure I didn't miss it when it logged me out and logged me back in.
Sure, absolutely. And I really, it's just more of an information gathering. In your written testimony, in the section where I talked about other concerns with the proposed rules, you specifically mentioned concerns about the definition of centralized E&P waste management facility. And I was hoping you could elaborate on that a little bit more and any proposed solutions you have for your concerns.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. When we were looking at the definition, our main concern was that it could be expanded to be overly broad and include potential pump stations, central delivery points, or disposal well locations, which are all additionally critical in the QB Energy infrastructure and also other operators' infrastructure as well that involve recycling. Because you need an entire system to be able to maximize the recycling of your water. And so we wanted to incorporate that language in there to make sure that those additional areas could still be a part of this and wouldn't additionally be targeted as part of this DIC prohibition.
And do you think a solution to that would be in the statement of basis and purpose saying it is not intended to include these other parts separate from the main facility itself? Or do you think there should be something in the definition that says centralized E&P waste management facility does not include these specific portions?
I think it would be fine in the statement of basis and purpose as long as the definition was as it was on the proposed draft. That said, I fully support colleagues and additional parties that emphasize that the DIC portion as written is a big concern.
And I guess either those from perhaps Ty, if you have any thoughts on that with respect to your systems and how it's done. I don't know if you have similar feelings on it as well. No. Okay, I think those were my only questions here now.
I agree with Christine as far as how those are tied together. So,
okay. Thank you.
Further questions? All right. Well, we really thank you for the informed presentation. I appreciate having a couple of the operators in the room to be able to ask questions along those lines. We will let you go back to the attendee listen so you can listen in, and whatever time you had left is set aside for rebuttal. Let's take 5 and get Colorado Oil and Gas Society teed up for our next presentation. So 2:41. Welcome back. Continuing on the produced water rulemaking, the Colorado OG Society is up next. Mr. McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. My computer's going a little crazy. Thanks for your time. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. My name is Chris McGowan, and I am the counsel for Colorado OG Society and the Energy Council. I'm here today to testify regarding the consideration of additions and amendments to the Commission Rules of Practice and Procedure to CCR 4041. Today I also have with me Tricia Fanning and Ms. Michelina Pollock. Both of them can be panelists and answer any questions after we're all done later today. Our testimony today aims to address my client's areas of agreement and disagreement with respect to the proposed rules, and specifically the most recent consensus draft. First, I will briefly highlight the changes we believe are appropriate and grounded in legal, scientific, or practical reasoning. Second, I will discuss areas where further modifications are necessary to address significant concerns. And finally, I will discuss some of the comments submitted by other various parties. I will focus on the rules themselves, their impact on operators, and potential conflicts they create. Given that both my clients primarily represent small to mid-sized companies, they're privately operated independents, as well as operations that are unique to their basins, it is crucial to recognize that independent operators who produce the majority of oil and gas in this country are facing ever-increasing challenges with each new regulatory burden. Their voices must be heard and an understanding of their unique operations to meet these lofty goals. We have reviewed the relevant legislation, the initial and revised rules, and a significant portion of the testimony submitted. While we appreciate that the latest draft has addressed some of our concerns, we do believe there are certain areas that need to be improved. Colorado OG Society is a trade group promoting safe and environmentally responsible oil and natural gas development throughout Colorado. These proposed revisions could have a significant impact on our members' operations. While the OG Society generally supports some of the consensus language, we do have some ongoing concerns regarding the amended draft. Members of the OG Society, as mentioned previously, are generally small to mid-sized operators that have assets throughout Colorado in multiple basins. As such, their interests align in some cases with other industry groups, but diverge in others. The concept of the consensus draft overall is conceptually sound, and we would like to commend the stakeholders that put in the significant time and effort to develop some workable solutions. Also, we wanted to start by making note of some important points. The water at issue in this rulemaking makes up about 0.17% of water use overall. In other words, while much has been made about the amount of water used, it is relatively insignificant when taken into context of overall water use. Additionally, there's been no evidence introduced in this rulemaking illustrating any lack of access to water. To put it another way, we have seen nothing to establish that water use in oil and gas development has contributed to or is the cause of any shortage of water for certain adjudicated uses such as industrial or agriculture. On the contrary, generally a significant portion of not all the water that's used in oil and gas operations is purchased water, and in many cases is excess water that cannot be used for its particular adjudicated purposes. OG still has a major concern, which is reflected by many industry parties, that the prohibition on any new centralized E&P facilities in a disproportionately impacted community is misunderstood and misplaced, as several areas of the state are identified as DICs, yet in several of those areas there are no actual communities or populated areas. Not being able to locate a centralized E&P facility in large swaths of the state is contrary to the goal of the statute. It would create an unnecessary burden on operators to be able to comply with the ultimate goal of the rule. Additionally, with the concern of cumulative impacts from operations, prohibiting centralized facilities will lead to greater transportation impacts over a broader area. I think this was raised earlier by other testimony. OG would like the Commission to consider specifying in the definition limiting the prohibition to DICs that are contained in an urban area with direct quantifiable impacts to people. For example, Evergreen Natural Resources notes in their statement that the blanket ban is overbroad and will impede the progress of reducing fresh water usage. DICs comprise approximately 50% of Colorado surfaces. The entirety of Los Animas County, Evergreen's home, is classified as a DIC. Whether and where a produced water treatment facility should be sited is a land use decision over which local government with jurisdiction should be the final arbiter. Evergreen urges the Commission to invoke 12-4-109 to tailor the General Assembly's prohibition in a sensible way that will not undermine the core objective to reduce fresh water usage in oil and gas operations while protecting public health, safety, and welfare. We agree with that statement. We concur that the location and siting of facilities is at its core a local government function. Indeed, location and siting of facilities was a fundamental purpose of Senate Bill 19-181, and this prohibition ran counter to the intent of delegating authority over oil and gas operations to local governments. Definitions are another concern. We believe there should be two amendments. First, the definition of fresh water should include a distinction from drinking water, which is municipal generally, and industrial, agriculture, commercial, and other types of adjudicated water. Our concern lies with the definition failing to encapsulate the various types of fresh water that can be used in an oil and gas location. These adjudicated water classifications are by law purchased by WA operators and should be afforded some deference. Second, we believe that the definition adding recycled produced water equivalent or alternative should also include water used pursuant to 5 CCR 1002-84. That's Reg 84. During the development of Reg 84, it was specifically contemplated that operators would be able to utilize reclaimed water in their operation. As this water is, by definition, recycled or repurposed water, we believe its inclusion would not only be environmentally friendly, but allow operators the ability to comply with the proposed rules upon implementation and beyond, and help satisfy the goal of recycled water use in industrial practices. While we understand the overall nature of the definitions and appreciate the initial edits, we would again encourage the Commission to broaden the definition surrounding water that qualifies as recycled and make a clear distinction between fresh drinking water. For example, our members utilize various types of water, such as industrial, that currently would not qualify under this proposed rule to meet recycling threshold. Yet this water is, by definition, not fresh or drinking water and is adjudicated for use such as oil and gas development. Further, this water type has, in some fashion, been either recycled or repurposed and would otherwise help operators meet the thresholds put forth in the rules, in addition to helping the Commission meet its goals of reducing the use of fresh water in oil and gas operations. Finally, it should be noted that the current reporting already assists with both the identification of this water as well as tracking its usage. We would encourage the Commission to allow the definitions to include all those ancillary types of adjudicated water and make clear that fresh and drinking water is excluded. The second aspect we believe needs to be addressed is Rule 431 mileage tracking and reporting requirements. Our concern stems from the tracking and reporting requirements that don't take into account the various factors that surround the trucking of produced water once it leaves the location and is hauled mostly by commercial water companies. First, in the DJ Basin, there's no infrastructure and is limited to no ability to put in place infrastructure to transport produced water exists. Additionally, in the case of commercial treatment and recycling, the chain of custody provides that ownership of the water is transferred upon pickup of the water to be disposed, injected, or treated, and recycled, and thus is no longer the property of the operator. Operators will be able to track their water upon pickup. However, the mileage associated with the transport of water by a commercial hauler to a commercial facility is not the impact of the operator, and the mileage to be tracked would not be on the commercial hauler. Finally, once the water has been picked up, the treatment, recycling, and/or disposal may be done by another company who makes the ultimate decision on management of the produced water. We believe the statement of basis and purpose should at least account for these situations and allow operators to report mileage only in direct applicability to the water they are sending for treatment, recycling, or disposal, utilizing their own trucks owned and operated within their company. So it should be noted that by allowing operators to manage water in this fashion, it is beneficial to the health, safety, and welfare of Colorado, as they are not making water haulers transportation of water on a trip-by-trip basis. Rather, it is a consolidated approach which reduced mileage used and trips needed to address multiple locations and operators. We also have concerns about the ability to meet the recycling target requirements contained in the rules. Specifically, certain basins may not be able to meet this requirement without an allowance for or process providing for the trading of credits across basins. I think we heard testimony to that earlier today, and we would incorporate and support the testimony of those operators such as Kennison and TEP. Certain basins simply do not produce enough water that would allow operators to recycle and reuse their water. For example, on the West Slope, drilling in certain areas do not always produce enough water that can be recycled to be able to meet the 4% requirement in future stimulation activities, let alone the higher percentage required in the future. As this is a basin-wide issue, this will also restrict operators' ability to purchase credits, as there will not be enough water credits available under any circumstances. Further, the rule does not consider other factors such as evaporation, duration to obtain an approved permit to drill, availability of rigs, and other considerations outside the control of operators. In these instances, operators will be unable, under any circumstances, to secure enough recycled water to allow them to comply with the new rule. In these cases, we believe there should be a mechanism that allows operators to either purchase credits from other basins or seek alternatives that allow them to comply with the 4% rule, which increases substantially over time. We are also consistently concerned with the limitations of banking credits for only 24 months. Given the duration of time it takes to get an oil and gas development plan reviewed for approval is on average over 200 days now, and now with the new cumulative impact rules being applied, this duration is likely to substantially increase. This will create a reduction of time being able to apply the credits for use during stimulation operations. As the requirement for recycled produced water percentage increases, the limit of 24 months to bank will become a bigger issue as each recycling target approaches. We suggest that produced water credits should not have an expiration, or expiration should follow the same duration of that as the general approved permit it is applied to, 3 years from the date of approval. Additionally, one party noted that there's some areas regarding the credit system that are currently unclear based on the text of the proposed compromise. We would echo those concerns, only insofar as clarity for such a system will be crucial to efficient administration. For example, who and how will the credit system be administered, and what will be the mechanism for tracking and applying credits? Additionally, who will oversee the implementation of the program? Those are valid questions, and we believe at a minimum should be addressed in the SBAP. Another issue that has been tacitly raised is the credit system and its associated parameters. For example, the timing surrounding the credit system is unclear, such as when the time frame for the credit starts and when the credit terminates. This is important as considering the timelines of securing permits in Colorado, again, are approximately 9 to 12 months on average and often go longer. This presents a significant issue with not only securing credits, but also utilizing them. Finally, certain commentators have drawn attention to the distinction in different environments that do exist, such as the West Slope and the Southern Basin. We agree. The Western Slope poses a unique situation that highlights the need for some additional modification, as does some of the Southern basins. As we noted above, we believe there are certain limitations on the ability, or more specifically, the availability of recycled water, or the ability to secure enough recycled water in the future. Further, it has been illustrated that the Western Slope qualifies as a DIC, which covers nearly the entire community, as well as more than 49% of the DJ Basin. Taking into account both limitations on the ability to locate and site permanent facilities, combined with the already limited availability of water that can be recycled, along with the lack of infrastructure in the Front Range DJ Basin, we would encourage the Commission to put a provision that allows for operators to include the different types of water, such as industrial or reclaimed, in order to meet the required threshold, as well as allow operators in certain basins to exchange, trade, and or buy and sell credits from other basins in order to ensure operators are able to comply with the rules. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I am happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Oat.
Thanks, Mr. McGowan. I wanted to ask about your proposal to add reclaimed water into the definition of produced water equivalent. So my understanding of that concept from the presentation by the parties working on the consensus proposal was that it was really important that those waters be waters that were otherwise going to be taken out of or were already out of the hydrologic cycle. Reclaimed water, though, is not bad. So just wanted to see if you had any response to, or are you just proposing to broaden it?
No, so I think it's a fair question. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. I understand that, but at the same time, I think reclaimed water is generally water. So I worked on that rulemaking. Generally, it's used for alternative purposes. It's not fresh water, right? So I guess I get the argument of out of the hydrological cycle, but I would also argue that maybe not necessarily all produced water is out of the hydrological cycle either. And there's evaporation, as we mentioned earlier, so that goes back in the hydrological cycle. So there's various factors, but I also don't think that should be a distinction either. I don't think that should be the limitation. Remember, the goal is to get more recycled water. They're now adding a qualifier on that says, okay, now the hydrological cycle. I would argue if the goal is recycled water, if it's to use recycled or reused water that maybe not is directly fresh water, then I don't see why reclaimed water wouldn't qualify. In other words, what I took from the bill and the purpose of the bill and the rulemaking is to take out fresh water, is to reduce the use of generally fresh water, such as drinking water, although, again, we make the distinction that there is fresh water used for other purposes. But if the distinction and the purpose is not to use, is to use less fresh water, then reclaimed water by definition should be included because it is also by definition recycled or repurposed water. In other words, I mean, does it really matter if it's put on golf courses or used in oil and gas? And I would also note that if you use reclaimed water in certain circumstances, what prevents those operators from, say, recycling whatever, water comes back out of or flow back water, what have you? It could also be, recycled on those locations. A lot of operators try to keep those and recycle water that's, reused it several times. I mean, I can't speak for all the operators at this time, but just generally as a general notion, I know that's sometimes available. So I would argue that reclaimed water should be a part of this. And it would also finally allow for those, as we noted, there is basins that probably won't have enough water being produced to meet those recycling thresholds. Ultimately, I think the Western Slope has had plenty of testimony today. I think including reclaimed water in the definition would help those operators meet the ultimately otherwise lofty goals. I mean, they're pretty lofty recycling goals that are in this rule. Ultimately, I think including reclaimed water would actually help meet those thresholds and allow operators to continue to reduce their use of fresh water.
Okay, well, thanks for sharing your perspective.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McGowan, I'm struggling a little bit with some of your testimony. There was a report that was developed by the Colorado Produced Water Consortium on the availability of produced water in different basins around the state that was data-driven and science-based with the best available data available. Do you have evidence that indicates that there's not water availability in these basins that you're indicating? Because I think the data that's provided in those reports would contradict that.
Well, I have operator reports. So I don't have the report in front of me, so I can't speak to it, Commissioner. So honestly, I'd have to look at it and get back to you. But the operator reports.
So what we've got is, the San Juan Basin in 2022 produced 17,247,492 barrels of produced water and utilized 28,803 barrels for hydraulic fracturing in 2022. 2023, the San Juan Basin produced 16,896,044 barrels of produced water and used 1,938 barrels for hydraulic fracturing. This same table that's in that report, addresses the San Juan Basin, the Raton Basin, the Piceance Basin, the Paradox Basin, the North Park Basin, and the Denver-Julesburg Basin. And so, I understand that you're making arguments, but you're making arguments based on lack of produced water availability. And so, therefore, needing to expand the definition of, a produced water alternative. But I'm not seeing any clear evidence that backs up your argument.
Well, so I understand you're reading from that report. I would also say you also heard testimony earlier today that did speak somewhat to that availability. But I'd also note, more importantly, like directly from my clients and my operators, they've said that there may or may not be availability. Also consider this, and also maybe strict availability for operators. So, for example, if you are in one of those basins and you do, it depends on your lease, your formation, and a few other things. So, for example, say there's a couple of operators in a basin and one gets a significant amount of that water and the other doesn't have that availability. We used to say they may or may not sell a credit. So there's a lot of factors available, and I can't speak to the report because I can't look in front of me and I can't do that math. But I would tell you the direct reports from my clients is it's likely that some of these basins there's just simply no way that they'll be able to meet it based on their own internal estimates about what water is produced and what water is available, and et cetera. So, I mean, I can get some of those specific examples for you. I just can't speak to it right now, and I can't speak to the report because I don't have it in front of me and I haven't looked at it. So,
may we interject here? So, Chris, in a moment, John, Commissioner Messner, may I interject? Because I think you just recently heard from West Slope Koga, and I think Tyson Johnston mentioned that while he didn't get into the specific of his testimony, I can tell you that Gunnison Energy specifically, and then I can let Michelina jump in here as well, because it relates a lot to the members of Energy Council as well. But in the development area in the Manco Shale, the problem is the return. So while Gunnison and as Arter, and being his consultant on permitting for his development, can say that while they use a significant amount of recycled water in their development process, it's the return. So while they put forth the ability to use recycled water in the stimulation process in the initial and the forefront, it's the return within the formation being less than 2%. And also just the water within that formation. So what I would direct you to, without getting into it, because I'm not the engineer specific to those operations in downhole, you can look to Tyson's testimony as it's filed as part of this rulemaking. And then I'll turn it over to Michelina if she has anything to add specific, because it is pretty prevalent in her area that those are our concerns.
Thanks, Commissioner Messner. I just wanted to speak specifically about the San Juan Basin and the La Plata County area. Is that it was reported in 2022 that there were 15 million barrels that were produced in the San Juan Basin, and a typical horizontal well uses approximately 500,000 barrels of water for frac. So that would mean that there's only enough produced water to complete between 31 and 40 wells, right? And I've given that in my written testimony. But with the Mancos Shale, what I want to piggyback on what Ms. Fanning was saying is that the return is different on our Mancos Shale drilling completions than it is our coal bed methane, right?
But
Reworks.
Ms. Pollock, I want to stop you there for a second, because what you're talking about as far as the amount of water necessary for completions is assuming that there was 100% reuse and recycling. Mr. McGowan's testimony seems to indicate that at 4%, it would not be possible. And so this is, it seems inaccurate to me. And so I just want to make sure as we look at this, because this is the basis for your rationale for the expansion of, the produced water alternative. This is also why these reports were developed by the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, in order to develop that data to make determinations on whether or not there was produced water availability in different areas to be able to support the different targets that were recommended as part of the Produced Water Consortium. And so that's also why the Produced Water Consortium made recommendations that were relatively modest in its approach as far as the timelines associated and the percentages that were associated with the reuse and recycling targets that were recommended. And so I guess I'm struggling here a little bit with this argument that there's not enough produced water availability to be able to meet these targets. And then you throw in some proposed flexibility that's associated for this to be averaged over a 4-year time frame and the utilization of produced water credits. I'm struggling to see the need to expand the definition of produced alternative based on that evidence. So if you have responses to that, I'm happy to hear them, but I don't know what I'm thinking right now, just so you know.
I'll defer to them to answer the subset. The only thing I do want to clarify what I actually said was I did not say it was always impossible at 4%. That's not actually what I said. What I said was, I said in some certain circumstances, it is not always able to produce enough produced water that can be recycled to meet the 4% in future stimulation, let alone the higher percentage required in the future. So what I clarified to said is some certain circumstances, there's not a 4%, not broad based. And really the focus is on the increase over time, just to be clear about what my testimony was. And I'll defer to the percentage based to Tricia and Nicolina.
I think that was perfectly fine said at this point.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for this discussion and for being here today. I think at the end of your presentation, you raised the issue of the transfer of credits across basins, and we've heard testimony today, to put it mildly, some tentativeness over a credit system of any type, but really even more so with the transfer of credits across basins. We've heard repeatedly that there's significant existing recycling in the peons, for example, and the obvious criticism would be that the transfer across credits across basins could certainly thwart the intent of the legislation by enabling a paper type exercise for recycling practices that are already in place. And so I wanted to get your comments on that concept and kind of hear a little bit more about what you had in mind for a rationale for proposing a transfer of credits across basins.
I can jump in here. I'll initially start, and then Nicolina, if you want to jump in. I think what we wanted to make sure is that we didn't narrow it. While the concern ultimately that was focused by NGOs was the lack of recycling that was in the DJ Basin. I think the way that water was tracked in the beginning, when you have total fluids used before we started the process of 7W and 47 at the fourth quarter of 2023 and all of 2024, we weren't able to show the specificity of how water was actually used on what was actually produced, water recycled versus, by definition, those waters that were industrial, commercial, or other uses that fall within the definition of freshwater. So what we have a difficulty of is some of our operators that don't have a backlog of permits or storage capacity, or like was just mentioned by Gunnison Energy. Gunnison doesn't, I'm going to use them as an example, and so they don't drill more than 2 wells, right, a year. And so very often. And so when you say that you don't have the return on the percentages, you may be able to make that happen at the forefront, but you won't be able to get the return. So if you're looking to do the same amount of wells the next year, then it's difficult without buying credits. But if you're looking where they are and they're developing, say, their future plans in the Mancos, and those are the surrounding operations doing the same thing, then if we're working within that basin, I'm fearful that there's going to be a hold on what we have in credits. And then also the duration of time to which someone is capable of getting an OGDP or drilling permit approved. And what was also spoken to, some of those areas of federal permits and their forward planning for a duration of time. And it then leads itself to the limitation of 24 months in which to be able to use those credits. So I think what we're difficult on, because we were not part of the discussion on the development of the credits with the consensus group, is understanding that timing. When does that time allow for? So if we have to put a water plan together within the OGDP, and we're going to have to represent that we don't have the water in our basin, we don't have a way to acquire the water from somebody else in an operating sharing agreement, we look to our basin and nobody else has the water, so there's no credits to be acquired, or we fear that there may be a holding of credits because there's future planning that are very long out in determination, then if we're held to our basin, the business fear is there's a restriction. So then we're stifled on what we can do for long-term projection. And we'd like to be able to plan out comprehensively to be able to meet the goals, but with that restriction or possible risk of 24 months, we think that it should not be restrained to basin specific.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. I think that outlined your operational concerns. I'm not sure to address the greenwashing issue I talked about, but I do appreciate your further elaboration on that.
Well, if you could explain a little bit more by you mean by greenwashing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been relatively prevalent in this hearing. I'm not sure if you've been able to listen in, but in the end, certainly a lot of the concern associated with the trans-basin transfer of water is that the intent of the legislation is to actually increase the use of, or decrease the use of fresh water and increase the use of recycled water. There's certainly excess recycled water going on in some operations, and the ability to transfer that because of existing business practices and take those credits across basins and use them, it certainly could thwart the intent of that legislation.
And I think I appreciate that, Commissioner Ackerman, but I think what we want to be able to do is that's why we interjected on adding in the reclaimed water, because the purpose of operators is to use reused reclaimed water and not actually use municipal water or waters that it constitute that we're taking something away. There is waters that's industrial earmarked, adjudicated waters for the purposes of exploration of oil and gas. And instead of us looking to credits, we'd actually like to recycle water in operations and use it and not be confined. So I think if there has to be a credit system and we can have a merriment of all things, then we wouldn't like to confine it to the basin because we are fearful there might be restrictions that would prohibit operations in the near future. If we were to adjust all things that we've presented, then being able to add the additional things for reclaimed and reused waters as put forth in Reg 84, then from the onset, we'll be able to comply. And there won't be so much worry about how this is all going to work. I think the credit system for me as a environmentalist permitter, someone that looks forward, I'm not really positive about applying a credit when I know my operators that I work with, they seek to get reused water or waters that are industrially earmarked, or in addition to that, have purchased significant amount of lands with water rights for the intent and purpose to do their business. And that's our biggest concern here.
Thank you. I appreciate that further.
Commissioner, I did want to add one thing. And I know this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but at the same time, the two things I would point out, and I did my note in law school about this, so I know a little bit, but the point is that if the concern is that operators have excess water and that they would be recycling it and just generating credits, I would also point out they're still recycling it, right? At the end of the day, it's still recycled water, still creating a credit. You only get a credit for recycled water. So if the goal is to increase the recycling of produced water, it would still serve the purpose, right? I mean, I get it. Maybe you have someone that's going to create a bunch of credits and create a market economy for that. But at the same time, is the concern about creating a market, or is the concern about using more recycled water? Because I would argue if it's the latter, then it really shouldn't matter where the credits come from. It should just matter that the water is recycled. And I would also add, and again, Trisha can, correct me if I'm wrong here, but not all recycled produced water is the same. In other words, it's no guarantee that I could use produced water that's recycled from one basin and another. So that would also be a restriction. I mean, am I going to buy produced water, recycled water just for the credits themselves? I guess that could happen, but I mean, the companies are generally in the business of running a good business, and they're not going to buy something they can't use. So I would note that there's also possibly some self restrictions on just practicality as well. But I didn't want to point that out. It's still recycled water, still creating credits, so it does still create increase the recycled water. So I think that still serves its ultimate purpose. At least that's from my perspective.
Yeah, and I would just like to add is, I mean, it was Mr. Jewell did an amazing job for TEP and Mr. Bergman on the fact that over the course, there is significant operating agreements, and that runs true whether it's in their basin or it's up even in with my small operators who actually, that are still wildcatters drilling vertical wells that actually don't stimulate and don't have a need, but they have operating agreements on the drilling side for utilizing produced water. But in addition to that, we have other operators that it's just the type of water is a concern, but not really in the stimulation process from my knowledge base, but I'll just hold there.
Thank you to both of you. I appreciate your further elaboration on that point. I guess my final question, Ms. Fanning, is back to you, and maybe I misheard you, but I thought I heard an intimation that a credit system without an interbasin transfer of water isn't something that you support. Did I mishear that?
No, I mean, I think it should be statewide. I don't think it should be basin specific. I think that's pretty much where my members sit. I mean, the hard part is I don't feel that we've had enough time to really understand this proposed credit system and how it's all going to play out in the administration of it. We didn't have an opportunity to participate with the consensus group specifically on those details, and then just providing an amended document. Obviously, we don't have a statement of basis of purpose to break that down. I just think there's concerns in the fact that the duration of time to permit and putting plans together, we're just really curious how this is all going to work out in the end. I think my members ultimately want to be able to use reclaimed, reused water and not focus solely on narrowing the scope just to recycle produced water in all cases. And with that, if that's what it gets down to, then we don't want to be locked to a basin-specific credit system.
Thank you for your response. That's it now for now, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Other questions for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask one kind of elaborating piece of information. You talked about the mileage tracking and the reporting requirements. I was hoping you could go into a little more detail on your concerns with that.
Sure, I can start with that, and then Michelina can speak from her area as well if she'd like to jump in. I think for us with that, I'm not saying that mileage tracking should not occur. What I'm saying is it's very difficult to look at mileage tracking on a per operator basis when most times operators use commercial haulers. And in that case, we have really no control to know how that water is picked up from multiple locations. So we would probably know from the point it leaves the yard and comes to, say, operator A's site. But from the point it leaves A, it doesn't typically go back to where it's treated, ultimately recycled, and at times disposed of. Once the water leaves the site of the operator, if it is commercially hauled, it's under chain of custody, and that's no longer owned by the operator. It's then picked up potentially by either the commercial business that's hauling the water or the commercial entity that's taking the water that's purchased from the operator. So this just becomes a very labor intense effort in order to figure out how operators are actually going to track that mileage. And I think it's going to lead to double counting. And really the cumulative impact of that mileage should be borne by the commercial entity that's taking the product once it leaves custody transfer. Similar to gas or oil down a pipeline, once the point of custody transfer goes, it becomes the product of the midstream operator. It should be counted as such. So there are instances where operators and other, across the state own their own trucking, move their own water for their own use. And in that case, I think it would be tracked, and it would be a mileage that is borne by that organization and that entity, and that would be much easily tracked. Does that explain it?
I think so. And I think it makes a lot of sense to understand, especially if there's a third party that's picking up from operator A, doesn't fill it all, picks it up from operator B, and then you're looking at miles for both. And I guess one of my concerns then is, are we then requiring the third party to register with us and report the miles with us, or how do you see that being done?
Thanks. So Commissioner Cross, I would probably throw it back to you. What's the need for tracking the miles if it's commercial for the entity for ECMC? Right at that point, they're not really controlled under your purview. And, at this point, the product is being sold. Who's to say that it's actually then going to be the end use to be back into the system and purchased again by oil and gas? So it goes back to Reg 84 that water can be picked up and it can be repurposed at many locations. It doesn't mean that it stays full cycle and comes back for oil and gas use. That can actually be retreated, purposed, and controlled under Reg 84 or injected for UIC. So I think there's a gray area there. Why should it only be borne and counted by the operator? It's left their control. It's manifested to somebody else. It's now their product. It may not be the product of operator A, B, or C.
And I would note also that there is value and benefit, as we noted in our testimony, to having a commercial individual go to several sites at once, right? As opposed to having one disposal go from, point A to back to point A, right? Just one trip. If you're hitting multiple locations, you're effectively saving mileage and time and being environmentally friendly. So I think, do we get credit for that, right? Or do we account for that sort of reduction? I mean, that's just another point I'd add as well.
Thank you. That was the only question I have right now.
Further questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, we will let the panel return to the attendees list and listen in and get ready for rebuttal with whatever time is remaining. Hearings Manager Thomas, who's next?
Thank you.
I believe next up is the Southwest Water Advocates Network, followed by Evergreen, and then followed by staff.
All right. And let's get Southwest Water Advocates up to the fore.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Let me bring up my slide. Yes, I have slides. I only have 10 minutes, though, so pretty zippy. Okay, share. Oh, okay. Hopefully you can see. You can pick up what I'm putting down. Can you see a slide, a white slide with our logo on it?
Yeah, we can see a slide. You're not very loud.
I'm a very soft-spoken guy. No, I'm just kidding. Hang on a second. Okay, how's that?
That's a whole lot better. Thanks.
All right. Hi, I'm John Grisdeal. I am one of the facilitators for the Southwest Water Advocates Network, and we'd like to offer you some perspective as an environmental group that works with industry. In fact, we're mostly industrial users who are environmentalists, and we kind of like that. We're decentralized. We're driven by the community. We're mission oriented, and really we're about advocacy. And it's all around the wise and effective use of our water resources in the Southwest U.S. So, do your best. Kind of think of New Mexico, Colorado, Western Texas, Utah, Nevada, Southern California. That's where our focus is. And some of this material that I'm going to show you, I'm going to zip through because we'll send the slides and the public will have access to them. So I included stuff that maybe I'm not going to talk to. First of all, we've been involved monitoring, I guess, the consortium since inception. I've spoke with Commissioner Messner a couple times, and Hope and I have corresponded numerous times. We wholeheartedly support the work that the commission is doing, and also this so-called consensus draft. We also know this is going to require a lot of communication, and y'all know as well as anyone that it requires a ton of work to get the public engaged. I mean, you in order to even know about this, you would have had to see Hope's talking, us talking about it. We've held several online forums with 500 people attending, talking about the work of the consortium and what's going on in New Mexico and what's going on in California. So one thing that we as a group, and again, we're consensus builders, so it's not like there's a hierarchy, but as a group, we think you guys can do better. We don't think the targets for recycling are high enough. And I know we just spent a half an hour listening to folks that are in a different situation, and exemptions can be made, obviously, for folks that actually just don't have the water. I mean, that's fine. The amount of produced water in Colorado is extremely modest compared to just about every other place that we've worked, like Southern California, like New Mexico, and certainly West Texas. So, and then I want to also just quickly share with you our perspective of a sort of all of above approach that extends beyond this commission's mission, but I think it's important to at least let you know what's going on. Okay, so again, this is for the general public. As you know, there's very little fresh water. You also know that we periodically are in drought. Last summer, this map was mostly red in the western side. In the context of current drought map for the U.S., all that red is really bad news, including this little bit up here in northern Colorado. So obviously, we need to take an all-of-above approach for water. But we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The National Water Reuse Action Plan actually has information about recycling produced water. And they actually helped create Mike Hightower's group down at New Mexico Tech, the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium. So they've got standards. Earlier, people were talking about standards. Please don't do what New Mexico is doing, which is starting at baseline zero. Their own commissioners have said that due to the political situation in New Mexico, they can't adopt EPA standards for, say, discharge of industrial wastewater, reuse of produced water. All those standards exist. I encourage the commission, if you guys are involved in setting up, what will be a task force looking at standards, that they exist. And the technologies to achieve those standards exist as well. And Mike and I are old buddies. We've been working together for years on produced water. We're both considered experts in this area, and we both believe that produced water for beneficial use is the next logical step, meaning outside the oil field. So when we look at unconventional water, we're talking about water from mining, excavation, power plants, manufacturing, chemicals, oil and gas, and agriculture, not just oil and gas. And again, it's just to give you our perspective. We know this is mostly outside, which you guys are trying to accomplish. Somebody earlier mentioned fit for use water treatment and recycling. There are many different factors that come into play, but this is something where we really need to educate the public, that the public has this perception that all water has to, many of the public have this perception that all water has to be treated to the point where it's drinking water. And that's just absolutely not the case. And again, the EPA has these standards and there are crops profiles that allow you to take produced water, treat it, and use it for agriculture. And I'll give you an example of that in a few minutes. So the idea around fit for use water is really you've got to ask yourself three questions. Is the water where you need it? Because moving water is ridiculously expensive. What is the necessary water quality for the intended use? Again, depending on what the intended use, the produced water could be used back at the well with very little treatment, or could be taken all the way to something that could be used for agriculture. And then also, does the cost justify the treatment? There's been a ton of advances in treatment technology over the last 10 years. There's been a huge acceleration. And so I think, when you get into the standards game, you're going to have to take a look at treatment technologies and make sure that you're up on what everybody's doing. Not stuff that's in the lab, it's stuff that's actually being sold commercially. Here's an example. And again, we'll upload this. This is oil and gas produced water from Wyoming that's treated to beneficial use standards. The reductions here are not just possible, they happen every day. The problem is the oil and gas industry is not incented in any way, shape, or form to take the water to this level of cleanliness. So, but it's not just showing what's possible, it's showing what's already happening in the market outside of Colorado. There's a couple places inside Colorado, you probably know, that have discharge permits that have to meet extremely good quality parameters, including our favorite refinery right here in Denver. They put produced water into the river every day that's been treated. So Colorado, I guess there's some discussion about how much, but just to make sure that I'm feeding you what I know, if for no other reason, but you can correct me, about 88% of produced water is either used for EOR or it's injected into a class 2 well. And only a very small amount was discharged to the surface after some treatment. And obviously, the amount of produced water that's actually recycled right now is less than 1%. So let me give you a couple case studies and then I'll be done. Here's one right here in Colorado, processed water that's used for chemical manufacturing. It contains some of the nastiest stuff, way worse than what's in produced water. The plant was paying $4 a gallon to have that wastewater hauled away by Safe Harbors. They implemented a treatment train that allowed them to get that down to 22 cents a gallon, and they got the water back. This is off the shelf gear. So it's and now the water is not good enough for chemical manufacturing, but it is good enough for the cooling jackets, right? So again, fit for purpose water. My favorite example is Kern County in California. They recycle, or treat, recycle, and use as much produced water as we have in all of Colorado. And they do it every year, year after year. They dilute it 1-to-1 after treatment because that's what the local water board wanted them to do. But the water coming out of that Chevron plant is definitely clean enough to put on crops. And they've done report after report of the impact of treated produced water held to high standards on crops and whether or not there's some conductivity to humans, and there just absolutely is not. You can see in California the coincidence between farmland and oil wells. And these oil wells are extremely watery. Sometimes 90 barrels of water per barrel of oil. So they're swimming in produced water and only now really starting to ramp up treating produced water for agricultural purposes. And salt is obviously an issue with produced water. So, excuse me. So the point needs to be made that all crops can accept varying levels of saltiness in the water. If you can remove all the metals and the hydrocarbons, which is eminently doable, then you can take saline water and apply it for agricultural use. And the last example here is in coking and steel. This is a plant in China that has a zero liquid discharge. They're only adding about 10% of water. They're reclaiming about 90% of their cooling water. And since the cooling water is used to cool coal that's been heated up to make metallurgical coke, everything that's in coal is in that water. BTEX, heavy metals, sulfur compounds, and they're saving millions a year in what's really a very simple system. So that's the information I wanted to bring to the attention of the commission. And I think I've already gone over my time, but I'm happy to answer questions or to be available to you about any of this information.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation and being with us. Commissioners, questions for the witness? All right. Not seeing questions. Stick around and listen to us. We're getting toward the end of the day. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a few minutes. Let's take 3 minutes, 3:36. We will return to hear from Evergreen Natural Resources. Welcome back. We now have a presentation from Evergreen Natural Resources. Mr. Lepore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your continued attention. Also want to thank Commissioner Messner in particular for his leadership with the consortium and with its rulemaking. I am going to turn this over to Mr. Brecky very, very shortly. We do not have a slideshow. We are going to add our voices to those of the many other non-DJ basin operators from whom you have heard. I think many of the topics that we want to cover have been covered in some depth. So we'll try to be briefer than our 20 minutes and let you ask all the questions that you want to ask at the end. So Mr. Brecky, take it away.
Okay, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lepore. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Brandon Brecky, and I serve as the Manager of Government and Regulatory Affairs for Evergreen Natural Resources. I apologize for the angle of my camera. Apparently, you're going to have to be staring at my nose during my testimony here. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. Evergreen Natural Resources is the largest employer in Los Animas County, operating 2,200 CBM wells across 200,000 acres in the Raton Basin of southern Colorado. Unlike many operators, Evergreen is not actively drilling new wells. Instead, we focus on long-term management of existing wells and the management of produced water. We pride ourselves on working cooperatively with regulators and industry partners and aligning with environmental and public interests. Before discussing the specific policies under consideration today, I just want to provide a very brief overview of Evergreen's produced water management system and how it relates to this rulemaking. Evergreen has developed and operated an extensive produced water management system for over 20 years. We use 100% recycled produced water for all downhole operations, including restimulations. Our fresh water usage for operations is 0. Furthermore, our produced water has a very low TDS of under 3,000 milligrams per liter, meaning it is naturally cleaner than many produced water sources in the state. Thusly, we hold 4 surface discharge permits from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, allowing us to return 50% of our produced water into the Purgatory and Episcopal river systems or store it in evaporation ponds. The remaining 50% is re-injected underground through 12 Class II injection wells. Our produced water is an essential resource for our local ecosystem, ranchers, and agriculture, and undergoes rigorous testing to ensure compliance with state and federal environmental standards. Given our longstanding success in managing produced water effectively, Evergreen supports many aspects of the consensus draft rules and commends the Commission for incorporating industry feedback. But we also urge modifications to address concerns that could unintentionally disrupt well-functioning legacy systems such as ours. We largely support the consensus draft rules. We believe they provide a strong foundation for regulating produced water. The draft rules have favorably addressed several issues raised in the pre-hearing statements. However, 2 issues we believe require further refinement. 1, the reporting requirements in Rules 431A1DE and 431.3.1E and F, which do not account for well-established produced water management systems like Evergreen's. And secondly, the proposed blanket prohibition on permanent standalone centralized facilities in DICs. As has been noted, we believe it's overly broad and does not reflect local economic and environmental realities. We support the following provisions: the recycled produced water alternative definition. That's in alignment with the Produced Water Consortium's recommendations, as well as CDPHE's WQCD classification system. We support Rule 905C6B, the fresh water use reduction reporting. That allows operators to average freshwater usage reduction across all wells, and we think that will create operational efficiencies and simplify compliance. We support the produced water credit system. It provides a financial and regulatory incentive for operators to reduce freshwater usage. However, we would like to keep open the possibility that credits could be used outside of the basin in which they were created, if doing so would ultimately lead to a reduction in freshwater usage. We ask the Commission keep an open mind on this issue and that interbasin credits could turn out to be a valuable tool for operators to meet reduction goals over time. Per Ms. Fanning's comments, the credits could provide some lubricant for operators in meeting their operational plans as well as reduction plans. Finally, we support the produced water air emissions reporting, whereas the Commission would not impose immediate air emissions until a stakeholder working group is convened within the next 9 months. While we support these provisions, we urge the Commission to revisit 2 key issues. As mentioned, the first is Rule 431A and 431.3. Evergreen fully supports transparency in reporting. However, the well-by-well and location-based reporting requirements in the proposed rules present an immense challenge for a well-established system like ours. Evergreen's gathering system takes produced water directly from designated groups of wells and delivers the commingled water either to an injection well, evaporation pond, or surface water discharge point. Once produced water enters the gathering system, it is commingled with produced water from all the wells in the group. Consequently, we have no means to determine the precise volume of produced water that each well ultimately contributes to disposal, recycling, or reuse. Furthermore, about 80% of Evergreen's oil and gas locations are single well facilities, which means reporting on a location basis is essentially the same thing as reporting on a well basis. So strictly constructed, these rules would compel Evergreen to dismantle and rebuild our management system from the ground up to achieve compliance. So to avoid that, we ask the Commission to accommodate established produced water management systems like ours that operate efficiently and effectively, but were not built to capture produced water usage data with the specificity these proposed rules would require. We propose two potential solutions here. The rules could allow an operator in Evergreen circumstances to calculate its per well or per location disposal, recycling, or reuse volumes through an allocation process based on the ratio of produced water a given well delivered to the gathering system compared to the total volume and ultimate destination of the water. The Commission could authorize this reporting methodology in the rules themselves or in the statement of basis, specific statutory authority, and basis. Evergreen proposed modifications to these rules in Exhibit A to its response in the consensus draft. Alternatively, Evergreen could make quarterly reports based on the groups of wells associated with the operational zones of its gathering system. This would be reasonably equivalent to reporting on a location basis. We ask the Commission to accommodate established produced water management systems like Evergreen's that operate efficiently and effectively, but were not built to capture produced water usage data, as I said, with the specificity the rules would require. The second issue we'd like to address is the blanket prohibition on centralized facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. This has been well discussed already. In our case, our entire operating area is classified as DIC. In fact, all of Los Animas County is. Previous presenters have excellently articulated what is also our position on the issue, specifically the language proposed by Western Slope COGA. Evergreen advocates for regulatory flexibility that considers local input and economic realities. As Mr. McGowan referenced, a balanced approach to facility siting should allow for local authorities to assess and improve new produced water storage or treatment facilities that align with public health priorities. Evergreen urges the Commission to tailor the General Assembly's prohibition in a sensible way that will not undermine the House bill's core objective to reduce freshwater usage in oil and gas operations. To clarify ambiguity in the staff's proposed modifications to the definition of centralized E&P waste management facility, Evergreen proposes to specifically exclude from the definition an individual Class II underground injection well that is used exclusively for disposal of produced water of other exempt E&P waste generated by the owner or operator of the UIC well. A blanket prohibition on new UIC wells throughout Los Animas County would really be a death knell for Evergreen, the employees it supports, and a major revenue source for Los Animas County. In no way would such a prohibition be in the best interest of protecting public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources. We have proposed language in Exhibit A to our response to the consensus draft. Finally, some additional policy considerations. Mr. Grizz touched on this earlier. I know that's not his real last name, but I like that one. Evergreen recommends the commission revisit Rule 427C1A, which currently prohibits the use of produced water for dust suppression. This restriction poses a significant regulatory hurdle to expanding the beneficial use of Evergreen's produced water, which continues to be rigorously tested and shown to meet water quality standards suitable for applications such as dust suppression, fire mitigation, and livestock and ranching consumption. Evergreen proposes that the commission consider a tiered regulatory approach that allows for the use of treated or naturally clean produced water in non-sensitive applications if it meets specified quality thresholds established by the Water Quality Control Division or other relevant regulatory bodies. Such an approach would align with the efforts to reduce freshwater consumption by utilizing available non-fresh water sources effectively. Additionally, policy adjustments should focus on expanding the scope of beneficial uses for produced water, particularly in rural and agricultural communities in the Raton Basin where water resources are scarce. The proposed changes would have a significant positive impact on both Evergreen and the communities in which we operate. By allowing for the expanded use of produced water in approved applications such as dust suppression, fire mitigation, and livestock and agricultural consumption, Evergreen would be able to reduce the volume of produced water currently injected into disposal wells. This shift would not only decrease the reliance on deep well injection, but also promote more sustainable water management practices that benefit the local environment and economy. So in closing, Evergreen strongly supports responsible regulation of produced water, but urges the commission to 1, adjust reporting requirements to accommodate legacy produced water systems. 2, reconsider the blanket ban on centralized facilities and DICs. And 3, expand beneficial reuse opportunities for produced water. We appreciate the commission's thoughtful approach to these regulations and look forward to working together toward a balanced and effective solution. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for the presentation. Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I was just hoping you could go over again your proposed solution for the Class 2 issue that you discussed.
Sure. So the proposed solution would be to specifically exclude from the definition of centralized E&P waste management facilities an individual Class 2 underground injection well that is used exclusively for disposal of produced water and other exempt E&P wastes generated by the owner or operator of the UIC well.
And do you want, similar to a question I asked before, would you see that being something that would be specifically called out in the definition or something that would be talked about in the statement of basis of purpose to say this would not include?
Commissioner Cross, I'll jump in if I may. I think we are trying to address what I consider to be an ambiguity in the definition as it's proposed. And we asked the commission staff this question very early in this process and sort of got I guess I'll just call it an unsatisfactory answer. But the bill, House Bill 23-1242, talks about treatment and storage facilities, does not specifically address UIC wells. Evergreen's operations require a certain number of UIC wells because of the volume of produced water that is produced. So ideally, we would like it in the definition to say that a single UIC facility owned and operated by the producer of the produced water that is being disposed of doesn't fall within that definition of a centralized waste facility. That would be our preference. Having it in the statement of basis and purpose is probably sufficient. And it could be that we don't need it at all because that's the way the commission has been interpreting the rule all along, but that's not clear.
Thank you. That's helpful. That's my only question.
Further questions? All right, seeing no questions, we will let you go. Thanks for being with us and presenting your perspective and thoughts.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, that covers the stakeholders' presentations. I understand that we have a presentation from staff that is next. Mr. Thomas, are we able to get staff up pretty quick?
Yes, we're in the process of elevating them now.
Are you all able to hear me?
We can hear you, we can see you, and we can see your presentation.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and get started then. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tessa Ward, and I'm an Assistant Attorney General serving as counsel for staff. Presenting with me today is John Heil, Environmental Protection Specialist. On the panel, available for questions, is John Noto, Location Assessment Supervisor. In addition to thanking the Commission for hearing this matter today, we would like to express our gratitude for the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, the Consensus Group, and all other stakeholders. We echo Director Murphy's remarks this morning on the collaborative effort that took place in this rulemaking. Our goal today is to pretty quickly express and explain staff support for the current draft rules and answer any questions you may have. John, you're muted.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Tessa. Let's take a quick look at this consolidated timeline without getting into the full history of the process. Starting with the release of staff straw dog rules in August and then the Produced Water Consortium's recommendations in September. As you are aware, this rulemaking has been continued twice at the request of stakeholders for additional time to engage in discussions with each other and commission staff to address and potentially come to consensus on some of the central issues before the commission in this rulemaking. The benefit of this unique process has been the number of opportunities for stakeholder engagement and feedback. Once the consensus draft was filed, staff began the process of incorporating red lines and revisions to the consensus draft. These revisions were focused on clarity and implementation. Staff supports the current draft rules based on three key themes: adherence to statute, focus on results, and implementation/administration. First, the adherence to the statute. House Bill 23-1242, Water Conservation in Oil and Gas Operations. Many components of the draft rules are directly tied to the statute. For instance, the reporting requirements are mostly imported from the statute. Staff acknowledges testimony that this created duplication and looks forward to consolidating where appropriate in the coming months of implementation. Also, the statute explicitly requires a prohibition of new centralized produced water storage and treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. Next, the focus on actual results. Staff recognizes the consensus group took a pragmatic approach to the rules and that the focus is on achieving overall compliance in a multi-year timeframe. First, the draft rules adopted the consortium's recommendations for statewide requirements of recycled produced water. These requirements will target the DJ Basin, where recycling produced water rates are currently low, but where most of the oil and gas operations occur. Second, the draft rule proposes an enforcement scheme that is designed to halt drilling and completions that are out of compliance with the requirements. This system is forward-looking and allows staff to conditionally approve future development by operators if the compliance requirements are not met. Finally, the credit system. Mr. Sura and Mr. Neslin touched on this earlier, but we want to correct any confusion with regards to the credit trading system. The rules explicitly prohibit interbasin credit trading. Under Rule 905 C6D subsection II, operators can only trade credits within the basin that the credit was created. We think that the basin limitation is key to making the credit system effective. The credit system also adds functionality and flexibility that better reflects the actual conditions with oil and gas practices. As Mr. Sura and Mr. Neslin pointed out, it also incentivizes overperformance. Implementation/administration. When staff received the consensus draft, our immediate focus was on how ECMC would implement and administer these rules. While the draft rules create new reporting requirements, additional forms, and the creation of a credit tracking and trading system, staff believes this can all be administered properly. Many of the details on how these forms and requirements are implemented will still need to be worked through by staff, but we believe that utilizing reliable, automated, and transparent systems can create something that is both user-friendly for industry, the public, and staff. The credit system won't come into effect until 2026, and in the meantime, we are fully committed to creating systems that can be utilized by all parties. We should also flag that the draft rules currently have a placeholder for the basin map. Staff will be incorporating by reference the ECMC GIS online map, which was updated based on the 2002 Colorado Geological Survey Oil and Gas Fields Map of Colorado. A basin map has been posted in the past, and by adopting this new layer, we are not significantly changing what has been previously posted on the ECMC GIS online map. The map is currently available to view on the ECMC GIS online map. Lastly, the consensus draft has a provision for another rulemaking to take place in 2028, at which time the systems can be modified based on any concerns or issues that arise.
And with that, we'll turn it over for questions.
Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the work on this. I guess I'll quickly just go back to the presentation we had immediately prior to yours. And there was the discussion about clarifying that the Class 2 wells are not included. Can you provide your input on whether Class 2 wells should be considered a centralized D&P waste facility or specifically excluded?
I can take a stab at that. So our current definition of centralized E&P waste management facilities has not included Class 2 UIC wells in the past. And so at this point, I don't believe that those Class 2 wells would necessarily fall in that definition, but I'm not sure if I fully understand your question.
Okay, well, and I don't think that it explicitly does, which was part of the last presentation, but they talked about the fact that it, and I can pull up the rules here quickly, but one of the things it talks about is includes facilities for collection, treatment, storage, disposal of produced water, drilling fluids, completion fluids, and other E&P waste. And so I think, at least with the last presentation, when it starts was, it's not clear. So really, the staff have a concern with saying two injection wells.
Commissioner Cross, I think you're breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure if that's just me.
No, I couldn't hear you either, Commissioner Cross.
So
You're still not making. If everyone doesn't know, Commissioner Cross has microphone problems, just kind of generally.
is that any better?
That's tons better.
And I apologize. My internet's also been a little wonky today, so I don't know if that's contributing to the issue. So my understanding on the last presentation was, although class 2 wells are not specifically included in the definition, because the definition in the proposed definition talks about disposal and storage, and I can pull up the exact language, but because it talks about disposal and storage, that it's uncertain whether staff might try and include the class 2 injection wells. And so I'm curious if staff has an objection to specifically excluding class 2 wells based on that last presentation's concerns.
I would say that, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I would say that staff does not have does not want to include class 2 wells in that definition and would be open to excluding them from that definition, if that makes sense.
It does. Okay. And I think the one other question, actually, I think you touched upon that pretty well in the presentation. I think that's my only question for right now. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. And thanks, Mr. Heil and Ms. Ward for presenting and being here, Mr. Noto. So I think that definition is going to need some work then, because I mean, I acknowledge that the class 2 injection wells, I don't think were intended to be included with it, but somehow the term disposal, produced water disposal, got included in that definition. And I'm trying to think of, another disposal mechanism short of, evaporation or something like that was hoped to be captured by that, but it seems a little problematic. So maybe give me your thoughts on that.
Yes, I think you hit it spot on with the evaporation process. I think when we were speaking of disposal in that sense, we were speaking to evaporation pits, which then would fall underneath that centralized E&P waste management facility definition. But I would definitely agree with you that there are some, I think, unintended consequences where, class 2 disposal wells would also fall underneath that definition as well. So I would agree with you that the definition could potentially use some work.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. Definitions are hard to get right. I understand that. So I wonder, there were some stakeholders that brought up some concerns about how to track transportation mileage associated with produced water and mixed loads, I guess. So commingled produced water, and how that's all going to work. And is that something that you guys have thought about as you look at the reporting requirements associated with produced water vehicle miles and how to sort that out?
So I do believe, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I do believe that is a valid concern. The reporting requirements as they are written within this draft set of rules were pulled directly from the statute. And so I think that is basically the base of what we had put into the rules. But like you said, there can be some complications when the point of the water passes the point of custody and then is, being handled by a third party versus being handled just by the operators.
So maybe that gets worked out in application or through guidance or something like that. Is that a potential path forward with that? Or, I mean, understanding that the statutory language that was included in HB 23-1242 was pretty explicit, right? and prescriptive for that matter. And so hard to move away from some of that specificity in a rulemaking.
Yes, I think a lot of that will have to kind of see how it plays out within implementation. And then we can hopefully rely on some of those future rulemakings to address some of those issues that we identify while we are implementing these vehicle tracking or the vehicle miles tracking.
Okay. And I guess same question, only now related to some previous testimony we just heard from Evergreen National Resources associated with potential challenges associated with produced water reporting per well based on an existing gathering system complex that they've got right now. And, I think that the reporting requirements associated with that are, again, pulled directly from statute, almost word for word. And so should there actually be a problem with that? Is that something that would be contemplated to be addressed upon implementation and or through guidance?
Thank you for the question. And yes, like you mentioned, that was taken directly from the statute. And I think through implementation and working with the operators, we can address some of that through guidance and then hopefully come up with some solutions that can cater to some of these operators where there is commingling of water and there are single wells on single locations, and that the, per location reporting is going to be very similar to the per well reporting. So I think once we kind of see how everything starts playing out within the implementation, then we can kind of focus in and try to address some of the issues that some of these other operators are having.
Okay. And my last question, and just kind of a broad, almost philosophical question here, but as you look at the proposal that's being that has been brought forward associated with the credit trading system, do you see that as being a viable way to meet the statutory requirements to decrease the overall amount of fresh water that's being utilized in oil and gas activities across the state? I mean, do you think that will be the ultimate result of a system that includes credit trading?
Thank you for the question. And yes, we believe that it would incentivize the operators to, utilize more recycled produced water and hopefully create some type of incentive for them to do that more in order to create, potentially create more credits. And then we're also hoping too that it can kind of push innovation and technology so that the operators will be able to have some of this excess water that they will be able to trade for credits. So staff does believe that the trading system will attribute to a reduction in the use of fresh water.
Okay. And I lied. That's not my last question. This is my last question. Are you comfortable with the compliance, the compliance considerations included with the proposal, and that it will ensure operators are meeting their reuse and recycling targets?
Thank you. Tessa, would you like to take this one?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to clarify, you're wondering if staff is comfortable basically with the enforcement scheme and monitoring the demonstration of compliance?
That's correct.
Staff is comfortable. There are a number of safeguards in place that I think made staff feel better about this approach, specifically looking at the compliance reports. And then once that's triggered, the director can take such actions that the director deems necessary. And with the recognition that, yes, the enforcement scheme is long-term, but there are enough safeguards along the way to ensure compliance as we go.
Okay, thanks. That was my last question.
Commissioner White, you have your hand up?
Yes, I just had one quick question. I'm curious if your idea or your concept of disposal also includes evaporation impoundments?
Yes. So when we were looking at the definition of centralized E&P waste management facilities, we did add that caveat of disposal on there to capture those large evaporation pits that contain produced water.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions for the panel? All right. One question, Commissioner Ackerman.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, delayed response there. We had a little bit of discussion about a potential inclusion in the statement of basis and purpose to recommend a 9-month process to just wanted to see if I could get staff's thoughts on that concept.
Sorry, Commissioner, you kind of had cut out for a second there. I heard adding to the statement in basis and purpose, and then sorry, you kind of cut out.
I'll respond. I think there was some typing going on, but we heard some discussion about inclusion in the statement of basis and purpose, some kind of a process to make some recommendations associated with air quality. Think someone mentioned a 9-month stakeholder process. Just wanted to get staff's thoughts on that kind of approach with regard to that concept.
I think staff is open to that approach. Staff understands the need for additional rulemaking to standardize air emissions, so staff's open to that.
Thanks. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Very good. All right, I don't think I'm seeing further questions. We'll let staff go back. Commissioners, next up would be rebuttal. I'm inclined to try to get into it, maybe get through it this afternoon so that we can start afresh tomorrow with deliberations and whatever else. If folks are okay with that, what I'd like to do is take a bit of a short break, and then I would like parties that desire to engage in rebuttal, or let me say it this way, if you don't want to do rebuttal with whatever time you have remaining, please let Elias Thomas know that so that we can create an accurate list of rebuttal. That's point number one. Procedural point number two, I'm somewhat inclined to go in reverse order for rebuttal. So that would start out with Evergreen, Southwest Water Advocates, Energy Council. And the reason for that is they testified sort of toward the end, so they may, and the folks that testified at the beginning hadn't heard everybody else. So changing it up that way. So why don't we take 5? It's close to 4:15. Let's return at 4:20. Again, let Mr. Thomas know if you don't want to do rebuttal. And then we'll do rebuttal in reverse order. Yeah. And then with that, let's see how long that takes, and we can take next steps after that. 4:20. All right. Mr. Thomas, did you hear from folks?
I did not receive any emails, Mr. Chair, so I have during the course of today's presentations, I've emailed every party that presented with the time they have left. So if we intend to go in reverse order, then we should be ready to go.
Yeah, let's just go in reverse order and see what folks are thinking. Mr. Lepore, appreciate that you're already ready, up and running. You are acknowledged. You're also muted.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to run and find the email from Mr. Thomas telling me how much time I have, which is 8 minutes and 15 seconds that I promised not to use. I'll spend just a couple of minutes on 2 points that are important to Evergreen and that are clearly pretty high on the list of issues for the commission to consider. First of those is the storage facilities, treatment and storage facilities in DICs. I represent Evergreen, who is on the western half of the state, as you heard, in a county that is in its entirety a DIC. I honestly believe when the legislation was passed, the legislators were probably focused on the DJ Basin and weren't really thinking about those Western Slope communities and DICs. That's, admittedly a little bit of speculation on my part. But I think had they thought harder about the implications of a full prohibition, they might have enacted a different piece of legislation or been less prescriptive, perhaps. The beauty of that all is that I read CRS 24.4.109 to give you unqualified discretion to tweak your rule in the way that West Slope Koga in particular has articulated or suggested. I think from a legalistic statutory interpretation point of view, the legislators are charged with understanding what their existing rules say, and their existing rule in 24.4.109 says pretty clearly that you as an agency implementing that DIC provision could tailor it in some ways. I think you've heard excellent reasoning today from a number of parties about the potential need for such tailoring. I would also, on the same note, emphasize, to me, the importance, the primacy, if you will, probably a dangerous word to use, of the local governments in these land use decisions. When it comes to much of the treatment, storage, and disposal operations, what ECMC's expertise is really sort of subsurface downhole. If you have a local government who has evaluated this location and determined that it is appropriate to its land use, I would venture to say they deserve pretty consequential deference. And again, I think with 24.4.109, you could give them that deference. On the other issues, I really appreciate the thoughts and the comments that followed staff's presentation from Commissioners Cross and Messner. Seems like there was a little bit of a miscue on the use of the word disposal there, with them thinking about evaporation ponds or pits, which is different than a UIC well. And on the sort of legacy gathering water, produced water gathering system that somebody like Evergreen has. Maybe that's addressable in the statement of basis and purpose. Really, for Evergreen specifically, all we need to hear is that an allocation method is a sufficiently precise mechanism to report that those volumes of produced water, et cetera, on a well-by-well basis or on a location basis. So I'll stop there, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore. Any questions of Mr. Lepore? All right, then we will move right along. Southwest Water Advocates Network. And Hearings Manager Thomas, if you could tee up the next person while the current person is talking, we can get through this pretty quick, I think.
Thank you. Southwest Water Advocates Network does not have a rebuttal. They used all their time. So
All right.
next step would be
Energy Council and Colorado Oil and Gas Society, Mr. McGowan.
yes, and I do not currently see him in the attendee list, so we can continue to move forward. I will reach out to him.
Very good. West Slope Koga, Ms. Fulcher.
Chair, I was just being elevated to panelist, so I assume you can see and hear me.
I can see and hear you, and I was asking for you to be elevated as you were being elevated, so it's all working out peachily. Do you need any of your witnesses in rebuttal?
I don't believe so, Chair, and just a few comments from us. I think we only have a couple of minutes, then maybe 4 minutes from Garfield County, and we won't need it. We won't need it all. First of all, I just want to take a few minutes to reiterate our overall support for the consensus draft. We think that the consensus draft before you really hits the mark with respect to what this commission was tasked in doing in House Bill 1242. And with the exception of the changes we'd like to see to the disproportionately impacted community blanket prohibition, and then some of those additional clarifying pieces, for example, on the UIC Class 2 wells, we really think this is a strong rule and appreciate all of the parties' work on this, including the staff. Again, we support our DIC changes. I appreciate Evergreen's perspective and Mr. Lepore's comments here. And I think you've heard us loud and clear on that piece, so I don't think I need to reiterate anything further there. The final thing I would like to say here in our closing remarks is we are not sure because we're doing reverse order, but it's possible you might hear from some additional conservation groups here this afternoon, perhaps urging more basin-specific targets or higher targets for West Slope operators. Again, I'm trying to read the crystal ball here. We certainly do not support any of those types of changes in this rulemaking here today, following your deliberations today or tomorrow, and would urge you to stick to what's before you in the consensus draft on this piece. This was critical for the West Slope's support of these provisions. You heard that we've got a couple of really strong outliers in TEP and QB and some others with some fantastic systems to date. But there are obviously some siting challenges looking to the future. Additionally, not all operations in the West Slope mirror those operations of TEP and QB, and we need to make sure that we are not creating an approach that operators can't comply with or could result in unintended consequences. So again, we just want to urge your support for the targets that we have now, and discourage any potential higher thresholds applied to West Slope COGA, or excuse me, West Slope operators as part of this rulemaking. So that concludes the comments from me. And unless you have any final questions of our panelists, we'll rest there.
Very good. Any final questions for Ms. Fulcher? All right, we will let you go, Ms. Fulcher. Is Garfield County and Western, is Mr. Nguyen planning on doing a rebuttal, Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Nguyen still has 2 minutes after ceding some time to WS Koga. We've just elevated Mr. Nguyen.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you all. Appreciate it. So anyway, I appreciate the comments also of Mr. Lepore talking about the where it makes sense to have a strong degree of local government deference for permitting these types of facilities we've been talking about, the centralized ones. So appreciate that. Don't have much time. So I'll leave you something, a pleasant, proactive, positive tone, and that is a little haiku for you all this afternoon, long day. Pipes replace the trucks, peaceful roads, and clear night skies. Progress we must keep. Thank you very much for your consideration of our very earnest and important thoughts that we had and our opinions that we want to share with you all today.
Well, between the haiku and the puppy, you're winning today, Mr. Nguyen. So good job there. Any questions for Mr. Nguyen? All right, we will move to TEP Rocky Mountain LLC. Mr. Jewell.
Thank you very much. I love this efficiency. And do we have Mr. Brennan on board here?
Let's elevate him.
In case you have any questions for him, I will just be 30 seconds, and if he has any closing remarks. But I want to thank Commissioner Messner, you specifically, because yes, we do believe you totally understood everything that I was stating, but we just wanted to make sure that we were making that clear for the public to address statements made at Terra, and then to reinforce that TEP and other leading PIONS operators have been the model for living out the intent of preserving fresh water and recycling produced water. And continuing this is not only a commitment, but a business core value. And thanks to all commissioners for the opportunity to position what we believe is kind of, again, a strange position of strength in this rulemaking for Terra, but one where we do believe is collaborative, but yet tricky to thread correctly to balance all valid interests with environmental wins, DIC, all while honoring the progress TEP has made so far. So unless you have questions for me or Mr. Brennan, or Sean, if you have any anything else to add, that will conclude for me.
Questions for Mr. Jewell or Mr. Brennan? Thank you both very much.
All right, thank
Now,
you. That's what.
we'll move to Citizens for a Healthy Community.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll try not to take too much of the 10 minutes or so that I have left, and I want to address a couple of issues. I first want to start out with being a little bit troubled by the new approach that we've taken with this consensus draft. I heard the director's comments this morning about trying something new, which I totally appreciate. I'm always looking for something new. But I was really troubled by staff's presentation at the end because staff's comments did not address any of the non-consensus parties' issues. So generally, when we go through pre-hearing statements, response statements, staff generally processes that and tries to incorporate or address reasons for which they agree or don't agree with various parties. And I didn't see that happen here. And I think that's troubling and problematic. Two, I wanted to address the issue of recommendations for narrowing the application of the DIC prohibition. I'm a little, or maybe a lot, concerned that the focus is on ensuring that you can continue to have these operations in low-income areas. And I just want to call your attention again to one of the definitions within 24.4.109 2B2F that says that a community is identified by a statewide agency as being one where multiple factors, including socioeconomic stressors, vulnerable populations, disproportionate environmental burdens, vulnerability to environmental degradation or climate change, and lack of public participation may act to cumulatively affect the health and environment of that community. And when we're talking about uninhabited areas and on the Western Slope, when we're talking about federal lands, those are areas that have environmental concerns. And so that still needs to be taken into consideration, and I hope you do that. And just one last piece, given everything that's happening on the federal front and the potential erosion of NEPA, ensuring that the state will be protecting our federal and public lands is just really critical. Third is, while we appreciate our friends at Western Colorado Alliance proposing higher targets for the Western Slope, that is not something that we support. We actually agree with the operators. I'm sure they'll probably find that surprising, but we agree with them that the operators on the Western Slope have been doing far more than what's happening on the Front Range in the DJ Basin, and that increasing those targets is not really going to be helpful. We should be encouraging them to recycle at the higher level that they have been recycling at. But with that said, as we mentioned earlier, we're deeply concerned about the potential for any cross-basin trading. It sounds like, at least from the consensus parties, that they have no intention of that being cross-basin, but we did hear from other parties that they would like to see that happen. So would like to urge you to, if you do go down this path of a credit trading system, and we have raised our concerns with it, that you do not consider a cross-basin system. And then lastly, on the enforcement side, I appreciate the comments that were made about the attempts to ensure compliance. I personally am having trouble seeing how that happens here with all of the deferred compliance that is baked in. If compliance is not met, then there's a plan. And then if they don't meet the plan, then they get to defer compliance for another 4 years. And basically, our read of it is that basically there's 8 years of potential non-compliance. So I would encourage you to look at that more closely. And with that said, thank you to all of you for your attention to this. Thank you to all of the stakeholders. I do hope that you consider all comments in this as appropriate so that both basins are adequately protected. And lastly, again, it feels like these rules are designed to address the problems on the Front Range and not add and not be additive to the Western Slope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? All right, we'll go to Greenhouse Connection Center. And then after that, we're going to go back to Energy Council and Colorado OG Society because Mr. McGowan has rejoined us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I again want to reiterate the need for these rules to make an impact on the DJ Basin, where 90% of the fresh water is happening. If we're not making a difference there, we are not making a difference in this space. And additionally, I've said it before, but are only recycling 1% of the water. The largest operators exist in the DJ Basin, with Chevron having over 90% recycling in other parts of the country and the world, and they can look to their own best practices for how to do this. These operators also have access to the best engineers, equipment, and unlimited financial resources that can be applied to produce water. When I worked in the industry, I saw great feats happening to create large-scale railroad logistics projects because at the end of that were great profits. So I know that the industry can be motivated and capable of doing extraordinary things when profits are here. I need them to do the same when our water is at stake. In addition to that, the lower amounts of produced water in the DJ Basin is part of what makes this basin so desirable for operators. They have considerably less cost and hassle needed for handling produced water and disposal. One of the things I want to mention as well is that trucks in the DJ Basin are already happening for any operator that's not in Weld County. Weld County is the only one that allows for saltwater injection. So any other county that has operators in it currently trucks all of their produced water to dispose of it in Weld County. So what's the difference between trucking it to Weld County versus trucking it to a treatment facility? That is not an additional amount of trucks. That is just a difference of where those trucks are going. And then again, just really, I just heard the presentation from staff, but as someone who for years have been trying to dive into this data, to use this data as an outside stakeholder, I can say that we are just simply not there with confidence that there is the ability to handle this trading system when we currently on the database have basic produced water volumes overstated by close to double. And that is just simple volumetric quantities that are not hard and that complicated, but have been off significantly for years and would continue to be so. I think that there needs to be a third-party audit and help harmonize and bring this data and information together. And all of this information needs to be available to the public for transparency to all the stakeholders involved, including the Produced Water Consortium, for us to be able to make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Cummings? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to Colorado OG Society and Energy Council. Mr. McGowan.
We are working on elevating him. Apologies.
You're muted, Ms. Fanning.
Apologize. Somehow there's crossed lines. Elias didn't receive the email. We are not offering any rebuttal today, but thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Fanning. Thanks for letting us know.
You're welcome.
All right. Now we have Matt Sura for Larimer County, Longmont Conservation, Colorado, and Western Colorado Alliance.
Thank you. If you could please elevate Barbara Vasquez and Mike Freeman as well. Barbara, are you here?
She is.
I am. Yes, thank you.
Matt Sir, representing Western Colorado Congress and Conservation Colorado. We appreciate this opportunity to offer rebuttals comments. Our witnesses include Mike Freeman, a witness for Conservation Colorado. He is a senior attorney with the Denver Office of Earth Justice, a nonprofit public interest law firm working primarily on public lands. He is not serving as counsel for Conservation Colorado or WCA, but he is here as a witness. Dr. Barbara Vasquez is a witness for Western Colorado Alliance. She has a PhD in biochemistry and is currently serving on the North Platte Basin Roundtable. She is also the Colorado Water Conservation Board North Platte River Basin representative. Both of these witnesses are members of the Produced Water Consortium, but are not appearing as representatives of the consortium. Here are the two issues that we hope to cover. The need for separate targets for the Piceance Basin, and second, the rules should continue to strictly limit any non-produced water sources that can count towards compliance with the recycled produced water targets. I will now turn it over to Mr. Freeman.
Thanks, Matt. And first, I'd like to thank the Commission for all your time and attention today and for giving us a chance to present. I'd like to actually start by echoing Commissioner Mesner's comments from this morning about the consortium. We've spent well over a year working with putting together reports, and I can say that the consortium project has been a really incredibly productive effort where a whole range of stakeholders from different interests and backgrounds and areas of expertise have worked together to reach consensus on a set of recommendations for this commission to consider. And as Commissioner Mesner mentioned, there's been a great attitude of learning and listening to other members to try and understand where different stakeholders have concerns and to try and work together to come up with solutions. And I can tell you from my own personal experience, it's been incredibly educational. I've learned just a ton from this effort, and it's been fantastic. And I think that's resulted in a lot of really great information coming out in a slew of reports that the consortium has put out that I think hopefully will provide the basis for this rulemaking, as well as providing a foundation for a lot of future efforts on produced water in the years to come. And I just want to say a huge credit for this, that this couldn't have been possible without the amazing leadership of Chair Mesner and Hope Dalton for the consortium. They led this effort. They put a ton of work into it and made this happen. And I just want to thank them again for everything they've done. In addition, Hope's staff with the consortium, as well as ECMC staff, provided a whole lot of fantastic work and data crunching to help us put these reports together and provide shed a lot of light on what's happening in Colorado and where we need to go. So Conservation Colorado and Western Colorado Alliance submitted my written testimony earlier this week, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that testimony that the Commission may have. This afternoon, Mr. Sura asked me to just say a few words about what the appropriate produced water target requirements should be for the Piceance Basin in Western Colorado. Next slide, please. So as others have noted today, the targets for recycled produced water that the consortium recommended are based on conditions in the DJ Basin and a strategy of gradually increasing the rate of produced water recycling in northeastern Colorado. And I think the targets, which begin at 4% next year and for the next several years, are reasonable for northeastern Colorado, where the rate of recycled produced water use is very low right now. Currently, as our reports found, only between 0 and 2% of water used for well completions is recycled produced water at this point. Next slide. However, the story is much, much different on the western slope. In the Piceance Basin, operators are already using well north of 90% recycled produced water for their well completion operations. This chart is from another one of our reports, and it covers the Piceance Basin as well as two areas that are right around the periphery of the Piceance, known as the Douglas Creek Arch and the Axial Basin Uplift. And as you can see here, for the last several years, between 92 to 96% of the water used for completions has been recycled there. And requiring operators in the Piceance to only have to meet a 4% recycled produced water target for the next few years when they're already using more than 20 times that percentage just frankly makes no sense. And it actually is inconsistent with the requirements of House Bill 1242. And for that reason, several consortium members recommended that we offer a separate benchmark for the Piceance that would require operators there to at least maintain the rates of recycling that is already currently happening in that basin. Next slide, please. And I'd just like to note, I think, a key point here, which is why we think that applying a 4% target in the Piceance is inconsistent with the statute. This is the key language for what these rules have to require. It's 3460-134 sub 5E, and it says the rules adopted here must require for each oil and gas basin an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled or reused produced water. It doesn't contemplate that these rules can allow some basins to permit a major decrease in the rate of produced water reuse. And in fact, as I laid out in my written testimony, if you use actual rates of produced water recycling statewide over the recent years, if operators are only subject to a 4% requirement in the Piceance, that these rules would actually allow statewide recycling rates to decline by more than 75% in the coming years, because so much of the existing recycling in Colorado is happening in the Piceance. So we have limited time this afternoon, so I can't address all of the arguments that some other parties have made about this today, but my written testimony covers that, and I'd be happy to answer more questions on those points. But one assertion I'd like to just flag is the assumption that because operators in the Piceance are already exceeding a 90% recycling rate, that they'll just continue to do so if it's not required. But as the language here indicates, that's not what the statute says. It directs that these rules shall require increased recycled produced water use, not just encourage recycling or allow it to continue. The rules have to set a benchmark that requires operators to maintain and increase the levels of recycling that they're doing. And they have to require it on a basin by basin for each basin that happened. Moreover, as I mentioned in my testimony, there are reasons to question whether the current high levels of recycling in the Piceance will continue on their own. These are laid out in my testimony, but I'll just note one in particular. The consortium's reports observed that there are a number of new operators seeking to start developing in the Piceance. And these operators may not want to make the investments in infrastructure that existing operators like TEP have already done that would be necessary to maintain high levels of recycling. And I think that's an important reason to set a bar for Piceance operators that requires them to at least maintain what they're doing already. I think paired with a produced water credit system, as the consensus draft does, I think that will allow operators who are new to the basin or have specific concerns about the difficulty of recycling, to simply acquire those credits from the operators that have already built out the infrastructure and can do it on a broad scale. So it's workable, and I think it's not only required by the statute, but also workable and will provide a real benefit in the Piceance Basin. Now, as Mr. Sturra noted earlier, despite the statutory issue, Conservation Colorado and WCA are supportive of the consensus draft. I highlight this issue with the statute in the Piceance Basin because if the commission does adopt the consensus draft, it will be critical to revisit what the Piceance targets are in the 2026 rulemaking. And we hope that the commission, when you settle on these rules, will include statement of basis and purpose language, recognizing that the targets in the Piceance need to be increased substantially, and directing that issue be taken up in the follow-up rulemaking. So with that, I'll pass it to Barbara Vasquez.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to have a little time to share one of my major concerns. You have spent all day dealing with rulemaking for HB 23-1242, so I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, that the main goal is to decrease the amount of freshwater use, and to do that by increasing the recycling and reuse of produced water. From the Produced Water Consortium meetings and the reports that the consortium has published, the produced water recommendation to ECMC included the possibility of using produced water equivalents, a term that was used in that recommendation. This concept arose in response to the challenges, particularly in the DJ Basin, as highlighted by Mr. Sura and many other speakers today. Reaching the out-year targets of produced water alone might be difficult given the low return of produced water from the many wells there. There was considerable discussion of sources produced water equivalents during the PWC meetings. Using water brought up from deep aquifers that are already heavily contaminated by produced water injected into type 2 wells had broad support and a great deal of interest. Importantly, this source of water could be considered a reuse of produced water. Not freshly produced water, but previously produced water from multiple sources, rather than an equivalent, or in the parlance of the consensus draft, an alternative. It was recognized that work remains to be completed to demonstrate the feasibility of this approach, work both the Produced Water Consortium and the industry are keenly interested in pursuing in the next couple of years. I'd like to note, however, that there was not full agreement within the consortium on including in the recommendation to ECMC the use of other sources of equivalents, such as municipal waste, water, or stormwater that could and should be retained in the hydrologic cycle. As you heard earlier, the consensus draft introduces a new definition for recycled produced water alternatives that includes several types of water that are highly contaminated. Replacement of recycled produced water with such alternatives does not fully support the legislation for two reasons. First, in general, it reduces the actual produced water reuse and recycling, and it diminishes the incentives for producers to invest in the infrastructure and methods to reuse and recycle the produced water. This is a concept you've heard earlier today as well. Second, my fear is it starts us down a path that may lead to the use of waters that could and should remain in the hydrologic cycle, such as municipal wastewater or stormwater. Any recycled produced water alternatives which are allowed to be used must be contaminated to levels that require disposal by methods the same as for raw produced water. And I want to comment that there seemed to be some confusion on the part of earlier speakers about what it means to return to the hydrologic cycle. It's not that any waste stream is up for grabs. If you're interested in addressing the severe persistent drought that we're experiencing in Colorado, and there's a strong connection between surface water and groundwater. So it's really important to us and to many other stakeholders that this be recognized. So if the produced water alternatives are to be allowed in the rulemaking, we should avoid anything that can be returned by evaporation, discharge to surface waters, percolation through groundwater to soil to groundwater, etc., to maintain that preservation of the hydrologic cycle. Next slide, please. Despite this issue, as Mr. Sir and Mr. Freeman have noted, both Conservation Colorado and Western Colorado Alliance are supportive of the consensus draft. We look forward to working with ECMC on future rulemaking, and in 2026, believe we should be considering at least new target setting by basin with recommendations from the Produced Water Consortium. And in 2028, revisiting rules and definition of the non-produced water sources that can count towards compliance with the recycled produced water targets. And with that, I thank you for the time and your consideration and open it to questions for any of us you might have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Questions from commissioners to the panel? Commissioner Oath?
Thanks. I would like to ask a question about a topic you didn't address in your rebuttal testimony, but wondering, given that we heard a lot of testimony on the provisions regarding a blanket prohibition of centralized treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities, do you have a position on that topic?
I can take that. Thank you. Thanks for the question. I think that the legislation is really clear. I think it's a lot more clear than was being presented by some of the industry proponents, that there just is a flat prohibition on new centralized water facilities within disproportionately impacted communities. If that needs to be addressed, and I understand, some of the concerns as to how it might be adverse to the goals of reusing produced water, it would have to be done through the legislation, and within the next year or two, it would be my preference.
Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. So 2 questions, just to follow up on that. So there's been some conversation about looking at paths forward for addressing a potential barrier associated with locating centralized produced water treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities, and looking at potential solutions that still maintain the intent of protecting disproportionately impacted communities, but still may allow reuse and recycling of produced water in certain areas around the state. Do any of your organizations support engaging in further conversations on this topic to see if there's not opportunities to find a solution to this, either through the Produced Water Consortium or other source, ultimately culminating in some solution by 2026, let's say?
Barbara or Mike?
So, Commissioner Messer, I am not representing anyone here, so I can only speak on my own behalf. But I personally think that would be, finding a solution here would be a worthwhile thing to pursue. This is a real issue, and I think with the DICs being defined as broadly as they are in some Western Slope counties, it doesn't completely block doesn't completely block the ability to recycle new produced water. I included a map in my testimony that overlaps the footprint of development with the DICs in Rio Blanco and Garfield County, but there's no question it's an issue. It presents challenges that to continue the high level of recycling there. And I think the impact that is having, or will have, or could have, on recycled produced water don't don't advance the goals of designating DICs. If you've got parts of those counties that are far, far from any RBUs or houses, it doesn't, I think the reasoning behind DICs doesn't seem to apply with as much force. And I think, one issue that a number of groups, both here and in other contexts, have suggested was to go to more of a distance-based requirement, such as, I think 4,000 feet is far too close, but you can imagine a rule that says in DICs, no centralized facilities within 10 miles of an RBU. But as Mr. Stura said, that's probably something that requires a statutory change as opposed to something by rule.
Go ahead, Dr. Vasquez.
Yeah, I just want to comment. Western Colorado Alliance is representing Western Colorado, the West Slope. We are certainly consistent in our desire to have the same protections on the West Slope as the Front Range. However, I was party to the alpha and beta testing of the EnviroScreen tool for the folks at CSU who developed it, and consistently brought up the problem we have in rural counties with the huge census blocks because of the low population density. It's a well-recognized problem. And I, for one, think it deserves some further investigation to see if we can't come up with a solution that is meaningfully protective and yet is not so restrictive to placement of these central facilities that it just can't be done. So I, for one, I'm not speaking for Western Colorado Alliance without going home and talking to my compatriots, but I, for one, would be happy to participate in such a group.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And I guess final question. I know both of you because you brought it up multiple times during the consortium meetings, are very interested in seeing basin-specific targets. And I think what I'm hearing you say, and I just want to make sure that I understand, is that what you would like to see is continued data collection and analysis and conversations through the Colorado Produced Water Consortium as to what may or may not be appropriate for basin-specific topics, ultimately culminating in a recommendation to ECMC for a future rulemaking on the topic. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Definitely, and as soon as the data supports it. The only reason I believe, this is my personal opinion, the ECMC did not receive a recommendation for basin-specific targets is because of the holes and unreliability of the data that ECMC could analyze and produce. So that was Hope's call. This data is just not sufficiently complete and reliable to base a recommendation on and be able to stand behind it in front of all of you. So yes, I think as soon as we can get there, we should go there because of the varying rates of recycling and reuse. And it's not just the Piceance, the other basins that are doing better than the DJ. And the decision to focus on the DJ because of the number of wells and the volume of water was quite reasonable in our first recommendation, in my opinion. But we can do better as soon as the data supports that.
And I just add to that, I agree. I think particularly for the basins outside the DJ and the Piceance, more data is needed. We need to refine our data and do more study to really identify what an appropriate target there is. The reason I focused on the Piceance is that, as you know, Commissioner Mesner, the Piceance and the DJ together amount to well over 90% of the water used for completions in the state. So that's really the overwhelming share of the issue here. And I, as I said, our proposal is that the consortium go back and get more data and make recommendations for other specific basins going forward for rulemaking as soon as possible. But I think addressing the Piceance has to be the top of the priority list there because the data I think already establishes that a 4% target there is woefully inadequate. But that this is one that is appropriate, I think, to deal with with some more study and to collect more data and come back with another recommendation.
And if I might add for your consideration, if you put the 30,000 foot hat on the goal of reducing the amount of fresh water used in oil and gas operations in the state, if we have an increased rate of drilling, even with this 4% target, we will be using more fresh water than we have in the rearview mirror. So I have been advocating and will continue to do so to look at the data, not only by geological basin, but by river basin. Now I'm putting my CWCB hat on. We are treating water of the state as though it's equivalent across all river basins. And the stress on the river basins is quite different across the state. So this is another element I hope that the consortium can bring back to you if we have the support of ECMC to do that kind of analysis. Because when you look at the Colorado River Basin in particular, a lot of that water comes to the Front Range and is probably being used for drilling completions, as well as being used in the West Slope. So river basin by river basin is another slice of the data.
Well, thank you very much for answering my questions, and thank you for your service on the consortium, both of you. Thanks.
All right, seeing no further questions. Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to Chevron, I believe. Chevron and Cobra. Excuse me.
Let's see. Chair, we had one more participant, Seth Gordon. Has he been added? I don't see him.
I don't see him yet.
There he is. All right. Commissioners, it's been a long day. We'll try to be brief. We do want to respond to several points that have been made by other parties this afternoon. And we'd like to begin with some brief testimony from Seth Gordon, who has led Chevron's water operations team in Colorado, which identifies water sources and supports drilling and completion operations. Seth, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you to the commission for having me today. My name is Seth Gordon. I'm a petroleum engineer at Chevron, representing Chevron today. I'm currently on our technology and innovation team, which is tasked with piloting and implementing new technologies to reduce air emissions, freshwater usage, as well as evaluating emerging technologies such as geothermal and carbon capture in the state of Colorado. My previous experience as relevant to this rulemaking, I was most recently a manager on Chevron's asset development team in Colorado, responsible for preparing near and long-term developments. And more importantly, I did manage Chevron's water operations group, including 1 engineer and 5 water coordinators in the field. This team identified water sources, managed recycle operations, and managed all water transfer and storage operations for completions activities. This team also implemented Chevron's Mustang centralized produced water recycling project in 2021. I believe a few stakeholders and maybe even a few of the commissioners on this call may be familiar with the project, but for those that are not, it is a large-scale centralized recycle project located in the DJ Basin within Chevron's Mustang CDP in Weld County. During the project period starting in 2021 and continuing for long stretches into 2024, the project supported over 150 new wells and had a treatment capacity of 25,000 barrels per day. This allowed Chevron to offset freshwater usage by about 5.6% during the active project periods. This corresponded with a recycling of 45% of the available produced water in the Mustang area during the same period. But anything I'd like to discuss in my brief testimony today is the achievability of the later targets as outlined in the consensus rules. As noted above as noted in our Mustang project, Chevron put significant capital investment, was advantaged by steady state, year-round drilling and completions activity, and in a relatively rural and contiguous acreage position. Even with all these factors, we were still only able to achieve about 5% freshwater reduction in that area. I'm very proud of the team for achieving this reduction. 5% is a very impactful number. I explain this point to highlight that even with so many factors working in our favor for a very carefully selected project area, which we chose because of those factors, targets higher than 10% prove extremely challenging in the DJ Basin. There's simply not enough produced water available in localized areas to hit the targeted area, to hit the higher targets. We look forward to further work of the Produced Water Consortium regarding the availability of achievability of later targets and the consideration of what other water sources will be needed to achieve them, specifically in the DJ Basin. In addition, as mentioned, the Mustang project was very localized and benefited from contiguous completion activity. The availability to develop in this exact manner will probably not likely be seen again in the same magnitude in the future, just with our remaining acreage position, wildlife stipulated operations windows, and varying activity levels. This furthers our position that averaging over an entire basin will be important for letting operators maximize recycling efforts in areas of the field that make the most sense and minimize adverse impacts, and lessen reliance on recycling in areas that are just not as efficient from an environmental standpoint. Lastly, in response to earlier testimony regarding water sharing agreements versus credit trading, Chevron believes water sharing agreements and credit trading are complementary, not contradictory. Each basin and situation is different. For example, if operator A has a large volume of produced water available, but no completions activities in the area, but operator B is starting a completions campaign next door, the water sharing agreement could be a great way to maximize recycled water while minimizing environmental impacts. Conversely, if operator A has the produced water available and the completions activities in the same geographic area, it may make more sense for them to over-comply and then sell those credits to operator B that may not have the produced water as readily available. That concludes my testimony, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, if we could complete, I've got a few more points to make before you pose questions. I want to speak briefly to this issue of recycled produced water alternatives, and just emphasize that any alternatives involve local quality water whose use will, quote, help reduce the consumption of fresh water within oil and gas operations, close quote, which was the legislature's, quote, primary goal, close quote, in creating the consortium. That's part of the Act, Section 135(2)(c). Additional recycled produced water alternatives may be necessary to meet the higher targets in 2034 and 2038 in the DJ Basin. As you've heard from Mr. Gordon, the DJ Basin produces much less produced water than do other areas of the state. And even where Chevron had extremely favorable conditions, it was it found it difficult to decrease use of fresh water by anything approaching 10%, let alone higher numbers. And this makes the issue of additional recycled produced water alternatives particularly important for the DJ Basin in the future. Now, there's no need for you to try to decide this issue now. You should defer it to the 2028 rulemaking when more information will be available regarding water availability, storage, air emissions, and when this issue can be considered in conjunction with potentially higher targets for 2034 and 2038. And this is, in fact, what is contemplated in the consensus draft. Rule 905C6A, Romanet 3, states that the 2028 rulemaking will, quote, consider additional work and recommendations by the Produced Water Consortium on produced water availability and achievable minimum averages, including consideration of whether to include other recycled produced water alternative sources. So we ask that you leave this issue to the 2028 rulemaking. You also have heard arguments that the Act somehow requires recycle produced water targets to apply to each individual OGDP. Respectfully, we think that's a misreading of the Act. The statutory provisions required or relied upon for this argument do not require increasing the use of recycled produced water and decreasing the use of fresh water at each and every location. The provisions relied upon refer to locations plural, which is consistent with averaging the use of recycled produced water at multiple locations within a basin. The provisions also require OGDPs to include certain information, and that information is in fact required by the consensus draft rules. Other provisions of the Act, as was discussed this morning, Section 134(5)(e), Roman 1, capital A and B, require increased use of recycled produced water and decreased use of fresh water, either within the geologic basin or on a statewide basis. And that too is consistent with the consensus draft. You've heard a number of questions and arguments from other parties this afternoon, but virtually all of them were discussed at length by the consensus parties in developing the consensus draft. We urge you to adopt the consensus draft, which has the support of local governments, ENGOs, and energy companies, and which we believe will responsibly implement the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this final panel? All right, I'm not seeing questions. Ms. Larson, I see you. Did you want to bring a rebuttal in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I am Mimi Larson with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association and Civitas Resources. I would like to address Dr. Vasquez's testimony today and Mr. Freeman's written testimony regarding the request that the SBP be amended to instruct future commissions to preclude the inclusion of industrial or municipal wastewaters as a potential category of recycled produced water alternative. In COGA's and Civitas's filings, they advocated for broader definitions which would allow for various categories of non-fresh water to be considered a recycled produced water alternative. COGA and Civitas were active participants in the settlement discussions that resulted in the consensus draft. The question of what categories of water would be considered were extensively covered in these discussions. Ultimately, COGA and Civitas withdrew their arguments in furtherance of the consensus draft. It was neither party's understanding that any clarification on the proposed definition would be advocated for, and we were very surprised to read Mr. Freeman's testimony. COGA and Civitas strongly object to including language in the SBP that would seek to predetermine or exclude consideration of different categories of water as potential alternatives in future rulemakings. As has been discussed today, there is much more data to be collected, research to be conducted, and operations to be evaluated over the next several years that will further inform future revisions to the recycled produced water regulations. To predetermine now that certain categories of water can never be considered as an alternative is not only inconsistent with the consensus draft, but seeks to impose upon future commissions a finding that was not fully addressed in this rulemaking. Commissioners, we ask that you reject Conservation Colorado and Western Colorado Alliance's request to include such language in the SBP and ask that you adopt the consensus draft as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Questions for Ms. Larson on that point? All right, seeing no questions. Mr. Thomas, I believe we are done, or Mr. Thomas isn't with us anymore. But I believe we are done with rebuttal testimony from the parties at this point in time. And thus, we come to what is going to be the conclusion of the effort for today. Tomorrow, commissioners, we would convene and go to deliberations, but I would suggest that it might make sense for us to have an executive session tomorrow morning before deliberations to receive legal advice, in particular to receive legal advice on this DIC prohibition piece that we've been hearing about today, and the 109 piece and how that interplays with the statute. I also would suggest, since we've got, a bit of work before us tomorrow, I, at least as one commissioner, and I talked to the AAG, we could convene at 8:30 so that we could try to do the e-session before we go into deliberations around 9 or so. But I don't know what your family calendars are. So One, does anyone have a problem with executive session? And two, does anyone have a problem with starting a little bit early at 8:30? All right, then. I have been informed that we need to come back into regular session tomorrow morning to take up the vote on executive session. So I would move that we continue this hearing to 8:30 in the morning. Would ask commissioners to log into your general meeting agenda to attend this Zoom call. At that point, I'm informing the parties that we will undertake an executive session. As is normal the case, we would leave this meeting and go into our executive session meeting, at which time we would receive legal advice, but we would take no action. And then we'll return back to this meeting probably around 9 o'clock to get going again. So for folks that don't want to or feel the need to hear us go into executive session, plan on joining this meeting at around 9 a.m. And then we'll be back and then we'll move into deliberations. I think there was a motion in there. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion, thoughts before we close the day out? All right. Good work, everybody. Really appreciate all the parties' involvement on this important topic. Pleased that we got through it today.
Mr. Chair, I think you have to vote on that.
Yeah, I was going to.
Okay.
Anyway, no more musings. All those in favor of the continuance signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll see everyone at 8:30 in the morning or 9 if you want to not have to pay attention to the executive session motion. Thanks.